Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang nggak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat their performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to get goal this round. Winner, chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror. But C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, VPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งของตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคทที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามาเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3 ติดจบอันดับ 6 ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัด
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Coming close, but not quite clinching the championship title at PMGC last year, DRS is back to claim what's theirs. Tash Bunny here on ground at the 2023 PMGC, where we have Delta from DRS with me alongside Sang, and we want to chat with them a little bit about their journey into the PMGC this year. Now, let's talk a little bit about your expectation today. What are you expecting from your team and your goals? What are your goals this year for 2023 PMGC?
तिमीलाई आफ्नो टिमबाट यो वर्ष चाहिँ के एक्सपेक्टेसन छ र तिमीहरूलाई कहाँसम्म पुग्ने गोल चाहिँ कहाँ के पुग्ने गोल छ तिम्रो?
त्यही हो, अब ग्रुप स्टेजबाट चाहिँ हामी फाइनलसम्म जानलाई ट्राई गर्नेछौँ अनि फाइनल पुगेपछि अब जित्नैकै लागि खेल्नेछौँ.
From group stage, we will be heading towards the top 3 positions, and in the finals our main goal is to win this year because we left somewhere.
He left somewhere. Yep, that's right. They are trying to come back and claim the champions title. And it's very interesting when you talk about that. So this year is a direct invite for you guys. So, let's talk a little bit about your performance this year. And I think that a lot of people are sharing the sentiment that this year hasn't been DRS's best performance compared to last year. And in recent events, do you guys feel like you have something to prove to all those people out there who are saying that you guys are not at your peak performance?
पहिलाको इयर र अहिलेको कम्पेरिजनमा चाहिँ पुरानो गेम जस्तो अहिले छैन हैन अहिले गेम नराम्रो भइरहेछ र तिमीहरूको कसरी खेल्ने चाहिँ उसai सोच छ
त्यही हो पहिलाको इयर जस्तो हाम्रो यो पालि स्प्लिटहरु त भएन तर यो पालि चाहिँ हामी इम्प्रुभ गरेर अझै बेटर भएर देखाउने छौं अनि हामीलाई स्पेशल इन्भाइट किन आको त्यो वर्थ चाहिँ अब हामी पुरा गरेर देखाउँछौं र जीसीमा गरेर देखाउँछौं पहिला जसरी
So this year hasn't been that good so far, but we will make sure to show the performance that you guys are expecting, and we will show why we got the special invite from GC.
Speaking of special invite, do you think there's added pressure that you guys got the special invite?
Special invite पाएर चाहिँ त्यस नर्मल भन्दा केही प्रेसर बढी भएको छ
प्रेसर त छ अब इन्भाइट आको छ अब यो इन्भाइट आकोलाई चाहिँ हामीले अब गरेर देखाउन छ जीसीमा केही
There's a small pressure that we got a special invite, not we didn't came here by qualifying directly. So we do have certain difficulties to, overcome. But we will do our best and we'll show what we are made of.
They will show what they're made of. Speaking of showing what you're made of, so you know that this group this week, Group Yellow, is currently dubbed the Group of Death. So out of all the teams in this group, which team do you think is your strongest opponent and why?
अब टिम्सहरु त सबै राम्रो छ यहाँ क्वालिफाई भएर आको हो अब त्यही हो यो ग्रुपको नाम चाहिँ ग्रुप अफ डेथ भए पनि यामराज चाहिँ हामी हो यो ग्रुपको
So all the teams that are here in this group are the best because they qualified on their own. But please don't forget, even if it's a group of death, we are the Grim Reapers.
They are the Grim Reapers. And what does the Grim Reaper have to say to all the teams in Group Yellow?
Best of luck and be ready to fight with us.
Best of luck and get ready to fight with us. They have a lot to prove. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, thank you so much, Delta, for that interview. And good luck for today. Let's see what you have to prove or have to say.
Thank you.
So, the last 2 weeks, we have found our 6 teams directly invited to the 2023 PMGC taking place in Turkey, not too far from now. And now our final search begins for the last 3 invites who will be going. This group, dubbed the Group of Death, comes with some of the strongest PUBG Mobile teams that the world has ever seen. Can these superstar teams maintain their top spot as the best of the best? Or are we going to be seeing the underdogs perform and show us a Cinderella story? Panel, casters, can you guys share with me a little bit about what you think of this statement?
Well, Tash, what I can see is, and I can hear all the way from Italy, is Imperium screaming DRS, the biggest fan of Nepali esports and DRS in particular. Getting excited to see how they're going to do with their special invite. But yeah, we're excited here to be at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2023 and the Group of Yellow, the Group of Death, the Yellow Group. It's going to be coined many different names, but one thing is going to be sure, it is going to be a rough ride for a lot of teams out there. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, joined once again, gentlemen. It's been a while with Seven Worlds Gaming. Cameron Davis, how are you two doing?
Doing great.
Doing great, man.
Yeah.
Great. I think it's, America's was the last time we worked together, so it's good to have you back. I'm excited for this Group Yellow. I actually have some favorites, unlike last week, so I'm interested to see if they're actually going to continue to be favorites.
I like, Cameron, how you see Seven. He actually, even in the virtual world, he was able to get a box to be equal height to us.
I told him, I got bigger. Just saying.
Well,
yeah,
you got more
a little bit.
Horizontally bigger, maybe not vertically bigger. But before we hop into discussing this group, I got to give a shout out here to Infinix G10 Pro, our official smartphone here at PMGC, born here for professional players. You guys can pick one up and dominate the lobbies for yourself. And not to mention, if you guys do pick up one, make sure you check out TikTok, because you can check out PMGC 2023 to find everything behind the scenes news, everything related to what's going on in this event, not only here today and of course this week, but we still have the survival stage, we still have the last chance, and of course we have the main event kicking off over in December. But gentlemen, Cameron, let's go to you right off the bat. This is going to be a tough group, man. This is going to be very difficult, and honestly, there's a lot of teams out there I'm particularly rooting for.
Yeah, listen, there are some big heavy hitters here. There's a reason why this is called the Group of Death. We're going to be hammering that home, at least for a while. Granted, the past couple of groups, green and red, both have had a few upsets, a little bit of surprises. So I am curious to see if, all our expectations, how many of those will be accurate, at least after the first day of the second day, or if we're going to see some, big slip-ups by some of these favorites. But these names being in the lobby puts a lot of pressure on the underdogs, on the teams that maybe don't have the same level of pedigree or fandom behind them to really perform.
Yeah, and at 7, there's a lot of teams obviously coming here for the very first time, and when you have a team like Vampire Esports, after what they did 2 years in a row at PMWI, it's a lot of pressure to be able to compete against them, but I'm going to be a little tricky here. I'm going to go out, I think Vampire are going to qualify for the Grand Finals through this group. I think they're going to go through the last chance in the survival stage.
Really? Okay. I'll have to disagree with you on that one because I feel like they are a pretty strong team. Obviously, their recent performances don't reflect that. I'm just going based on what we saw in PMWI, and with them getting pretty much an invite here by being able to win those Thailand PMGC points as well. I feel like they are going to be strong. I'm interested to see how Tony K is going to be performing. I feel like that was a big drive in regards to how they were able to perform in PMWI. If he if he can show that performance that we saw in PMWI, I feel like Vampire Esports could definitely be in the top 3. For me, you were talking about surprise teams and teams that haven't been here in the past. Brute Force is definitely one of them. I feel like this team has been quite a surprise. We got a chance to see them in the regional clash, I think last July, and they were a big surprise. I think they ended up 8th place for that. This is going to be their second LAN event, so they at least have some experiences. I feel like this team could definitely shock some people. I don't see them being in the top 3. I do have to put that out there, but I do see them at least qualifying to the survival stage.
Well, you can see here before we talk about some more teams, we are in the final group here in yellow, and of course our top 3 go straight finals kicking off in Turkey. And not to mention the other teams, except the bottom, will be going to our survivor. Only difficult because the bottom 8 teams from all of these other groups competing, and only 16 get through into the last chance, or only 5 get through from that. And Cameron, I mean, it's tough. At least you get that second, potentially third chance, but it doesn't get easier.
It doesn't, especially because, as I said, we've already seen upsets. We're going to see some upsets here, and that's just the nature of the fact that we're only sending 3 through. So, in a way, the survival stage is arguably harder to qualify through than either of these groups.
And I want to say even maybe harder to prepare for as well, since things would be changing so drastically. But when it comes to points, I mean, gentlemen, we've seen this for the last 2, almost 3 years. It's pretty standard. First place, 10 points for the chicken dinner, and then, of course, 1 point per elimination. And throughout this last year 7, we've seen eliminations be such a driving force here for a lot of these teams who have done well.
Yeah, we've seen that, and we actually been seeing it already at PMGC. We saw it last week with the team that ended up winning. I can't remember on top of my head right now. Oh, NSR. That's right. That was a big surprise for me. Non-Shim Red Force. They were absolutely going crazy with the eliminations, and they were also with the placement points. Is that something that I kind of want to see out of some of these teams, especially teams that are going to be contending towards the top 3? One of the teams that I'm going to be looking at too is going to be Bigatron. Completely different team. Now we're going to be having Yuhai. Remember, Yuhai was in Geek Fam last PMGC, and they saw how well he performed. Now that we're able to add him to the roster. But with Bigatron, we have already one Indonesia team making it to the Grand Finals. Can we make it too after not having any Indonesian teams, or at least Bigatron, whatever they had?
Yeah, and obviously, Cam, there's a lot of it. We can focus on the teams that we covered specifically in the America's Championship. Like Team Queso Influence Rage. Team Queso, they knew they were through into this event, but they looked, and I'm being nice here, atrocious in the regionals.
Yeah, no, they didn't look good at. You have to remind yourself that they got place in the last region. 8th place in spring as well, but at least in the fall they got 2nd place. So there is some a little bit of hope they're going to be able to perform, and that just constantly tell yourself they didn't perform in the America's Championship because of the fact that they were all an influence team that is always going to be delivering when we in their region, out of their region. I think that's one of the favorites there. There are some other favorites here. I don't think they're going to be a shoe-in for the top 3, but they're definitely one of the heavy hitters.
And they kind of have to be too, considering they know the team of Loops and Alpha 7 have fortified into the Grand Finals as well, coming in from Group Green. So a lot of pressure mounting on their shoulders, but to be honest, they can be one of the most dominating teams in a lobby. But it comes down to what's going to happen here today, because obviously everything's been getting more difficult throughout the year. America's is already, I almost actually want to say a step down for them because you have North American teams participating in that. But obviously coming into here, it's quite a big step up.
It is a big step up, and something that we actually saw last week with the Brazilian teams is being a little bit too wasn't working out for IG and Anko, and I mean now we're going to Influence Rage, which is one of the most aggressive teams out of the Americas region. I am looking forward to seeing how Federal is going to be performing, seeing if he's going to be able to put up an MVP performance here, and if they continue to play that aggressive style, or if they're going to have to adjust, because that's something that the Brazilian teams, at least last week, were not able to do. The aggressiveness wasn't working. They weren't able to adjust in time, and that's why they weren't able to top 3. They had Anko qualifying to the survival stage. I do see Influence Rage honestly going to Grand Finals. I think that will be a big shocker if this team does not end up in the top 3.
Gotta give a quick shout out to Sup, who we saw well there a few moments ago from Team Weibo. It's been, I saw a post on Instagram, I feel like 1,020 odd days since he's played in PMGC, back with 4 Angry Men when we saw it in 2020. So for him, this is a big chance to prove he still got it. But obviously, Cameron, I mean, the team on your screen, D+, there's a lot of expectations on them as well.
They are. I'm actually, expectations, I'm really excited to see them perform here. They have been absolutely dominating. I mean, maybe not in the sense of like they're loads ahead of the rest of their region in South Korea, or just winning a bunch of first and second places. And with seeing the performance of a couple of the Korean teams so far, especially Nongshim Red Force win their group last week, I think that D+ has a really good chance on also being in the top 3.
Okay. Bold statement here coming through, but I think it's definitely possible. And obviously looking at Tomorte as well, a team that honestly kind of surprised me. Back when I was doing EU, they were never seen as like this dominating, strong team. Then they came through to actually end up winning when it came to Europe, and then obviously qualifying here to the main event as well. I feel like for them, it's going to be a massive learning curve. And as we mentioned before, a lot of these teams haven't experienced events and competition on this kind of scale. And I think that's the real struggle they're going to have, is adapting. And obviously, who's setting the pace of the lobby, and how are they going to play around that?
Yeah, and I feel like that the adapting is the big one. I'm sorry I keep bringing in back Nongshim Red Force for last week, but that team was just so good at being able to adapt last week on the spot too. And we were having some awful circles, and I just want to, this week, how many excuses teams that end up with having awful circles? If you can perform bad, we're just going to have to, because some teams are being able to adjust on the dot, being able to adjust as they go about, regardless of what circle ends up being. And we actually got a chance to see their DRS right now on your screen. This is a big surprise team for me. I don't want to have Nepal hate me on the first day, but I do not see this team being in the survival stage nor the grand finals because of the form that they have been. Special invite, kind of getting the same treatment here from GG boys, barely able to make it to survival stage in week 1. For this team, I hope they start strong. I hope they have a good day if morale is going to go down real quick, especially with what their performances has been like.
You hear that, Cameron? Seven's farming interactions on socials right now by calling them out. It's like, all right, give me the hate, give me anything. Exactly right. And then obviously, of course, you have Bigatron Red Villains, which is weird for me to say, coming through. And I think for them, this is a chance for them to prove that, like, the Twins weren't the team. You know, it's the name that's the team, and they have a lot to really break out through. But in the year, they've already been able to do it. But again, on this kind of international scale, it's going to be a different.
Right, yeah. I mean, because, you know, as you say, throughout the year, their results have been kind of hit or miss. They've had a couple of good ones, had a couple of, you know, mediocre ones as well. But you just have to hope that the experience of the players that are still there, and as well the management, sort of push them into peak at the right form, because they made it here. That's half the job done. But you got to perform once you're actually here on the stage when the pressure is on. And this is, like I said earlier, experience can matter a whole lot, even when they're not like on stage in front of a huge audience. Even still, the pressure of being at this big event, surrounded by all of these players that you've seen from around the world in their own regional competitions, can still put a lot of damage how you play your game.
For me, Bigatron, sorry to cut in, but really looking forward to U-High. We saw the performance he was able to put up last year with Geek Fam. I think now they've been able to finally figure out their team right. Going back to PMWI, we're always talking about the issues that they were having with Ryzen, the drama that was occurring there. Ryzen's no longer on this team, so I feel like they do have their spots too. He was there whenever the Twins were around, so I'm intrigued to see if they're going to continue to improve their performances. Now they have had a lot more time together, but U-High is going to be the big question mark for me. If he can perform, this team could definitely end up being within the top 5.
it's just so funny because it's kind of like there's like the Bigatron Reeks coming back together to try to like make the name something. Obviously, seeing Team Cancel here on your screen as well. I mean, we had a lot of questions whether they were truly trying when it came to Americas, and I think we kind of all agreed like they needed to show more, because yes, you can come in 16th place and still make it into PMGC with them already being pre-qualified. Having some going into the big thing, if you see out of them, a lot of questions on whether they can handle the lobby of this caliber.
Yeah, like it's, if anything, even if we do say, which I don't even know if I agree with this, but let's just assume that it was a choice to not really try hard in America's Championship. That just shows, to me, that shows kind of a weakness in ability. You don't want to take any rest days off, especially as you say, with a momentum building up, having a win under your belt, and just feeling confident with your gameplay and your playstyle coming into this one. This means that they're going to have a little bit longer of ramp, and if they get a couple of going their way on day one, who knows how that's going to affect their entire.
Yeah, you only have, what, 4 days in total to really perform here. But I love these little milestones, these historic performances that we have, with one record already being broken by Stalwart Esports with chicken dinners in a day, getting themselves 3 over Group Green. Here at Matt, and I've been talking about this with you guys so many times, I love having any Battlegrounds you play multiple times in a day, all back-to-back. 3 Erangels followed up by double Miramars. Like, this is chef's kiss.
It is. I love this map rotation, and I'm hoping that we go to NA. Maybe we'll get a chance. We'll go to Americas. Maybe we'll get a chance to see this too and stop playing Vikendi, because Vikendi is just a waste of time. But Sandhawk there, right off the bat, that's what I like to see, you man. Get the madness just right off. I want to see if there's going to be any hot drops too, since this is their first day. I know these teams have been playing during rehearsals, during practice matches and all that, but you never know what's going to happen when we actually start the day. We've gotten close to seeing some hot drops. Maybe this team will give us some, this group.
Well, I can tell you from rehearsals yesterday, Vampire were performing well, but it is scrims. It is matches that teams don't really care about, so I'm not going to really, I'm going to just a great assault here. But yeah, you fan of starting the event off with this?
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it. I know his favorite position of having Sandhawk in the middle as like a reset. I actually think the best position is right in the very beginning, because you're able to kind of use it as a quick little warm-up. We know Sandhawk is a lot more puggy, a lot more deathmatchy of a map than both Miramar and Erangel. So really just using it as an opportunity to get your fingers warmed and hot and get your communications up is a really good opportunity. And then the real games can begin once you hit Erangel.
All right, well, it is time to head into our very first match here of Group Yellow. So let's send on over to our commentators of John Allen and Scoff the Day.
Thank you very much, Jason. Pleasure to have you with us. We are going to be starting off Group Yellow, and a lot of really powerful teams, a lot of interesting dynamics to be decided. Of course, Sandhawk, the first place, where we'll get to see them take one another.
I would say Sandhawk is the best way to start out any group. We saw last week on Sandhawk, there weren't like direct hot drops, but a lot of teams did each other on the fringes of their split drops. Probably expecting to see that here as well. And this group, John, there is so much going on. I can't wait to see what happens in the very first match alone.
Now our top 3 stage as well, and there were just so many names being thrown around. As well. Although the one, I think the 2 that we sort of felt confident on, and you can change your mind and disagree with me on this one, but I feel like Vampire and Influence Rage, that you brought Influence Rage into the conversation before, and I think those are two teams that we're definitely looking to be in a top 3 spot, but that third team to join them, I think, could be one of many different teams in this lobby.
And I brought up Influence Rage because for some of the people that don't know, that are watching, didn't keep up with it all year long, they got first in their country, in Brazil. They got first, and then moving into the regionals, the Americas, they got first in that as well. So the strongest Brazilian team coming in here. And last week, last week, Brazil didn't really show up. We saw them show up in week 1, but coming into week 3, this is the best team out of that region, so I'm expecting a lot of influence. Right.
Got a lot of the gauntlet that Loops and Alpha 7 laid down, and not to mention the somewhat failure in teams last week. So we'll see if they can up the back and carry it forward to victory. I was also looking at Bigatron Red Villains as a pretty solid contender, coming through, having won the SEA versus PEL clash against a lot of the other teams in this lobby, including Titan Esports, who've got that direct qualification spot to the Grand Finals. Team Weibo, Tiamba were in that, Vampire were in that, and they were able to beat them all out. So I'm hoping that Red can come through and play a strong game here, but it looks like we got a hot drop.
Yeah, this is a direct hot drop right on Paradise. We didn't see this in last week's group, not like this. It's D+, and I do believe that other team will decipher that soon.
It's a little bit small on our screens. We'll have a look in a second.
Yeah.
I think that's Genesis, actually.
Okay. Yeah, Genesis, this is a 4v4 hot drop, and that's a good circle for them. At least after this fight, if it does drag out, they don't have to run through the blue to chase the zone. But of course, you know, with such a good circle, they do want to finish this early so they can get more control of wherever they want to go center.
Rook have a lot of control over that north edge of Quarry, which is going to be a hot spot for a lot of these teams on that southwest side. We'll see if they're able to maintain that, where they regroup, move up further north. But strapping over in Paradise Resort as Genesis looking to corral D+ into just the one building. But a lot of these angles are covered off. Forest playing backstop right now, waiting to respond to contact from Genesis. Trying to slow it down, having some Molotovs there, adding utility, forcing the direction of the fight somewhere. But Genesis might just disengage. Okay, they're falling out to the north side. This is, I feel like whenever we see Paradise Resort, they always conclude, right? But it seems like Genesis have other ideas. Maybe they just want to fully disengage.
I'm not surprised that there is a disengage, because with the hot drops in Paradise, usually what happens is with all the angles, all the different lines of sights, at least there's one opening in the midst of all that, and that kind of spurs the fight. But this hot drop, they were right on top of each other. Somehow, it's stalemated in a 4v4 with barely any damage being done to one another. And at that point, you just don't want to push into a 4-man team that's set up defensively, right? Like D+ is. So I think it's a better call to give it up, and they'll probably go for this hot drop again. And through the, you know, the craziness of the hot drop, maybe then a winner will be determined. But this is also a good circle, right? So with circle advantage, you don't want to give that up by pressing another team that's playing defensive and then you lose. There's so much opportunity for you to leave and play the rest of the Sandhawk in a good position. I mean, it's never nice leaving your spot, you know, giving it the way over to another team. But in this case, it's definitely the better play than running straight into another team.
We're on board with Team Queso there. Just grabbing their loot, sorting themselves out there on that island. Over by Camp Alpha, not too many teams close. In the meantime, Influence
quick
a little bit more central. Yeah, they've made a quick rotation. They've gone very, very central and played for a terrain position. Pretty close to IHC though for the left point of their split right now, and just above Rook.
Yeah, I like that rotation a lot. Influence Rage landed in the quarry area, so a straight shot to center. Only one team ahead of them that they kind of had to navigate around, which wasn't too big of an issue, and they had the vehicle. So Influence Rage really prioritizing center here. It is a high ground, and it also does control like the north road if they do have to cross over it. So that's a great spot to be in for the first circle to set yourself up for any potential hardships. We see right north across the road is Bino here, holding down a very strong compound. If the circle does go north towards that way, they're definitely going to be happy with it.
Still yet to close. Quite a while on this first circle. A lot of early rotates coming through. Vampire from Ruins. I saw the other day, Satani, their coach, just put on their Instagram story just all of their drop spots for us, which was very nice. So we know exactly where they're going to be going. Pretty much for any drop spots and the backups as well. Ruins, that split their position Sandhawk, so I'm sure they'll be sticking to it. Didn't look like anyone tried to capitalize on that though, and they will be sending in from that west side.
It's a power move, right? To post your team's drop spot just for every, and I'm sure even if it wasn't posted, all the teams competing do their research and, you know, kind of mapped out everyone's drops regardless. But it is a power play, you know, just put it right on the social medias for everyone. Just like, hey, if you drop on us, you're more than welcome to. You know, they're on their gun skill here. BTR Red Villains. This is one of the teams that we were talking about, potential top 3. Very strong performance, and this team looking really good. They do have Yuhai now, or I think I didn't see him playing.
He might not be playing on this match, but he is in the roster.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw him on cam at the table. Maybe he was just there for the cameras for a second.
It's the photo op, man. It's the photo op. You got to get those. Got to get those pictures. Got to get those snaps for the Insta reels. You know, got to make sure you're in there. Looks like DRS got a little bit of trouble though with SEM9.
That's way down in the south, outside of the zone right now.
Oh yeah, Scrap maybe trying to move to the east side of Quarry. Quarry generally sort of linearizes people's rotations. You have the west side near a boot camp and the east side nearer to Kampong. It looks like they've taken a little bit of a fall there. Looks like Weibo as well. Gonna have a good start here, finding a player from Brute Force.
Yeah, Brute Force, this player playing off solo. Definitely wasn't expecting any teams to wrap all the way on the north next to the water. The rest of the Brute Force team you could kind of see in the far distance around Mong Nai. So definitely being caught off guard. That's probably a mistake that definitely won't happen again out of Brute Force, but you know, if you came a little bit more prepared, you have to be aware of teams really just wrapping around the edges, and there's always that chance of happening. In this case, Weibo Gaming got the better end of that. They pick up a quick point. IHC also with a point, and Sem9 all starting off with a quick 1-pointer as we are finally heading into the second circle. Let's see where it goes.
Gonna be waiting for that for it. I'm looking at Major Pride's position near to Barn, and this is a team that I think is probably going to be the last hope of EU to have a strong performance. Obviously, we've got Gladiators and Mad Bulls still carrying the torch from Group Red. Earlier, 2 weeks ago, they were able to qualify for the survival stage, but no EU team has even been close to get into the top 3, and no European team, in fact, with Turkey's teams also having a little bit of a lackluster performance. So I'm looking at Major Pride, and to a lesser extent, I think, as well as the only other representatives here from the European regions, to maybe have a little bit of a strong performance here. Because right now, we've been let down in PMGC by the teams that have represented the region, and I was hoping for more, and maybe Major Pride can deliver on that, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, De Morte all the way down in the south, they got a tough rotation to make. That second circle shift didn't really shift anywhere too hard and pushed a little to the north, but that's going to make it difficult for so many teams as it condenses everyone around. No real movement can be made, and if there are, they're neck and neck, just like right here. Sem9 right next to, I believe, that is Major Pride there on the east side.
Yeah, they are coming into conflict just a little bit there. Team Queso, they're losing a player early to Genesis. West Carry shimmying around on the rocks. The two teams who started in Paradise Resort still both there, but on opposite sides. That extrication remained. They have not mixed just yet. They have not gone in for another scrap, but Team Queso pushing into that northwest side. Might draw D+ in for a third party if it scraps a little bit harder. BTR in the meantime. The Red Villains gonna poke their noses in on the south edge, trying to figure out something close to Rook, but getting turned away. Superboy just gonna heal up. Not playing in this match. Then for this one, maybe it's a Sandhawk specific Major Pride from IHC, and that's a second as well. Really handy stuff coming on for Major Pride. Naomi is down, but Naomi is close enough to go for a don't cover just yet, and the smokes are going to start to bloom. Dino moves on in, and that should be a pickup. 4 players alive, 4 Major Pride. The backlines, the back duo for IHC, taken down very quickly.
Very quickly indeed. And the feed I'm looking at for the people watching is a little bit blurry, but Superboy, the picture is next to his name, looked a lot like Yuhai. And that could be you. If I remember correctly, Yuhai does change his name a little bit. At these likes to switch it up. That might be Yuhai. So for the viewers watching, if you guys got a clearer picture, 1080p, you know, you guys, yeah, I think that's Yuhai. He's definitely playing right now.
That's true. There is no one called Superboy on their roster. I'm having a look. So the evidence is stacking up against you, Yuhai. You can't hide from us forever.
Yeah, we found the culprit.
The detective is on hail right now.
Yeah, I recognize that player from anywhere. Such an iconic look, right? Really popular player as well. And we're now going into the third circle. A lot of casualties on that east side, as we saw just now, and more fighting. And Dumorte actually wrapping towards the east side. They were down south, and they decided to wrap on side. New circle pops out, and once again, it doesn't really shift anywhere too hard around this like central focal point, and all the teams are going to condense right on top of each other. It's going to be really difficult for Influence Rage to hold that spot now.
Yeah, they've got a lot of pressure from the back, but luckily they might take care of one another. BTR Red Villains losing a player against Rook, still trying to move their way through and navigate that south side. Vampire are getting ahead of it, but they've left Stone behind. I think they've already lost Tony K as well for Vampire. Oh no, they are still 4 without Stone, so they'll see what they can find. They are also playing on that south side. I think the Paradise Resort position is going to be the most brutal right now. There's no real maneuverability for these two teams with Team Queso right behind. It's gonna maybe force Genesis to push on through.
Yeah, there's so much action going around here. 360 all around the circle. Due to the way it's just been condensing to the center, usually we see a huge push from one particular side, but right now, everyone's pushing from every which way. Back with IHC here, they are down to 2. They took a lot of casualties earlier with just the duo. I think they're going to just try for now. Hopefully the circle stays on them. If not, they do have to exit these walls, and the eyes will be looking towards them.
Sem9 trying to move through Camp Bravo right now. It's a 2v2 on the inside. Major Pride with down shots. From the high ground up to the north, Dumorte trying to wrap around further on that eastern side, trying to get all the way around and send in a little bit later. Still just trying to navigate this Rook holdout, but they have sent some people to the north of the compound now, so a little bit of envelopment going on that south edge. Should be good news for BTR fans. Team Queso, they've now stepped foot into Paradise Resort. Genesis did evacuate. They've headed further central.
Yeah, Genesis finding a nice rotation in. Surprised D there to spot that out, or was the team to move more central? D+ still staying in Paradise. Now they're caught on the very edge. Most likely going to be gate this time around Genesis if they have to move further east. BTR here on the far south side, right next to Rook. Looks like they aren't too aware. They are looking other ways, but DRS from across ways gets a quick knock.
Yeah. Nox slowing down rotations, really, really valuable to try and hold out on positions. More casualties befall on that south side. And BTR are looking to mount up. They've skirted around. They've just fully repositioned against this. They haven't taken a full fight. This is positional play coming through from Bigatron Red Villains. Happy to see it, but they are still only playing as 3 now. And they'll have to figure out their way forwards after their engagement. Circle shrinks. We're going once again into the middle of all these road junctions, into that central compound with the walls.
Yeah, the west side's going to get mighty crazy. 3 teams right on top of each other, Paradise Resort. But right now, BTR now finally having to take the fight. It is a 3v2, and they will clean that one up quite nicely, not losing a single player. They're keeping all 3 up, and a crash out of Major Pride onto another team. I do think that's Influence Rage there. A quick scrap back and forth. It looks like Major Pride should be getting... Yeah, it's down to 1 for Influence Rage.
That was a third party coming through from Brute Force on the middle position as well. I think Brute Force only have the 1 player left, so a solo third party. And Major Pride, they are taking names right now. Not a lot of players are left. And Kajowski actually very, very far away from the rest of the team. No chance back, so Influence Rage down to just the 1 player. Major Pride pick up 4 points, but they have lost a player. However, they have that junction compound. Finally, Paradise Resort comes to a head. Team Queso wading on into the scrap. D+ have been his time now. And Reyes is hopping up and down, but finally does get duck shot back. Arturas looking to try and find an aid over towards Fabian, who's repositioning on the low ground. Nicely placed. Will it find the knock? Yes, of course it will. Perfectly on. There's the third angle, and the third party coming through. The vibes just too strong right now. IHC rolling on up to Major Pride in the meantime, but it's a good hold to start things off. The first goes 1 for 2, and it is going to be Major Pride continuing to burn pretty brightly so far. A knock sent back to Effect, but they're up to 5 eliminations. 2 players active. Effect likely to bleed out.
Great hold. Really holding that compound down right there. They only lost 1 player there. And hold down to 2, but I think it being said, they hold the position down. They're up to 5 elimination points. They should be happy with that. Maybe they even get the next circle. We'll see where it goes very short. Vibes here pushing out of Paradise Resort. Timing that push out very nicely, right? Third partying the 2, it quiet. And now they found a way in. As Genesis, they left them right there ahead of them to the... They switched pretty much. They went further north. Right there, you can see on the minimap, allowing the Vibes team to get much closer. Bino Storm, that's going to be a tough hold. They're playing very split right now.
Yeah, they haven't regrouped. I imagine they're going to want to do so soon. But Nanaku West that shack might be able to find any teams looking to crash. With the position as it is, players on the inside can hold it. I feel like they should have a lot of value here to harry the backlines of any team rotating from that western edge and slow them down at least. So it may be found there. But what are you going to do for the match? We'll have to wait and see. DRS, they take a knock from BTR on that south side. Looking good to continue their march forwards. I'm liking BTR's play. I said they would play positionally, and then they went for the fight. Looks like they're going to go for another fight here as well, as Killer has already been knocked today.
Yeah, they're sweeping circle, which is great. It's Sandhawk. You cannot run forwards, and Superboy running forwards right into that nade. DBS in hand, can't find the connection. It's still a 2v2. The other player can't be revived right now. And one of the players from BTR actually circling ahead to maybe just cut off the DRS rotation instead. Looking to find an angle from deep in. So for now, it's just the DBS player. Back and forth in the smoke. Doesn't win that trade.
Delta gets spotted. I think that was from inside the circle, looking for that flank. It's going to slow them down. 2 players knocked for DRS. A flush sent back their way. Now it's just Genforce and Lapar to move on in for BTR. They lost Yuhai masquerading as Superboy in the process of it. As Demuerte continue to try and find a position, but it's only Milky Way on the inside. On that south side, I mean, I like BTR's play so far. This really good off, nice and measured. They have had some unfortunate knocks, some unfortunate flushes. We'll have to wait and see what more they can do. A lot of teams losing players. Only Genesis still with all 4.
Genesis right now with the man advantage. But in Sandhawk, with this crazy mess still, with this many players still up, we'll see if Genesis can hold that 4. They are picking up points around their sides, up to 3 points now. Or that might just be, yeah, 3 points right now for them. Circle's about to shift once again. Brute Force alive with the solo at the shack in the middle, and the zone will go there. And Major Pride getting the circle once again, so real off how they mold all those off. Compact Force, force to make a move western side. They are on the very edge at that wall, and they might just elect to stay in it once more.
Major Pride, I think they're up to 7 eliminations now as well on that eastern side. So already a good start on Sandhawk for them. But still, the team's on the trying to stop things getting a little bit too hairy. Weibo under pressure from Genesis across the way. Both of these 2 teams have to move forwards. You get the sight lines that Genesis have. These 2 players remaining for Weibo.
Yeah, right now with the circle like this, teams are definitely looking for the elim points before having to move. Too many sightlines exposed. You guys are going into circle. Really good spray. Down to the 1 HP. Gap still stays alive, though, as the circle now pushing that boy here into the zone. Checking his aim. Genesis will be able to scooch in a little bit more, but how safe is that circle once the blue zone pushes them all the way in?
Have to wait to see if they can weather the storm. Genesis putting pressure now close by on to Bino Storm. Nades going over the wall, going either way. A little bit of damage felt by both teams now as bullets sent back do the job. And it looks like the first knock's going to go the way of Genesis, pushing onto Beano Storm on this northern side. They want to sweep through. 2 knocks now sent towards Beano Storm, and Genesis continue to move on through. The third party chimes on in from Sem9 on the south edge. And Genesis now, with the pressure alleviated their south, maybe looking to take on the solo from Brute Force and the duo trying to pick up the pieces from Weibo on the northeast side.
Oh, that's a difficult circle shift, though. They will have to move downhill, more exposed. And with that zone, all eyes, or many of the eyes, are looking north. Genesis have a tough task. They do have the 4-man advantage, though. If they could pull it off here, this would be their best chance. It will be difficult. Weibo Gaming wrapping uphill, knowing, yeah, crossing that road, not likely going to happen. Instead, they're going to wrap up and maybe just look for elim points if possible. Now, Major Pride needing to move as well. No teams in the zone besides Brute Force and BTR.
The shots at Bernat, able to find the first and the flush as well. Naomi's taken a knock as Major Pride tried to move out. Genesis, they're on the open 9, capitalized. Shots across to Major Pride as they will fall next. A lot of eliminations though, and a good start to their Sandhawk. Genesis have made a break across, but at the cost of so many of their players. Look at that, they are down to just wave 1 now as Bernat get over towards Brute Force, who's been a solo for so long. Hang on a minute, Brute Force? Are they going to be able to keep on going? He's been alive for so long as a solo. He's got Slims on his own.
Oh, wow. From the Shaq angle as well. And right now, it's a 1v2v1. If the third party comes out, Brute Force could win this. And oh, too late. Brute Force goes out 1v2. BTR has no idea where this last player could be.
That's the advantage that you're playing with Ivikovsky. If you can scope out both players, you stand up, you get the spray. You have to transition because immediately you're going to get tickled back. Lepar close by, found. 1 versus 1 against Kayovsky. They know exactly where he is. He has 1 nade in the pocket. The flush, the point, and influence rage versus villains. The nade goes a little bit wide, but it tags damage. He doesn't have be careful and no meds to speak of. Needs to just win this trade outright. A shimmy to the rock might be enough, but no nades in hand for Genfos. He's down to just the weapon. A nade sent back, and that's damage.
The counter shimmy coming out of Genforce. If he stayed at that rock, that nade would have ended it all. Both players counter shimmying, trying to go to the opposite side, trying to trick the opposite. And here's the recipe. There's a tree though. It blocks the sight line. Now it's a 1v1. Back and forth. DBS out and hand swings up wide. But Genforce Scout and Influence Rage takes the chicken. They had 4 players up. They lost 3, holding a 3-1 split. And I thought it was all over for them. But Tyoski coming in as a solo. The zone's working in favor. And you saw the way he was moving his hands. He's like, oh man, no way. We just did that. We pulled it off. And I can feel that excitement coming out of Influence Rage.
And rightly so. It was a really solid game from a lot of teams there, I think. I liked BTR's movements. They did lose a few too many players on those maneuvers to be able to carry on through, obviously, right till the end. Still getting second place with a lot of eliminations. But not only that, you had Major Pride being able to defend their position, hold off crashes against some nice, strong teams, which I'm happy to see. As I said before, the maybe last chance for the European region to show up here at PMGC so far. But I think Influence Rage kicking things off strong. This is good. This is exactly what you expected, what I think a lot of other fans of the Brazilian region would have expected, having a strong start for this Brazilian roster.
Yeah, and it's not just Influence Rage. I feel like strong team we're taking a look at really showed up. BTR, of course, coming in second place. They could have won that. And we did see Weibo Gaming up towards the very end as well. So a lot of teams doing really well here. And it's Sandhawk of all maps up towards the northeast. And those were not easy circles. I feel like if the circle hard shifted, it might have made it easier for some of these teams to be able to kind of navigate around. But instead, everyone just crunching in on each. But the teams that came prepared, I feel like they still did well.
A very scrappy mid-game, tore a lot of teams down to fewer players that perhaps they would have. A lot of teams expending a life to try and keep themselves going a little bit further. It was only one team who stayed as 4 right until the end, and even then they weren't quite able to make that one work, unfortunately. It was Influence Rage to be able to take the first chicken dinner at Brute Yellow.
Yeah, good start here from Influence Rage, and obviously Kayovsky, they're able to close things out in that 1v2, but honestly, there's so much to really break down in that last match. Fact is, you have Bigatron able to get themselves 12 points on the board. Brute Force as well, as we're talking about. That one player, if I'm not mistaken, 7, I think that you mentioned it, got 6 of their 7 elims total.
He did, and the best part too is that he was able to also stop the push from Vampire Esports. Luckily, he got a little bit blessed by some third parties on Vampire Esports, but for him to be able to just keep his composure, and keep in mind, this team is their first time in PMGC as well, so this is a great start for them in Influence Rage. I mean, I was expecting all to maybe start up, but it's good to see that Kayovsky is able to clutch up for their team.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Genesis, Cameron, we saw them and D+ drop over in Paradise.
Yeah.
Genesis was the team to rotate early. It looks we can see bookings. They made the smart choice.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why D+ might have been a little slow to move out of Paradise. It was in the first couple of zones, and what we saw from the east of that when we eventually did cut down is that there was very little to play in the middle there. So many teams were forced to play around the edge. I do think that D+ might have got elated in thinking Paradise was a lot safer of a position, or maybe they expected the other teams around them. What was it? Vibes was one of them. I think Queso maybe was involved in the Paradise shuffle. Maybe for them to push into the center even earlier and realize that then they couldn't move out, like they couldn't backfill behind them. They had the fight, the blue was already there, they all get cut down, and Genesis is there to sort of clean up the scraps after all of that. But Genesis couldn't even make it that much further themselves. They did get 8 eliminations, which is certainly very good. Multiple teams getting 12 points overall, but with 4 players left, they couldn't try and make a stand and actually confirm the win on this game. Just shows, I mean, it's Sanhok, right? You can't read too much into it, but I'm hoping to get just a few more points out of this one.
I'm kind of sad you said that, actually, that, I can't read too much into it, because I was about to go in on Vampire for 7. Remember my prediction earlier? I said, Vampire, I don't think you're going to make top 3 and make it into PMGC Grand Finals. I don't think they're going to qualify this way. Obviously not the strongest of starts, but it is Sanhok.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing it until they decided to make that crazy push towards the center of the circle into a shack. That's completely backfired to them. And talking about, yeah, it's just Sanhok. Some teams were just a little bit too slow to rotate. One that right now it's tough. Besides D+, is Team Queso. They knew that they were going to have to rotate very early on. They decided to wait a very long time, and then they ended up getting surprised by D+ and 4 Miracles. So hopefully they'll be able to adjust. I mean, we're about 3 Erangels back to back, so maybe we'll start seeing those changes right away.
And one thing I was actually really surprised about was Big surviving up against DRS, because we saw they lost one player earlier on. They had 1 player knocked in that kind of situation, and they had a player like rotate ahead of DRS to kind of cut them off. I was kind of surprised to see Bigatron come out ahead in that one in the end, but credit to them, and credit to them to be able to like kind of survive and make the best out of that situation.
I mean, again, not to harp on the map itself, but especially on Sanhok, being able to slow down your fight just for a couple of moments to allow a player to find a flanking position to sort of loop in front just shows how like tight of timings that Bigatron were able to work with in that situation. Also, being able to land your shots, dodge grenades like it's dodgeball, like that obviously helps as well. But just being able to know, like, here are my threat angles, here we can play and go for it. Bigatron actually had a really good round. It was just unfortunately Kayovsky was there to sort of clean up the 1 versus 2. Definitely can't really push that against Bigatron too much, because they had no clue where he was before it came down. Oh, so close. It's got to be a little disappointing for them.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's Sanhok. It is still a decent start out of a couple of teams we had our eyes on. Sure. I know, 7 Influence Rage, you've seen them to be one of the teams to qualify through top 3 to get straight into the Grand Finals, to join Loops and to join Alpha 7. And obviously that's a start to E. But maybe are we potentially towards like Brute Force? Obviously the macro play of Sanhok can be very difficult, but the fact is Brute Force picking up 7 eliminations, the 1 placement point, getting themselves off to a strong start for a team who's never played at this kind of level before, that is a good sign.
Very good sign. I mean, to be fair, they're getting blessed by this circle with Kayovsky there from Influence Rage, but the way that he was able to just be proactive on making sure people didn't end up coming and taking his shack, as I was mentioning earlier, against Vampire Esports. And going back to Influence Rage, if I do have to nitpick on something, is their aggressiveness was a major worry for me, and this is going to continue to be a major worry for me, even though it is Sanhok. Their aggressiveness kind of backfired for them, because this team ended up crashing on MP without zero scouting. They both crashed at the same time, and they ended in that fight. If Kayoski wouldn't have been in the place that he would have been, that would have been an early exit for this team. So to be able to, their scouting a lot better, and then to be able to manage their pretty much their aggressiveness. That's the word for me.
The one thing that I think is going to be helpful to influence is the fact that they were able to win, even though they did have that big mess up with 3 players getting wiped. The fact that which, you know, that they got away with it, but they shouldn't necessarily have gotten away with. Like, you don't have to tell them that they got like that. Surviving into the very end and then winning that 1 versus 2. I mean, the 1 versus 2 was skill, right? But getting to that position to be able to clutch it out was definitely something given to them by the rest of the teams and how they played. The fact that they were able to win, despite that, means that they can sort of like laugh it off. It gives them a lot more of an opportunity to be able to often focus up and say, you know what, that was something bad that happened, but I think going forward we can just tighten up our game plan and hope that it doesn't happen again.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is, I think when we get to Erangel is the true test for all the teams, and it will give us a better like inclination of what teams are ready to perform, what teams are going to be performing well here. But either way, I mean, getting the first one under the belt, like Vampire, obviously not the start they wanted. I'm not going to harsh on them too much just yet, but as it goes on, if we don't start to show signs of life in them, then maybe it's the team that has to kind of go stay. There's not a lot of days you can throw here.
Yeah, relevant 0 points is definitely not, no matter what excuse you want to make for, you know, you can only play what's in front of you, but you kind of hope that the best teams are at least able to get a couple of elims.
7.
I'm just sticking to esports. They're probably just going to be tossing this up. And you were talking about until when are we going to start actually like being tough on them? We're actually kind of doing this, giving some teams maybe a window where they can form bad and then they need to end up waking up. For Vampire Esports, I think for me has to be half. The first 3 matches. After that, I will definitely start being tough. If I haven't seen them being able to adjust, if I haven't seen able to do different things throughout the match, especially after we play back-to-back Erangels, I feel like it'd be an easy assessment on how they're going to be doing that, considering that if we go back to PMWI, right, that's what everybody's focusing on about Vampire Esports, was their performance during and the way that they were able to dominate Erangel. If we're not able to see any of that, obviously, not back-to-back chicken dinners from them, I think it could be a bit. But I see them being able to rotate a little bit better. I want to see them being able to not fully send it on without any scouting to a location, and I want to see them being able to position themselves in the way that they were able to do it in PMWI, being able to have that player that was in the back and then sending Tony K and the rest of the squad as the main fraggers.
You know, I kind of worry about some of these teams like Vampire obviously having shoulders of how they succeeded so well at PMWI, but even D+, and I'm trying to think back to PMGC last year with D+, and I feel like in my head, there was many times we saw them beat this team who just wasn't aggressive until maybe like the final day of watching them play. Yeah. And with how PUBG Mobile's kind of evolved and with how more elimination heavy these rank come for these teams, that passive play isn't really going to work out for you, and where you haven't been able to see them. I mean, even against Team Queso, not to knock them to say they're a bad team, but from the performance we saw at Americas and here, like they couldn't even take on Team Queso. And I kind of feel rude for saying that, but I have at least the stats to back me up on that one.
It's true.
That's not a good sign out of another team from South Korea.
I mean, again, there's always going to be a little bit of teething. Scrims or not, scrims, you can only take so much away from it. It almost feels like scrims is just you getting the team ready to play, like after traveling. And so there's always going to be a couple of rounds similar with sort of giving Vampire Esports a little bit of leeway. Figuring out how does this lobby play? What are the reactions? What are the interactions that we should expect? How long should we wait before we try and backfill a team? Do we need to go early? Do we need to go later? What is the meta of this lobby? And so the hope is, if you really want to be copium like that, is that D++ plus the other team, right, that struggled on Sanhok, learned a lot from it. And we'll see those adjustments. But like Seven said for Vampire, if we don't see adjustments after a couple of rounds, then we really start to worry.
I think that's why day one of events like this, I don't really worry too much, because it's all about if teams can adapt going into day 2, the prep work they do.
Exactly.
And it's time for our commentators to work, because we're going to drop into our first Erangel of 3 of the day, once again with John Allen and Zute.
Hey, you never work a day in your life if you love what you do, Jason, so I don't really count this as work, you know. We are going to be jumping on into Group Yellow because this has been an exciting start over on Sanhok, but now we need to take a look at the true mettle of these teams over on the grassy pastures. A lot more traditional, I would say. It's certainly used to this style of game, and I think a lot of players have a fond memory, certainly at least once, of playing some Erangel, and they'll make some fun memories here.
As tried and true as still my favorite map, honestly, to watch these very level competitive games on, right? Because the meta on Erangel, it has changed over time, but it more so shows which teams have refined things down to near perfection, and those are the teams that, you know, over the course of a lot of games on air come out on top, and it's always cool to see, you know, which team's got just that little bit better or just got that little bit of an edge over another team to make some really nice plays here. As playing path on the east side, definitely not favoring any teams dropping towards the west. We saw last week, even way into day number 3, day number 4, these type of playing paths cause some, you know, vehicle mishaps for players getting knocked, not being able to get the vehicle, and other players stealing it.
Grab some of those spots. Looks like we'll have a scrap very early on as well. Zeol from IHC, and I think that's Sem9 as well, taking a fight. A knife elimination potentially being found here as well. Over into one of these two teams. They are just scrapping back and forth. It's been 1-for-1 right now on these trades, and there's still more players waiting in the wings.
That nade bouncing off the windowsill, not able to connect. Nade right back here. Another player coming distant. See if they can make it in to help out, but for now it's still the 1v1. 2 nades left. This one could be good if he could though, but shot from distance. Mikhail from another angle, not seen on screen, will get that knock, and IHC now down to 2. I think they wanted to reinforce and help out, but maybe with that knock, yeah, with their teammate flushed out, it's not going to happen.
The VSS not able to find... but both teams have lost 2 players now. This is really far from ideal. At this point, you are just rolling in to try and find the 1 or 2 extra elimination points from the other team to try and pad your totals, because you know that with 2 players, it's not likely that many placement points on. So you want to try and find these pickoffs, these scraps you can. And the easiest place to do it is against the other 2v2 team, because no lost player. Everyone else is... Hang on a minute. No. Oh, no. It is these 2 teams. I was looking at it and think 60 players. That means died, but it's 2 from each team. And they will in their time. Maybe they're looking to disengage here. They haven't managed to find those opening scraps. And now it's a flat 2v2. There's no massive advantage, but Demo looks to sweep out wide.
Yeah, Demo's got the vehicle so they can maneuver for flank or flank, get info as he's driving off to make better situation of what's at hand. And yeah, there we go. He found other angle, gets massive damage, pushes him right into the angle of Alex. So very well done. That should be definitely a confirmed point here. Demo looking for the last player. Definitely spotted him out, running in the open. UMP Iron Sight, a little bit hard to use. Connects 1 shot, gets the rest in. Sem9 out. IHC with a quick form and celebration as well. That's... I think they're mad more than anything, because I was just going to say, they are kind of center zone. So if there were fast rotations, I wouldn't be wasting those DBS shots. But no team's getting, so they're good for now. Stays alive as 2, and maybe has won that drop spot, because that was on plane path. That wasn't like a stretch drop where another team, you know, had to lean into another team's territory. Both teams wanted that spot.
And it looks like, well, neither really, I mean, IHC obviously were the survivors, right? But neither team really won, I would say, on that spot. But so we'll see if that comes through again, or if there's a backup drop coming through from one of these teams in the next. We've got 3 on the cards today for the first day of Group Yellow. IHC have departed from that area and moved up further north, actually, close fields. So we'll see where they end up posting through. D+ over in apartments and school on a split. In the meantime, BTR rotating pretty close to the IHC duo, remember, on that northern position. BTR lead from Milter on the south side. They've sent all the way up towards Shelter now.
Yeah, BTR rotation here. Very good spot. The Shelter location. It's not dead center, but good sight lines towards dead center. A lot of play options available. You can see the mini-map. It's going to Tougher zone is just all highly contested spots. You have the 2 compounds, and then everything else near center is just barren, open. lands. Nowhere you could really play. So IHC has to hold up as a duo in a strong position and hope no one crashes them.
Try and hold on the inside here. For them before, maybe they'll find sanctuary there still to come. Weibo over in Pachinki, going to from out to the east on that edge of Potato Hill. The question is, when do they want to try and find their way out? Not going to be able to get through that gap, unfortunately, there for Weibo. Going to have to find another alleyway to try and wedge the buggy. Unless you can bump it up onto two wheels and try and get through the alleyway that way. But I don't think there was any way you could do that.
I don't think so either. Here, Storm rotating across the bridge from Novo, just making their way edge of zone on the south side. This first circle, we haven't really talked too much about it either. And with this hard eastern zone, it does offer a lot of different potential dynamic endings, right? You have the lumberyard to the south if it goes down that way, and we saw last zones towards Milta Power. If it goes up north, you do have the mansion sides, which I want to see because we haven't seen that yet out of last week Ariel game. Definitely a tricky spot to play around with all those foothills surrounding it.
Can be treacherous, to say the least. BTR moving on up north fairly early. Looks like D+ have moved in now. DRS have rocked on up. This is closer to the prison spot. Muerte trying to stay safe from them on their way out of Lipovka. Moving past through that prison area. A lot of open ground here on the southeast side of Yasnaya Fields. Vampire trying to make their way up the coast in the meantime, trying to backfill De Muerte's rotation.
Yeah, wrapping around the sides, playing it slow, scoping things out. Spots the team leaving. That should mean Lipovka is free for them now. And Vampire taking their time. Not a great start, you know, on Sandhawk. Might be slowing down their pace just a little bit, or they're just being methodical. But we'll see where they end up later. Definitely not going towards a central spot. It is very late into this Circle 1. We'll see where that shift takes them. And many teams on the west side taking their time, biding their time. I'm looking at Team Queso. We have Vibes. Weibo Gaming still in Pachinki, by the way. We do have many teams still out in the west. Yeah.
Yeah, Vibes and Team Queso one another right now. Moving over the north edge of Pachinki, got ahead of Weibo, who I think are now on the move as well. But Major Pride getting ahead of them is a really, really good, given that they started in Gatka. They grabbed vehicles and went to Gatka a little bit late, given the plane path, and now have managed to get ahead of Weibo. But that southwest side, that south edge of Yasnaya Fields is occupied around shelter. You've got moving in from that north edge as they leave Rozhok.
This might just be because it's the first game of the week for these teams, but a lot slower on the rotations. We might see this ramp up as the matches go on, right? A lot more teams might go for faster rotations. Then again, it is Erangel. You know, forgoing the first circle rotation is a strategy because you want to see where that second shift goes. You know, figure things out. And well, yeah, if you were center zone, you are now caught on the far east with many teams around you, and Weibo Gaming, not rotating too far from, finds themselves in the new center.
Influence Rage on that east side is going to have to figure out how they want to hold out, because there's a lot of teams waiting to flow around Yasnaya, and they can hold the edge of it. They get a lot of that chunk, that angle, all condensing towards and trying to use that as a through point. Weibo crashing into the wall compound there, a really hold out position. It'll be a little bit too difficult to leave, though, for Miami, but last port of call in the storm for them. As we're only in zone 2, sure, it's central, but it can be dangerous to try and get out of there, especially when you look at where Major Pride is at right now. Look at the angles that they're going to have over towards this area. That lip on the roadside, kind of their only cover.
Great spot for Major Pride here. Doing a little bit of a 3-1 split, too. It is Circle 2, so they can get away with this. The other player posted up on the hill in the vehicle. So I think he's just there for info. He's not really looking down, otherwise he'd be out of his vehicle. So just controlling the lane, baying what's around them. Teams east now, Bino Storm, who wrapped in here. South out of military base. Looking around. You do have a lot of space around them on the east side. Not many teams close to them besides Bigatron on the shelter position still.
It is difficult though, because it's kind of an open ground, the hills around prison, and even actually the hills that are up a little bit to the north and west, just have oversight onto this general area. So it is a lot of space, but they have to through it is the issue. And I think there's a few teams that might make that more difficult for them the moments to come, in the minutes to come. Team Queso on that southwestern side trying to leave from Pachinki Hills, from that Potato Hill. On the east side behind Major Pride, who I, again, really kind of like their position. They were obviously given this western shift back over to this location, but the 3-1 for my money is a solid result. They are set hill with no needs to be quick on the regroup should he be under threat, and it looks like Team Queso might be that from the south side, but perhaps they're just going to pressure themselves and fall on into these buildings to the south edge. Major Pride actually sending backup, so they're doubling down on Nomi's position.
Yeah. I mean, all the rotations are pretty much done now, right? We're about to head into the second circle shift, and no one else taking the hill. They realize, okay, this won't be contested, not in this zone, so they will split off, get more players to different angles for information. We're going to head into stage number 3. We barely lost any players on that stage 2 shift, but stage 3 we should definitely see some, and here we go. Many of the teams are already in the new zone, but definitely a couple not all the way in the north. We have Rook coming in out of zone. On the west side we have the Vibes team that do need to figure out a way in.
Major Pride mounting up, continuing to move on closer to one another. Team Queso trying to get through, but who's this? It's Influence Rage trying to hold off a crash over on the southeast side. Can they be able to find these knocks? But they are falling 2 for 2 right now, and the flushes aren't going to go their way either. They are just looking to try and hold out this compound, but it's not going to work. Influence Rage, the backup wasn't there. There's 2 players on the inside, and it's a 2 versus 2. Little Boy hops out for Influence Rage, but Nanakuni able to answer with a volley of his own. It's traded. Federal over the top. 1 versus 1 now, looking for these flushes to come on through to get some retribution, because it is just him. The crawl forwards for Lil Boy. The nade out for Nagon needs to be on the money. Otherwise, Bino's gonna have a bad time. But Federal able to handle it. Was that a self-nade? He just took himself out. He didn't get the nade through. What? You can't be doing that. Not at this level.
Oh, I saw him go for the jump throw, which I think he was fine to not jump throw that, but the jump throw may have given himself too much kind of trajectory and height that it bounced off the top and back into him. Yeah, like you said, you can't be doing that, not at this stage in the tournament. Influence Rage will survive once again here as Vibes looking to fend off a push. This isn't even in zone, but Genesis is going to go ahead and take this fight a straight 4v4 here.
No knocks just yet. A little bit of damage sent towards Vibes. They're repositioning away, allowing ground, giving territory to Genesis. They have got that outside position. I think that's West Carry on the out, so looking for those off angles, but over the wall he gets knocked. Traded though, the res needs to come through here. First aid prioritized by Baron, and then he'll look for this res over towards his teammate. But in the meantime, Genesis, Smile, Ichi both trying to make their way across. West Carry will be picked up here, as it's Murnat on the off angle, sorry. There's the flush. Smile steps up, gets a knock, gets a flush as well, and a lot of damage done. They recommit for the res.
And huge off angle, but I don't know if that's going to come into play. Yeah, the player proning around the wall, he's not going to peek it with his weapon. He's going to be using his util. The nades are good. Genesis down to 2 now. The other player coming in from the hilltop, realizing he's not able to find much sight lines. Vibes also down to 2, so very evenly traded out. They could maybe get a revive onto their third player, but this isn't even in zone, like I said, so I'm surprised Genesis took this fight. That hilltop right by them is in zone, and it is clear.
Vampire have just taken it. Sorry, BTR have just taken a knock on that south side. See if they're able to hold it out. Vibes getting a knock, getting another flush in the meantime on their hold. They are down 2 players out in the blue zone, all the way on that western edge. Maybe needing a few more meds to try and weather that storm, but they'll be okay for now. BTR regroup onto the knock, and it looks like they will be able to survive with all 4 on the south compound here. Team Queso just in front of them. In the meantime, over on the northeastern side, it's the Muerte and Vampire going back and forth right now. Stoned needs to retreat further up the hill. as the nades start to pour in. Furia looks for the spray, catches Ravenfall out in the open, and finally gets the knock. It looked a little bit too wide there, but finally lands the money. And there's Tony K falling to Milky Way. He was a demon with the DBS over in the European region. And it looks like he won't let up just now. Schweppes further over the hill, disengaging, trying to get away from this one. The stone holds face, but it will not go his way. The Duarte handling business against Vampire.
Pre-fire shots just landing in at the last second when Stone peaked. Didn't even get a chance to shoot anything. He is out. Schweppes going for a miracle run now. Could be a potential back-to-back 0-pointer. Well, they did pick up one elim, so improvement from Sandhawk, but definitely not what they were looking for coming into Erangel. We do have this last player out here in the ditch trying to survive. I think he's going to go for the... Oh, wait, no, he's not the last player. There's only one player in the Hawk. They're up to 4 elimination points.
Yeah, Vampire are a little bit more central than this. They're all the way south, closer to Team K, so Schweppes just sent away from that engagement. Yeah, Brute Force, I think they were able to take down, I think it was Rook, if I'm not mistaken, on that northern side in their scrap. And they're still playing on with 4 players alive once they get the res on board. This is a team that I think I'm not... And I think it was Seven, right, who said he's not expecting them to be in the top 3, but certainly a contender for the survival stage and a potentially high finishing within that bracket. But right now, 4 eliminations, 4 players alive, 12 points already on the cards. This is a really strong team. Brute Force doing work.
Yeah, Brute Force getting a really nice start to the day here. On that northern side, the circle shifts away from them. It will be tough, though. We'll see what they could do. I'm looking at the minimap. Pretty much every team has more or less made their way in. Vibes, I do predict, will be the next team out. As I'm looking at the map right now. Next shift about to come out soon. Team Queso in a great spot at the dip near center. And Schweppes made it to the zone in the center as well in his shack. So we'll see how long he could survive out there. As here comes Vibes. The distraction buggy looking like to pull away some attention as the other player, Apex, to get a nade in, instead gets naded back. Beast, what can he do? East here, 922, gets one knock, maybe gets a second there. Oh, it looked good, but he goes down.
Shut down. A nice spray over to the other side of the dip there, but that will be res. No one within that nade range in the meantime. Major Pride rolling on up. They've been decisive on these crashes, and DRS, the next team to feel the brunt of it. Can Major Pride survive on this crash? They're giving them the spin. They're moving around really, really quickly. Keeping them guessing on the rollout. This is a brilliant push from Major Pride, keeping all 4 of their players alive. Can they get third party back into the fold? Third party, you're right, maybe from BTR. There's a nade being cooked right now by Lapart, and no down as well. And there's a spray. Superboy is out there. It's Yuhai in disguise, and he is sending out wide. Major Pride, they have an excellent crash onto DRS, but BTR are ready and waiting in the wings to take it right on back.
BTR third party that with impunity. It looked like there was no one else on the map. So many teams near them, but they know the sightlines. They knew they were safe to do that. BTR, that was a very nice play out of them. That was definitely in their playbook. They probably had it calmed already. If a team does go for a fight here, we go for that third party. Quick, decisive 3 points. What a great push, too. Just cut out so short. And with that new zone, it works for BTR. They moved out some opposition. Now they can rotate west to find more angles using that hilltop going into circle number 5.
I really liked Major Pride's crash, but the third party really stole the show for BTR. But I have to commend that crash from Major Pride. Naomi was probably going to go down even if there wasn't a third party. But I really liked the idea of spinning around in those cars, keeping them guessing, and then just sailing in with the remaining 2. It works, right? You keep them spinning, you get their aim off, you confuse people. As long as you don't go down, which is the major vulnerability of taking that strap.
I believe he was honking the horn, too. There was a lot of gunshots, but I feel like I caught some horn honks as he was circling around. I definitely am going to watch that back to see if that was in there. Weibo Gaming here taking that dip. Not a lot of hard cover, but the elevation will be good for now as long as they don't get backstabbed. And it doesn't look like any teams will be able to do that, not in this zone. BTR still looking for some sort of entryway in. They know Team Queso's in a very strong dip position that they would like to have, trying to find an opening before they really pressure in. They have to worry about IHC a little bit too on the east side. There's only 2 of IHC, but sightlines are there for a long distance third party.
Brute Force are really starting to rack up some points now. 8 eliminations so far. 4 players alive on this northern side. They've spotted another one of Weibo. They were able to get that 8th elimination points come on through. D+, 2-2 split right now. So if Brute Force do just roll straight on down this hill quickly, they might be able to take them by surprise. BTR, nade trades right now with Team Queso. No one really tagging super heavily, but Reyes maybe answering with another one. No, doesn't pop it out just yet. Arthur's taking shots from across the way as well. A baseline of fire, a lot of angles under control for BTR.
BTR have the angles. They just need to find the opening, however. Very desperate to find this opening because they know once the smokes run out, they are at the huge disadvantage because the Team Queso team could just peek up beneath that ridgeline whenever they want and get clear shots. On the northern side, Brute Force still looking good with 4. Controlling a lot right here. And yeah, without the smokes, BTR in a terrible position. Big Milo not able to get the knock though, down to 1 HP. He stays alive. Is he going to be able to back up in time to get him bed off? And the nade though, it's good. There's that opening finally, but Queso's answering back. Queso's driving out of the ditch onto the road top. It did not work out. BTR was ready.
They held their nerve, and look at this, 4 players still active, very much able to get these heals off, and they've done so much. GenForce on this incredible off angle from the shack. This is only a matter of time before BTR close this one up. This ditch is a death sentence for anybody near BTR, it seems, and look at the angles that they hold. It seems just so under control for this roster. I'm really, really liking the Red Villains playstyle so far. Today, they are able to look to convert so far from their performance over on Sandhawk. And with 4 players alive on the south, they are the opposing side right now to Brute Force on the north.
Yeah, I'm surprised IHC didn't really chime in there. But with 4 players up from BTR, might have been off camera, but even one of their players might have been holding out IHC while all that was going on. And well, they held out IHC for a bit, and now they're going to look to take the points too. Maybe even on to Influence Rage here. 2 duos, IHC a duo, same with Influence Rage, and BTR, well, with a 4 and 8 eliminations, they're feeling it. They're going to look for more.
They are trying to keep level neck and neck with Brute Force right now on this match. It is a tale of 2 teams, north and south. Muerte maybe wanted to get involved on their own as well. Taking care of the 4 position from D+ is actually a really valuable spot for Muerte, but the question is, how long can they survive here? Because everybody is going to be looking their way now.
I'm surprised D+ held that 2-2 into this zone of all zones. They didn't group up, and they are heavily punished for it now. Down to the duo. 0 eliminations as well. This could have been a huge game for D+. We'll see if that's salvageable. Vampire finally goes out there. Schweppes was at that shack, made it up to top 7. Not high enough for the major placement points, but decent enough, better than Sandhawk. Still got 4 matches here, so Vampire might just take a little bit to start turning up. BTR, though, has already turned up here on the south side. 9 eliminations for them. And, honestly, they're in a great spot to close out the game.
I was talking to Sertani the other day. He was saying they're 70% confident that they're going to finish top 3. And right now, it's not been backed up. First 2 matches not going their way, as you highlighted. Over on the north side, trouble in paradise as Brute Force have a bit of pressure, but D+ roll up and fall short. Not going to be good on the first position. They are still looking for these reses, looking to enact them. Forest is close by, looking to get these nades on, potentially Influence Rage as well. Forest still moving forwards and a re-knock found. A really, really harsh position now as Brute Force might be being cut out here. BTR continue to rack up points in the meantime, and it looks like we might have a winner on this scrap for the top of the tables.
D+ actually has 3 players, one of them knocked.
Oh.
Well, 2 of them knocked now. The last player alive at the compound. I think he should take the risk, leave the safety of the compound, go for the double reset here. It is a risk he's going to have to take. Open territory has to be crossed. He's throwing the smokes. He will potentially go for it. Next zone probably not going to fall on him either, so he's got to make his decision quick. BTR, meanwhile, on the south side, just having full control. There is Influence Rage, a little bit on the side of them. Should be taken care of soon, and they even get the next circle to work with at that ridgeline.
Prepod looking to try and control this rotation. Those extra points at this late stage, and potentially even taking an entire team down, will be very valuable. Leaving the the players up there is going to force this rotation, right? As you said, you just go for it and you wait. You wait for this player to make this breakout into the open and immediately take them down. They're using the enemy as bait, but Prepod gives his position away at the rock. So now Nolbu should be able to spot it out, and the point is taken away. So potentially would have been more valuable to just go for that flush. But either way, Demuerte picking up a point. They're happy to do it. That crash they made earlier now has super high value with the circle shift.
Yeah, that was a great crash. We do have 2 teams with 4 Demuerte in that pit. And the team that, honestly, looking strong to take it all the way here for this match, BTR on the south. Solo out of Weibo Gaming will have to spring up into action, catch a point, and he does. That is a singular elim point, but top 5 position now for Weibo Gaming. Influence Rage still alive with the 2, but not for long, as they do have to make a play, and crashing into the 4 of Demuerte is not going to go well, and the vehicle gets blown up. That is Influence Rage out in 5th place.
BTR picking up another elimination. 10 now on the cards, all 4 of them alive. Demuerte, the major force, stood against them in opposition. Nolbu, potentially a little bit of a weasel there on that northern side. Could be dangerous. We'll have to see if these 4-player rosters are going to be able to hold it out. Weibo with that solo player. The opposing side of it. Look at the scouting now by BTR.
Oh.
And they are just going to roll him down. He gets out of the vehicle.
Run away.
He got away from the rock there and actually sends across the ridgeline, but yeah, it's only a matter of time. Yuhai picks up the point, and Weibo will be down. 1 elimination, 4th place.
BTR on an absolute tear. They have no idea. Oh, just as I say that, he gets spotted out. So, I mean, BTR full control 4v4. It comes down to this, but positional advantage 2 times over towards the side of BTR. Demuerte, they're going to need, I would say, a miracle to come out on this one.
Talis was able to get that spot. Now has the backline. BTR, 11 eliminations. Demuerte trying to hold it down. We saw them take the scrap up the hill earlier and do really, really well against Vampire. Sprayed out from Genfos though. And the angles that BTR are just establishing and marching forward with are so oppressive. We saw this on Sanok. They didn't have enough players to be able to marshal it fully. But here on Erangel, they have absolutely demonstrated such control of the battleground. And they're looking to try and take it down here against Demuerte. A very fast res comes out. That's going to allow Milky Way to heal though, so back to 4v4.
I mean, we saw their angle advantage earlier onto Queso, and also onto, I think it was not Brute Force, but another team
Major
in the
Prime.
ditch. But hold on, a nade to open the side up for Demuerte. There's a chance now, and they're gonna go aggressive. If they can catch a 2nd player, they can take this and steal it away, but the angles are good for BTR.
Corker nearly getting that spray down. They spot another one with Furia. He has the tree to play around, but Yuhai is moving through in the meantime. Milky Way handling business around the rock, but it's trade for trade. Blow for blow between these 2 4-player rosters. A low HP player on the off angle, and it is 2 side swipes to come through. Another knock over towards Corker, and it's now just Genfos remaining. The Demuerte players have regrouped. They're playing as 3, but they're all alive, and Genfos is isolated. This is great news for Demuerte. Malloy steps out and tags a headshot there. Genfos with the MG3 keeping it in the back pocket. Malloy moves forwards, but Genfos lights him up. Does have 4 first aids, and now it's a 1 versus 2.
1 versus 2. It's not looking good for BTR. Potentially Cassacurse them here as the miracle that I called out for Demuerte. It is happening for them. Milky Way getting that revive Furia on the off angle, pinching him in. Time is ticking for the side of BTR now.
Genfos with a mountain to climb. 3 players spreading on out. The control faltered. That first aid went through, but that's a great opening knock over onto Malloy. That are right at the edge of the circle. It's not going to allow for a res either. Milky Way just has to get on out of here. Genfos still has damage to do, and Furia goes down next. A 1v3 on the cards for Genfos, but an aid from Milky Way. Launches it forward to some Molotov. Will just suppress the angle that he can trade on. The first aid is there. The MG3, he steps out wide. A 1 versus 3, not quite. It's just taken away from him in the final moments. Taken down, burnt away. He goes so close, but it is Demuerte to take it back right at the end. But a great game from Bigatron.
Yeah, that was Bigatron on screen there. And here is Demorte. You can see Bigatron, even with that loss, they were happy with it. They got massive amount of points. Demorte somehow coming out of that one. It was a combination of the smokes cutting off the sight lines of the one player on the hilltop, timed perfectly with the nade opening, and just a huge brute force play onto the player in the ditch. Gave them enough, just barely enough, to close out that game.
It was really down to the wire, though. That should not have been as difficult as it was. Just shows you how strong GenForce is, right? For the BTR Red Villains. Really difficult player to handle. He had that center circle. The terrain not really in the Demorte favor. Their legs were showing underneath the tree before they had the viewing angle through the foliage. So difficult to push from that angle. And a really heads up set of knocks coming on through. I thought he had it right at the end. I thought GenForce had it, but it was just pinched back, and Demorte kept it under control. Not super high limbs in the middle of that game, but I think they were able to rack up quite a few towards the end. However, BTR stole the show on that front as well.
Yeah, I mean, they worked their way in here, and you can tally it up here. 10 elimination combined total. Demorte really pulling out ahead. Not an easy game by any means. We saw them rotating around the map, having to fight their way in. The crash into the ditch was their decisive play. It worked out for them. But the 4v4 steals the cake for me, man. They beat BTR, who was looking really strong that whole match in the 4v4, where BTR had all of the angles, the util to pin them in, and they still called their way out.
Yeah, it was really, really powerful stuff. I mean, that opening nade into the center of the BTR holding line was really the go signal for them, right? They regrouped behind the rocks. GenForce wasn't in a position to get the backup there, and he didn't get value on the off angle. And for that, this was right at the start, right? That knife elimination that came through, the hot drop, didn't go really super well for either of those two teams. But Demorte were able to take a chicken dinner. My friendship with Major Pride is over. Demorte, my new best friends.
I wish I had best friends. Oh wait, I have 7 Rules Game and I have Cameron Davis joining me on the desk to be my best friends here in this last match. As we saw, Demorte close things. You sound so happy. Demorte closing things out, but making it much closer than it really needed to be with Furious taking that off angle. You know, I remember Cameron, you were saying like, oh, I like how he's taking this off angle, and then he shoots, misses the shots, and then Seven's like, why did you shoot?
I said, I like taking this off angle. Don't give him the 1v1.
Yeah, and they kind of did. And then obviously GenForce was able to win that 1v1, but not able to win the game. But obviously, as we're talking about Demorte doing well here, I feel like that game was just all Bigatron. Like, they were dominating that entire lobby.
They really were. I mean, the way that they were able to actually push the fights early on, being able to third party the fight between Major Pride after they ended up beating DRS, I thought that was really good. Superboy being able to get a great side angle. It was pretty much the story of them being prepared for the fights with the side angles. There towards the end, I feel like they did get a little bit too confident with how the game was going for them. Yeah. But GenForce made it so close. I was actually hoping he would be able to clutch it. And yeah, that last player from the World, I can't remember his name, the one that was getting that angle and decided to shoot when there was nothing there.
Furio.
Yeah, I almost went bold.
I didn't know Max was here. What's up here?
We have to talk about Bigatron though, because from the very beginning they were taking fights very, very well, but their timings on when to take the fight, we actually saw a glimpse of this, of what we saw from them in Sanhok, right? Is where they recognize we're in an isolated 1v1. We know how to surround them. We know how to take this engagement with very minimal risk of being third party. That's one reason why they were able to get so many eliminations and keep all 4 up until the very end. I do agree with 7 though. I think that success in their fighting the entire round made them go a little bit too greedy with their original spread, trying to keep Demorte like out of the final zone, and they got picked up one at a time. Still almost clutched it out after that throw. It was like the two teams just kept trying to toss it back to each other to finish that one off. But regardless, that is going to put the Red Villains in first place, 31 points. Not that much of a lead after 2 games ahead of BF, but still a really good start for them.
Yeah, I don't think you would expect any team to have a massive lead at the moment unless they won or were like top 3 back-to-back matches here. Yeah. Obviously 31 to 23, a nice little 8-point buffer at the moment. But you can see brute force. I think that's where 7 made that sound of that. Ooh, see them in second place at the moment at 23 with the second highest elimination so far in the lobby.
That's exactly why, because this is a team that, I mean, even the casters were talking about it, how I was talking about them at the beginning of the show, that they could be a surprise team. I don't see them finishing on the top 3, but this is actually surpassing anything that I expected out of them in the first 2 matches. If they can continue to be aggressive, which this is a team that does not shy from being aggressive, does not shy from taking those fights, maybe they are able to maintain themselves there within the fight coming on Sunday. Maybe they can make that push for the top 3. Another team that kind of scratching my head a little bit here. I said I was going to give them 2 Aaron Gills. Vampire Esports. This is the second match now that they decide to push into a location without any scouting, and then they get absolutely smacked by the Muerte. And the Muerte didn't even have all their players at that location. So I want to see some adjustments here out of Vampire Esports. I want to see a little bit more scouting and not just fully sending it, because right now it's not working out for them.
Well, at least they did go out though to the winners of that match, right? At least that's like some sort of silver lining for them. But Cameron, you know, you were talking about Bigatron. I think we saw them like collapse on Major Pride as Major Pride finished off DRS, which DRS has been having a pretty rough day here. But D+, like for me, that's still something we need to keep an eye on, man. They had center zone for so long, but they didn't really accomplish much after the zone started to move away from them when they needed to take action.
Yeah, I'm again going to mirror 7 here because, like I said, like we want to give teams a couple of rounds, but already we're starting to see a trend for D+ of not taking fights until it's too late. They had such a good position, and I'm okay with them conceding ground throughout the mid game because you don't want to hold like a huge box split that just gets surrounded when all the other teams are crashing in onto your position. But it got to the point that when they kept conceding space, of like at some point you have to actually fight and eliminate your opponents, because that is, at the end of the day, the win condition. That's how you win. You can't just wait for all the other teams around you to do all the work. And I like the idea behind them extending towards the east to try and third party and clean up a fight that was happening out there. The execution was just a little bit too slow, a little bit too sloppy, and my best guess, and again, this is only 2 rounds, we're not even in the studio with them, much less like talking to the team itself, but it really does feel like they're too scared to take fights, and they need to start taking fights.
Well, you guys at home, while we're talking about this match, don't forget that PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the best esports game of the year by the Game Awards. Make sure you guys head over and get your votes in, because we need your votes to win this, and of course, be the #1. So make sure you guys pick that one up and hook us all up with that. If not for me, do it for 7, do it for Cameron. They're looking more handsome than I am today.
I don't know what you're talking about. Just a bit.
What? I got like how 7's like, I know what you're talking about, and Cameron's like, yeah, I'm looking more handsome. Like, thanks guys, I appreciate that. You guys
by the way, going back on D+, I actually want to talk about them a little bit more, because it's back-to-back games, kind of with what Cam was saying, that they're a little bit too passive. The way that they were able to take on that fight, so slow, zero utility, just an absolute throw out of them.
Well, you know what? Hopefully they'll improve, because they're playing on the sweet device, the Infinix G10 Pro, which is born for professional esports players. You guys can pick one up and dominate the lobbies, which hopefully we're going to see D+ do. But Bigatron, obviously, we're well prepared. And you can even see some clips maybe from behind the scenes over on TikTok. Just make sure you search for the tag PMGC 2023. And we're going to be heading now to a short little break where we get things ready to go for our second Era Guild of the day. The question now becomes, can teams like Vampire step it up as we get towards the second half?
A clean ending. Well, actually, take that back. Very much not a clean ending for Duarte on that last one. It looked like BTR were going to be able to take it away. Maybe that 1v1 could have gone differently if you didn't step in that Molotov, if you didn't take that tick damage, but we'll never know. And still a very high scoring game for BTR.
It wasn't a clean inning for either team. I don't think Demorte thought they were going to make it out, but they were happy with that one. The Molotov coming clutch at the very end. But we saw on camera, BTR, their camp is in high spirits, and they should be with that total amount of points as we head into the next Erangel match. And the big question was, you know, Vampire, where are they? That's 2 games now, nowhere to be seen.
I mean, the sun must be out or something, because they are hiding in the shadows right now. They have not, so far, had a decent showing. And not only, it's not been really case, certainly in that last match, it wasn't the case that it was like, oh, they were in a difficult spot, they had a difficult rotation, there wasn't really that many options. They were holding in the super strong compound just to the west of Mansion, right? And Demuerte just roll up and they die. So I don't know where that sort of came from, but Vampire really kind of dropping the ball.
Yeah, some teams call that the God Complex, the Mushroom Hill. A lot of strong names for that compound, and yeah, they just played it terribly. Demorte though, maybe Demorte are just that much better. Hey, maybe, you know, cut Vampire some slack, and Demorte is just the dark horse in the lobby, and they're the ones that are about to take everyone out. Another team that's talked about quite a bit was D+, right? 2 games in a row, they were playing too passive. They were split up in that 2-2. If you're going to play that split 2-2, you got to be a bit more aggressive. You know, the 2-player split need to make noise to potentially fend off teams, or, you know, at least damage the teams that are going to be 4-man, bum rushing them. And so far, I don't know, I feel like the performance so far is looking a little bit like D+.
It's not going to be graded highly, certainly. They're going to have to hope for the curve to kick in, maybe bump that one up a little bit. But they have another opportunity now as we go into our 3rd match of the day. Erangel will be once again the grassy pasture upon which we lay our scene. And it is the 2nd of today's billings of Erangel as well. So we'll see if people can pick it up here, most notably in our minds. Vampire, they need to show up now. It is only day 1, sure, but you can't leave it to the last minute. Not like Gladiator, because they left it far too late and didn't even show up in the end anyway. So you do want to be making sure that you keep up that pace. I bring up Gladiator for a specific reason, in that we've always talked about them as a team that comes back to the later stages of a tournament, right? But that means that generally you give them a little leeway early on. But so far in this 2nd season of 2023, they haven't really shown that propensity to be able to pick up the pace later on. So Vampire looking to try and play in a opposite style to that. They will want to pick up the pace as early as possible.
I mean, the gaming Gladiators, they did come back. They came from getting eliminated completely to making it into the survival stage.
Okay, sure.
There's that. And the hot drop, right, around the shelter area. Is it going to happen? Sem9? No. There is no, I think it was IHC at Sem9, right? There is no hot drop there. So IHC, even though they came out on top, are going to give that spot up and drop elsewhere. I'm trying to figure out, looking at where all the players are dropping now, where they could be stretching for. They might be going towards that.
I think the northwest in Rook.
Yeah, that George Pole area, as there is 3 teams stretching towards that way. Yeah, I see IHC, Rook, and another team. The names are blocking it as in the camera. Uh-oh, got to time that vehicle dash away at the opportune time as the bullets are coming in, and out of bullets, he will make it out alive.
Yeah, just going to have to try and get away with that. A lot of damage done to the vehicle, though. So West Carry, sure, you get the UAZ, but it is smoking already, so very unlikely that you're going to be able to do too much work with that. Does, however, deprive Major Pride of a vehicle themselves. Tony K with the pistol. Coming on through for Vampire. Okay, good start. Let's keep it rolling. Demuerte over on that eastern side, losing a player early on. So Tony K will be able to pinch that vehicle away. There was backup coming on through. Demuerte lose a player. Good start for the eastern side, but the circle shifts all the way out to the west. Keeps a little bit of Sosnov Korean as well.
Far western circle here. A little bit of military base in play. It shouldn't be too important, but more so for Circle, a lot of landmass already cut off. So teams have less areas to consider on the first zone. And yeah, just 1 casualty so far. Vampire, maybe hearing some of what the desk had to say, what we had to say, is going to start off with a little pip in their step. picking that one quick point up. We'll see how much more they could pick up. Meanwhile, I'm looking at the map, and yeah, all the teams are spread out. IHC did go down to South George, Rook up in the North George area. Brute Force all the way up in Severny, taking their good old time looting, and Brute Force did come in with the Brute Force that last match, picking up a lot of points.
Yeah, they were able to do a lot from that northern side in the previous match. They were finding decent fights. I think they took down Rook first on that northern position, and they were able to fight fairly with quite a lot of strength, actually, on that northern edge. I can't remember who ended up taking them down, but they got a lot of points for their match, and now, obviously, ending up in second place, 23 points over 2 matches is no mean feat, right? That's what is that, 11.5 average per match. So it's a really, really solid result so far from a team that maybe people will have undervalued coming on through. And, you know, even the desk was saying this is a team that maybe not top 3, but certainly a strong contender in the course of those survival stages as well. Right now, they're in the top 3, so they could potentially be looking to keep that ball rolling.
Yeah, we will see. It is the first day, and typically from these, you know, very high stakes tournaments, the first day performances doesn't really pan way and shape out towards, you know, by day number 4. Maybe, you know, a few of the teams near the top will hold that position, but more than likely a lot of teams will be switched around coming into day 2 and 3. So fingers crossed for the team. Maybe they have more to prove, as we will see very soon. On the Southside military base, we do have Vibes here, about to make a rotation. The bridge where Team Queso is starting to look a little bit contested. DRS and Queso both looking in this direction.
Moving quite close to one another. Looks like DRS are just a little bit ahead on the circle. Taking control of this tree line to the south, the compound that sits near DRS, very valuable for the current circle as it lies. You get great sight lines to control the fields down to the south. You have a lot of rotational control along that coastline with the trees that sit behind you. The question is, how long can you hold a split? And most teams will isolate themselves into this compound, which is what DRS are looking to do in this position, because you still have cover over to the tree line, and you still can spot players out. And if Team Queso post up behind them, actually over towards the lighthouse as well, up over on the bridge, there's a lot less that people can do to move around on your south. So DRS, again, with bodyguards on that south side, seemingly.
Queso spots out Vibes, but more importantly, Vibes spots out Queso, so the trap will not be successful. Reyes maybe getting there just in the most not perfect timing to be, you know, seen as he was driving up towards that lighthouse. I imagine that's the only thing that kind of tipped off the team of Vibes, because none of the other Queso players really camping right on top of the ridge. So Reyes will miss out on that opportunity, as Genesis about to finish up looting here, and Razak should be making their way in very soon.
Ichi just getting some more loot on board. Going with that utility. Influence Rage, 3rd place right now on the overalls. They didn't have as good of a time on the first Erangel as they did over on Sanhok, but they still were able to keep up pace, and 22 points, certainly a good result. With that chicken dinner under their belt as well, they're good for tiebreakers at the moment. Major Pride, they've spotted the backline though, and Law under pressure from Effect on that DP, but will not be able to find the knock just there on that rotate. Gets to cover, and Major Pride going to have to move in, potentially behind them now, as Influence Rage find that leapfrog onto the position.
Influence Rage having a great first 2 games nonetheless, picking up a lot of points. Law putting some shots out real quick, you know, just signal other potential teams driving by. This place is occupied. We've seen a lot of players do this when they're the first to get to a certain compound and the other reinforcements of the team not just there yet. Vibes taking the eastern bridge now. This might throw them off just enough to really impact their late game, because they wanted a more central position on this first rotation. You know, they were looking at the bridge that Queso was camping out around. Demorte rolls up with only 3, as they did lose 1 to Tony K.
On the hills to the south of DRS. I mean, moving down these hills, you know there's almost certainly going to be a team in this compound already. I don't think Dimorte are going to be looking for a crash. They'll just hold this line and get ahead of Team Queso on that position. Because Team Queso is still on the bridge camp right now, which is obviously been turned away. They spotted that turnaround, and in fact, now Vibes have made it over the eastern bridge. They have made their way through over on that side instead. As Vampire going to be moving from Milta as well. BTR not quite able to land the shots onto the Vibes as they make their way even closer to the center now. We'll get the next shift in just a second.
Yeah, ooh, what a shift. Hard shift down to the southeast. That white line from the circle is basically touching the blue zone there. So we're going to see a max exodus of teams to the west. And typically with zones like this, even if you have other teams driving next to you, everyone kind of knows mutually like, hey, we need to get in on this rotation, because if we stop here and fight, there is 10 more teams coming right behind us. So we're going to see everyone drive next to each other, get as deep as they can, get central if possible. But we are heading into a potential Corey finish.
Sem9 from the east side, trying to move ahead of BTR right now. A lot of teams starting to clash. DRS are flexing out towards the hillside. They've given up territory in this compound and are playing now up the top here. Weibo, potential answer there, but not quite tagging on the shots.
Yeah, Weibo stopping here. They would definitely have liked to gone a bit more central, but this kind of gives them control of that hill, and they know with that hill, they can manage to methodically push up towards the later stages. Once the zone's pressing more teams forwards, they can't get vision on top of the hill and work the rest of the map. As Vampire, down to 2. BTR also losing 2. No, not just yet, just 1 of BTR knocked here against Sem9. Sem9 also getting traded right there, a 1-for-1. Making this a... Oh no, 2.
There was another knock.
BTR.
Further down the hill, and Yuhai very, very low. The nade might be able to find it around the corner. Not going to tag on the damage, and look at the sliver of HP that's keeping Yuhai in. An excellently timed knock, but that comes from a third party. That's Furia from Demuerte with a side angle. Lapar stepping on out to try and look for the challenge here, and Sem9 are in trouble, trying to force their way on through past BTR. Genforce is still alive, and a lovely pickup from Lapar. What a heads-up play. It's all onto the player down the hill as well, and BTR keep it together. 4 players all still alive. The rotate is here. Demuerte a little bit too slow for a full third party, and it's only Furia for the side angle shots.
Yeah, Demuerte with only 3. Can't really press that third party as much as they might have liked. And BTR get the full reset. BTR looking so strong and confident. Aggressive too. I don't know if they knew that third party shot helped them out, but regardless, they were playing defense in the compound, but the player was popping out the doors with the shotgun and took the fight over. And BTR now rotating with 4, looking absolutely phenomenal.
Really well done to hold on to that fight.
Oh, that's
the knock from the third party was really, really important, I think, for the progress of that fight for BTR. But that flick with the DBS, changing the windows immediately, really, really solid pickup. And the team continues to impress me. Well, on the other side of that coin, Vampire, absolutely not what you want to be seeing. Down in really early fashion. I think that was 15th place. It's not good enough.
Yeah, and they went out on rotation too. It didn't even look like it was a fight. So not being able to, losing a majority, the whole team on rotation is a really poor sign. At this level, that's like rookie mistakes. You should know your pathing well enough to maybe, at worst lose 1 to 2, but the whole team went out there. So Vampire, I'm not really sure what they're doing at all. Hopefully they'll turn things around coming into the last half of today, but it is not looking good. BTR on the other hand, right? Well, they're continuing to impress us.
Genesis, north side, trying to moling their way through, trying to slow down those players on the north edge. But they are playing from that edge position now. BTR, they've been holding on to Ferry Pier for quite a while, obviously successfully previously. Demuerte potentially still looking to third party here, as Vibes maybe wanting to roll on up and cause some trouble over there. In the meantime, Beano Storm close by to Influence Rage on the southwest side to the position south of that quarry area, trying to hold on, and BTR starting off strong. First knock goes their way, and the second as well. But PA just too slick with the DBS for them.
Ooh.
And Vibes lose 2 players. There's nothing they could do to get them back.
BTR. Just can't. They keep getting screen time. And screen time is good for them as they're on the positive end of that screen time every time. And they did lose that last match, which they should have won, but they picked up so many points and they were so dominant all the way throughout that. Even without the chicken, they're still keeping that momentum rolling. And this player, Brandon, he needs to keep that car rolling. He stops short. I mean, the car is on fire, out in the open, runs around, realizes, hey, I might be alive here to make the run all the way back, but wants to get that pickup instead. Wise choice. They will stay alive with 2.
Yeah, Baron trying to get out of there with East in the vehicle. Try and stay together, but you've got D+, you've got DRS, you've got, I think that's Major Pride out to the west. It's not too many places you can hold up. Instead, they just go into this compound, unoccupied right now, and actually a pretty decent position, all things considered. The Muerte and BTR probably have their sights set on it, however, depending on if they want to crash into the teams at the top of the hill later on. So we'll see what decision both BTR and Muerte make on this east side.
Meanwhile, on the north side, we do have 2 big teams, Genesis and Weibo Gaming. Both of these teams will have to make a decision pretty quickly, as the zone should most likely shift away from them, as teams are all set up in their respective positions. Many teams you see on this map also with 4 players up alive.
Shifting down. So onto those teams on that ridgeline that we were talking about before, D+, DRS. DRS having been here for quite a while in this area, holding down this zone. Major Pride very central again. This is, I think, the 3rd time of today where we've seen Major Pride get zone, I think it's zone 4 in all cases, giving them a little bit of favor. So hopefully they can stay alive a little bit longer than last time. Last Erangel, of course, that third party from BTR was their comeuppance, even though they were playing in what I would say is a very coordinated and coherent, aggressive, decisive style.
Bino Storm getting shot at here by the IHC team. Many teams on this quarry position will have to struggle for some sort of foothold, as much of it is being cut away from the zone. Rook on the north side with a 1-2-1 split. 2 down the center. Bino Storm on the south with all 4 stacked up. That does leave IHC in a difficult position. 2 strong teams right ahead of them. Which way is IHC going to take this? It looks like they're looking more towards the north side in the direction of Rook. And speaking about north side, here comes Weibo Gaming from the north. All 4 in 1 vehicle. This looks like a full send. I'm thinking onto the position of Major Pride, as that compound does have a lot of space in these little apartment buildings around them. And yeah, they will full send in here. All 4 make it in, and this is center zone, so most likely more circles to be happening here. Effect with a good nade toss in. Does he get any connections? Just a lot of damage onto Ming, but no knock. This one should be good.
Second on the follow-up, that should be a knock, but no, it's finding its way around the corners, around the cracks and crevices. Smoke's starting to bloom. Major Pride want to push onto this. Third-party potential to come on through as Genesis try and find their way down the hill, but they're bleeding players on their progress. DRS taking care of that. Moby close by, but he's knocked down by a nade. This is disastrous for Major Pride. They were lobbing nades in left and right and just haven't been able to find value for them. Nomi crawling back through this smoke train, nade on in towards the warehouse. Effect goes low. Nomi takes another tick of damage, but they have to reposition. A smoke from Naomi. I wonder if they know Naomi's here. Can Naomi strike and keep things together for Major Pride? Naomi crawls back, and they are real tail between the legs right now, because it is a little bit the opposite of what they would have wanted in this scenario for Major Pride. They have not been able to find anything against Weibo.
Nomi had a great nade opportunity, but he threw it through the door, through the window, out of the building. He should have known that window was there. I know the smoke was obscuring the vision, but at this level, at this stage, even if you don't have the vision, you should know the layout to toss the nade to bounce it. So unfortunate for them. IHC now pulling up here. So many teams on this edge side. IHC, they're definitely not going to make it out of this one. Not with 4 players up, I don't think.
It'll be real tough. Look at the cluster of teams on the northwestern edge. Nades flying left and right. D+, I mean, realistically, this is a team that very much could just sweep across this side. And with the circle sitting as it does now, moving across, moving up to Quarry, probably in their purview. Now, will they be able to take control of the fight down to the south side? After DRS is taken care of, they're looking at Weibo. They're looking at Major Pride in that compound that they are still scrapping it.
Here comes the push. We were saying D+ wasn't looking aggressive enough, too passive. Now, this time around, might be the zone shifts, but this is an easy warpath for them. They know this is their only option. How good can they execute it is the question. They finish out a couple players up to 5 eliminations, playing way better now. Looking like a D+ performance going up to a B+. We'll see how much more. Yeah.
It's a tough grader is our Zute. You know, Brute Force going to be eliminated in the meantime. They're not going to be too good on those exams just yet. Major Pride, they're still alive as 4. They still have a couple nades, but have they, I guess they've taken the decision to just allow Weibo to be in this building, right? And you just suppress them from trying to move out. They do have a back position, so it's 3-on-1 right now inside the compound for Weibo. So Major Pride have allowed this to happen. They didn't really have too much of a choice, though.
I mean, Weibo is in a great spot for Major Pride to third party. On that north side, any teams crashing in is going to look for those buildings to crash in particular. So they're just waiting for a team to crash, then they can throw nades and get a 2-for-1 special, right? Pick up even more potential elim points. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Any team on the north side that would crash would be D+, but it looks like they're sweeping around here to the Quarry side. They've actually cut in front of many of the teams. One player holding the high ground. On the south side, it's a different story, though. It's an isolated fight, a 4v4. BTR versus Team Queso, and with BTR's track record so far, I'm definitely favoring BTR in this one.
They're up to the ridgeline, close to the longhouses there. Smoke's starting to come on through. They're establishing their baseline, and they will launch their assault imminently, I'm sure. De Muerte, in the meantime, trying to roll on through. They've gone all the way from the east side to the west side. They did a straight shot along that central ridgeline that sits in the middle, along these trees. Influence Rage playing as Bree, so are De Muerte, so it's a fairly even fight. Potential for third parties across the way. I think that is Beano Storm actually chiming in on that scrap, but hang on a minute, what just happened? D+ on the northern side. They've been dismantled. It's Rook to hold them out from the edge of Quarry.
The zone closing in a way where it didn't allow for D+ to have much cover to work with, and here comes the push from BTR. Look at this, BTR has breached in with not a single player of them getting knocked. That was a lot of ground to cover, so they dodged a lot of nades. Queso should have been ready for this. Queso should have put some more damage, but now BTR is right at their doorstep with all 4. That nade does get extremely close, however.
Gets a little bit of value, but that can be healed away. Genforce on the off angle, spotted behind the buggy, hits the deck to try and stay alive and gets to cover. BTR is just surviving through this right now. Artur's not able to get the spray down onto the backline player. Satar turns the corner with the DBS, goes super low, and a second will be able to finish it off. Lapar in the meantime steps on inside. You've got Superboy, Yuhai sailing on in from the backlines. Genforce can strike from the alternate angle. And again, it's control, time and time again for BTR. Can they finish it off against Big Milo? The last player to stand. Genforce is there, gets knocked. He's looking for the flush as well, wants to find the points where he can, because he knows he doesn't have the highest potential. Moving on forwards with only the 2 players, steps into the shack, looks for the res. BTR may be taken down a peg.
BTR gets that reset, so does Team Queso though, but look at this new zone. It has shifted down south, so now other teams are looking this way. Influence Rage had a long distance third party onto BTR member, so now this is the position they want to look towards and work towards. 2 of them wrapping in north to the strong compound next to the roadside. Another player from Influence Rage on the backlines to third party and pin everyone in here. And there goes one player of Queso, still 1 up. He's inside the shack looking for the revive, but Federal should have this one. Pin pulls the nade back.
Oh no!
Back and forth. Ooh.
He bounced off his teammate. That was so unfortunate on the timing there. Like the nade was on target. Another nade comes on through, and it's Team Queso to go down to Influence Rage, who are moving in now with 3. Nades from Major Pride starting to chime in. This is on the north side as we hop on over to this scrap. Weibo have lost a lot of power here. Major Pride managed to get that heal off, stopping those angles for effect with that Molotov as he surges forwards. There's a nade being cooked inside the bathroom, in effect, repositions away from it. He hears that pin, just going to fall away, allow his teammates to establish the crossfire. Keep him nice and safe. Tuck them into the lead and get ahead of this rotation. You don't need to take this fight. You've already done enough.
That was a that was a disciplined play, but a little bit too late. Gets caught through the smoke. He had all the steps down correctly, but the spray from Weibo is good. And now the push, the solo should be stopped very soon. Nade comes in, a flash comes in as well, and he goes down. BTR still on the warpath now having to deal with Influence Rage 2v2 situation as Lil Boy went down and lulled down to 1 HP.
Federal on the outside as well. Going to be looking to commit for this res. The Molotov towards the bottom of the stairs stops the push, but it actually fully disengages the fight. Superboy, Yuhai out through the window, drops down and seals the deal over onto Law. Both players hopping out. Now he's hopping back in. Yuhai giving them the spin, and he lines both of them up. A miraculous play from BTR, holding out Influence Rage on the south side, and this is a championship team. 11 eliminations. They are converting on a strong performance. Now Major Pride, in the meantime, trying to roll on in with 3 players alive, but they are just getting torn apart as their progress is drawn to a halt.
Oh, that looked nasty on screen, but the minimap looked even worse as all the white lines from both teams on both sides all shooting north. They stood no chance. At least they won the fight against Weibo Gaming. I think that's the best they could hope for with a zone shift like this one. Now we are down to the final 4 teams. One team caught in the middle, Demorte. They got the chicken last time, but BTR looking to take it away. See where the zone shifts here. Rook with the man advantage with 3. All the other teams with only 2.
BTR on the south side. I mean, what a set of plays from Yuhai. With that DBS, just doing so much work. Seems like he just doesn't miss. I'm really loving watching BTR in these first few matches. They're looking to extend such a massive lead as well. They've already got, I think it was 11 eliminations on this match, and this is definitely the team to beat moving into the next few days.
Yeah, BTR right now, after everything I saw last week and so far this week, individually the BTR players have such strong mechanical skills. I think we caught so many fast whips with the DBS really helping BTR win out that fight. But Luke coming in, they didn't have zone, and it was a tough push. 2 of them go down.
East is able to hold out by the vehicle, pushes out actually towards Punisher potentially, but he's in the smoke. He pops the DBS shot, so he's known in this close location. He's not landing it, it's sailing left and right and left. And East is holding on that front. Well, 1 versus 3 is able to hold them entirely. Yuhai is broken out very, very wide on a 1-1 split. Remember, there's only 2 players remaining for BTR, and La Paz still has that high ground roof.
Yeah, East is popping off 7 eliminations, and he is just on a tear right now. You saw how fast he fended off that push and then immediately whipped back and almost caught the player sneaking out from the entire other side of the map. So East is just dialed in, head on a swivel. And it did force that player back. He is no longer going to play at that ridgeline, it seems, as the shots from East will push him away. Next circle will determine which team gets favored here. Can't possibly fit all 3 teams on the next one. Most likely BTR, I think, will have to be pushed out unless if they get that circle down south towards them.
This is the 2nd time in a row now that Demuerte have cut a rotation through the center of the circle and found themselves in a stronghold position in the middle to survive into the late game. It's paid off well for them, and obviously they are going to be amongst the top teams. I feel like I've still yet to see a full, amazing mechanical display like we've seen from BTR, but Demuerte still making good decisions into these later circles.
Sometimes that's all you need, and if you could do that consistently across every game throughout the 4 days, you could definitely end up in the top 3. Next zone. Who is it going to favor? And it does favor BTR. It goes down right on top of them. It's going to be another Demorte BTR standoff, in my opinion. Unless East can do something about this. From the team of Vibes, if anyone's going to be able to pull off something now, I think it's East. He is on fire.
I don't think they can step out for the challenge against Demuerte, though. With Lapar on this high ground, you can see he's being very diligent, checking all the grass spots, checking all the bushes, even pre-firing on the angles as well. Corker spotted. Baron steps up, spray. Corker has to shimmy forwards, and he gets away with it. That was dead to rights right there. Baron should be hitting those sprays, but just misses.
Yeah. That would have been a huge knock. Because right now, Vibes have to work past two different teams. He spots the other player though in the bush, and that's an easy one.
Picks up the point. Corker dispatched almost immediately by Lepar. He had to shimmy out, draw attention. And now it's Vibes versus BTR. 12 eliminations. Are BTR going to be able to pick up the chicken dinner that they were denied right at the end of the previous Erangel? Or is it going to go the way of Vibes to be able to spoil it for them? Yet again, just not quite tracking there, Lepar. It's unfortunate. But it's going to allow East up into the building, in through the window, up to the top floor as well. He sat right underneath his enemy.
East is like a missile. So much suppressive fire, but it does not deter him whatsoever. He just keeps pressing straight forwards. Question is, can his teammate Baron get in the zone? That's not in circle, and I don't think East can pressure Lepar off this rooftop. Lepar knows there's that one player outside still. He should be focusing on that player and just look to dodge some nades. He's not really looking though. And oh, he's actually going for the... Oh, I see what he tried to do there. It might have been better that he fell off because East was right there waiting for him. 2v1 situation now inside his compound. Good molly!
Oh.
Does not work though. 2v1, East is down.
These DBSs for BTR are just too strong. You can't do anything about it. At BTR, they go second, they go, no, that's not good enough. Let's take a chicken dinner. They do so on the south coast. Very Pier, their stronghold. They held down the compounds on the south side for so long. They racked up so many points this match. BTR on a record-breaking tear right now.
On a warpath, indeed. And this time around, cameras on them once again, but it's with the chicken. BTR get the eliminations like last time, and now they tag on an extra couple points with that massive chicken dinner. They did get the zone working towards their favor down in the south though, but it was not easy. It was through many opposition in the path. I think they fought a total of maybe 4 or 5 teams. They fought 2 teams early on, and then Queso, and then Influence Rage. And I mean, if you could cut through 4 teams, hey, give them the circle for that chicken dinner.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely a hard-fought victory there. 6 eliminations for Lepar, 1.2k damage as well. This guy was on fire. Yuhai had some clutch shots with the DBS, but I think Lepar was certainly on a par with him and exceeded him in terms of those stats. But really, really strong stuff. I think, I mean, this roster, it just feels like there's something special going on right now.
I think the only way you can stop BTR is as a team. So far on camera, I've seen so many quick 1v1 challenges, close range, and BTR always came out on top in those 1v1 challenges with that DBS. It was like all 4 players looked almost identical with how crisp and clean their aim was.
The last time BTR were able to take a PMGC or a global level tournament, I think was back in Malaysia in Kuala Lumpur a few years ago. So it looks like they're trying to really gear up to take everybody to task here. It's early doors, and I understand that things can change, but BTR, they look to be in control right now.
I mean, as you're saying, John, this Bigatron, it's giving me serious vibes of the old school team, as you mentioned, over in Kuala Lumpur, and the way they are playing today, the confidence they are having today, they look almost unstoppable, 7 Cameron.
Yeah. They really do. The way they were able to push onto Team Queso, that was the most impressive thing, given that Team Queso did an awful defending there in their compound. But for Bigatron to not lose any players, right? They end up losing 2 players when they actually end up fighting Team Queso. And then Influence Rage decides third party, and Bigatron is able to keep their composure and win that fight without even losing any more players. That was super impressive, and that just shows like the performance that this team's currently on, right? Second place, first match, second place, second match, first place here in the first match. I can't wait until we see that overall. And we were talking earlier about gaps. Boy, there's going to be a pretty big gap.
Yeah, no, there's definitely a gap between them already, and at this point, I see no reason to assume that it's going to stop anytime soon. Like, other teams might be getting more and more warmed up, might, through their winning their own duels, their own gunfights, might have a little more confidence to go head-to-head, but, like, this is going to put BTR in such a good position after the first day. Even if everything starts over again going into tomorrow, they're going to have such a buffer that I think it'll have to be a disaster for them to not be in top 3. I know it's really early to say that, but the way that they're playing, I just can't help but believe.
Yeah. I mean, I think all of us are in agreement with you, and I think Indonesia are going to be extremely happy about this team and how well they've been able to perform. We obviously have to mention really quickly their Vampire. I think that was 1 point for them in this match, looking like shades of their former selves. But as we did mention, Lepar getting himself 1,200 damage. He had more damage done by himself than his entire team combined.
He did. I mean, 6 elims too. And then, to be fair though, the rest of the team was able to put up good numbers too. I was talking about this at the beginning of the show. My main focus was Yuhai. Now Superboy, was he going to be able to perform? But now everybody's being able to perform, and as we progress through PUBG Mobile esports, this is what we want to see. We don't want to see just one player, we want to see multiple players, and look at that gap right there between Bigatron and Influence Rage.
That's 1 point shy of being twice the points of second place. That's stupid, but like that's what you expect when you get second, first. At very close seconds, by the way. Like, it wasn't, they didn't just fall over when the final fights. They got so close to getting 3 wins in a row.
Yeah.
You know what's also kind of maddening about this? 33 limbs, more points in limbs than anyone else in the lobby has total. But you know, we also have to give a shout out to Demorte as well, because we're talking about second, first. They're able to get a first place finish in the last match and a third place finish here. They have been, for me, one of the most surprising teams in a positive note so far in Group Yellow.
Yeah, I wasn't really putting a lot of stake behind them myself. Their recent results weren't like amazing. They weren't outstanding. And with new players coming on in not too long ago, a couple being added in August, you know, there's always going to be a little bit of lead-up time, but it seems that they've done a really good job of gelling everyone together. The way that they've been playing these past couple of maps, they're a little... Okay, not a little. They're a lot quieter than BTR have been, but they've been positioning themselves on Erangel to have really good attempts at late-game finishes, so the placements are definitely going to continue to be in contention. You have to expect.
On that note, by the way, about the roster change they had, it was Discrim and Happy coming out, and Furia and I believe Korka coming in. And if I'm not mistaken, Furia was like the top fragger for them at 122, and I think the top fragger over on the league stage. And then he also had the most eliminations in the finals for his team when it came to the PMPL with 33, and then had second overall in the finals. Like, they have some heavy hitters on the roster. We're not quite seeing it, at least in this last match, but they are a team definitely to be a force, or destined to be a force in this lobby.
Yeah.
But Seven, Vampire, you said you're gonna give him 2 games on Erangel. That's our second Erangel finished off. What's your thoughts?
I'm worried. I'm actually very worried with this team. The way that they're just, the scouting is just not there. Also, I'm very surprised that even though the playing pads do favor their current drop that they're doing with Mail to Power, I'm surprised that they're not currently landing on Primors, because that's usually what we have known this team to be at, especially after PMWI. They were able to just dominate the game from landing there, being able to position themselves. Even in the past, whenever the playing pad didn't favor them, they will still find a way to make it to Primors. Right now, that's nowhere near to be there. And we're talking about some teams being able to find players being able to find a great way for them being able to perform really well. Right now, nobody's really performing really well. They keep getting caught off their rotations. I want to see a little bit more out of this team. This is not the Vampire Esports, and yeah, I'm now, after 3 matches, after 2 Erangels, I'm like, oh, you might be onto something, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, you want to give them a little bit of slack because the plane drop, whatever, has put a lot of people around them from the very beginning. But at some point, they need to be winning these gunfights. That's really the big issue. That's really the big concern, is that, like, the dueling is just not favoring them, and this is supposed to be one of the favorites in this group. They at least should be able to be winning gunfights.
Yeah, they should, but you know, maybe it's going to come into tomorrow. Maybe that's going to see a turn of their fate, because they definitely need to have Sertani sit them down and be like, guys, come on, I need a third Rolex on my wrist here, so do better. But also, another team who needs to do better, honestly, it's got to be DRS, because for me, for them to get in, the only Nepali representative here, for them to get a special invite, you sure as hell better make that worth it, and kind of similar to what we saw out of G Gladiators over in earlier groups. They're really underperforming at the moment. But it is time. I'm sorry. Oh, I'd say, yeah, they're last place with like 4 points, bro. Let's head over to our commentators, though, because we're heading into our final Erangel of the day. John and Zute, take it away.
We are indeed going into the last Erangel of the day. We will be seeing that last billing. Plenty more of that still to come, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow, because we've got Miramar after this one. It's been some really, really interesting games. I've loved the dynamics that we've seen so far over the course of today. Some really interesting positions. I think I really like the Major Pride versus Weibo standoff on that northern edge. And I think just in general, BTR, it'd be great to watch.
No, BTR is carrying the show. right now. I know the desk, talking a lot about Vampire. They definitely aren't showing up. This is a team with phenomenal finishes, with really high prize pool earnings, right? So of course everyone's looking towards Vampire, but you can't have everything. We don't have Vampire, but we do have BTR, and I am perfectly A-okay with that.
That's true. Tony K right now for Vampire was such a standout player for this roster over the course of, certainly at PMWI, on the international level. The guy was miraculous, right? He could do pretty much anything and do no wrong. But right now, not really being facilitated, whether that's him personally or whether that's the team not being around for it. The rest of the players as well, also very, very strong in their own right, but Tony K was certainly a standout. I'm waiting to see that from them, so maybe we'll see a little bit of an adjustment, dropping out late over to Primorsk, I imagine, as we'll be seeing the Stalber down to Sosnovka, playing path. It gives everybody a very, very open shot at their drop spots.
So far, both Erangel games have had some early game altercation, maybe due to playing path right because they were skewed. This one, not the case. We might see all 64 players be able to continue at least into phase number 2. We'll see whether phase number 2 or phase number 1 is first. As Weibo Gaming dropping out, and look at that. Notice how Weibo Gaming, they have Pachinki, but they're not all dropping in Pachinki. They're splitting kind of far out to the east into DRS territory. They've definitely done their homework, and hey, if you could drop and really spread out and get more info rather than condensing into Pachinki, why not?
I think they were trying to contest for vehicles around DRS's spot. You can see those parachutes actually turned around as soon as the 2 DRS players hopped into vehicles. So they might have been denied that position and have to fold back in. Circle all the way up to the northeast side, towards Yasnaya, towards Stalber. Severny still in. So I'm imagining we're going to see quite a few teams looking across to the north side of the river.
Yeah, that river could be a huge deciding factor into the late games. And, well, looks like not everyone is going to make it into the first zone. IHC about to lose 2 players? Oh, yeah. Alex, no weapon in hand. We did a seat. Yeah, okay. I mean, nice attempt. Did he get some damage in at least? No, he didn't. But in the first game of Erangel, it was only caught on the replay very briefly. I don't even know if you noticed it as you were passing it to the desk, but a player beat someone else that had an M4 and he only had a knife. So you never know until you go down. And he tried, but it was not enough. IHC with only 2 players now.
I didn't notice that he had an M4. I noticed it was a knife, but I didn't realize the other player had an M4. That's kind of nuts. I mean, it happens, but IHC really down on their luck on these early drops, right?
Yeah, that's not the second time? Maybe?
At least, yeah.
Yeah, at least second time. IHC, the team coming out of Mongolia. We saw Stalwart, their Mongolian brethren, really, showing out on week number 1. I had high hopes for IHC coming into this one. But for now, the Vibes team are kind of, carrying that light, sitting in 5th place. We're still very, very early into the week. Anything can change, of course. Even BTR. There's a chance BTR could drop down by the end of day number 2.
I'm waiting for that 1 point extra so that it will be in exactly double, as Cameron on the desk pointed out. 28 points to 55 right now for the 1st to 2nd place. It might change, sure, but I mean, literally everybody other than Influence Rage needs to do as well or better than they did, in the first half of today in order just to catch BTR right now. So it is still a massive, massive lead. And sure, you'll see these sorts of scorelines maybe after 1 match, but to be able to perpetuate that through 3 matches with the amount of eliminations they've been able to get, with the control that they've demonstrated, this is a special day for BTR. And for BTR fans, I'm sure it's a pretty special day for them too, because they will be cheering incredibly loudly, I'm sure, all over the place. Make sure you check your socials because you'll be seeing that hashtag everywhere. BTR win.
Oh man, it's giving me the heydays of BTR back then when they were dominating everything. And back then I was competing and I remember the BTR support, the fan outpour was so insane. As IHC able to catch a lucky break, at least picking up a quick point here. He'll steal the buggy as well. And, quick little delivery. Nades, util, helmet, ammo. everything you could ask for, and Ziol will just pull right off.
I mean, to be fair, you do only have 2 players, so you need every advantage you can get. Unfortunate for Major Pride to lose a player on their split as it stands. IHC sent out this way, so I mean, I guess you just don't expect there to be a player coming at you from that direction. And they lose, I think it was Ziol who went down for Major Pride, if I'm not mistaken.
Ziol picked up the point, yeah.
Oh, sorry, yeah, on IHC, was able to take down one of the players from Major Pride on that northwestern outpost. So no backup really expected to be needed, so they weren't in a position to give it.
Yeah, it was a domino effect, because if IHC didn't lose their 2 other players, I imagine they're split looting together in Hospital. But because they're down to 2, they're scared to go into Hospital or the South George Pool area and get hunted down. So they ended up scrap looting on the sides in Major Pride's territory, and the domino effect did not pan out for Major Pride. They will lose that 1 player. And we were talking about this earlier too on the topic of BTR, right? Like, how are they dominating so much? Well, right now they have 33 eliminations. Take a look at 2nd place downwards. How many points do they all have?
That's yeah, no, I'm getting word, that's less than 33.
Yes, that is. So Elims alone, BTR is ahead, and it's really shown through how well the players are playing. We were talking about it, and it seems like every single player on BTR are on the same, you call it their same wavelength, right? They're all playing aggressive, but the crazy thing for me is that as the camera was switching from player to player in those close range fights, I thought it was the same player because the movement, the crispness, the mechanics, it looked like the same player. And, you know, the fact that they were all using DBSs could have kind of, you know, given that mirage as, man, IHC just really not having the luck of it. They come in here late, very late to loot, thinking it's safe now, and another team catches into the player of IHC. Oh, man.
Why do Weibo go out to South George? I mean, it looks like they've looted already. Maybe they were just on the trail of IHC, but that's cruel either way. Ziol the last to stand now for the roster, playing as a solo. A lot of teams have made that move up to the north side of the river. Weibo probably going to be doing so fairly soon as well. I think Influence Rage have made that move nice and early, and they hold that position just to the bridge west of Yasnaya. They're on a 2-2 split right now between there on that compound, controlling that crossing, and out to the northeast, a little bit closer to Stauber Hill. So a wide 2-2 split, and actually Kayovsky setting out even further. So a 2-1-1 for that central area, which is kind of risky given that teams are going to want to go a little bit closer. Ziol still giving Weibo a little bit of a run for their money, but not expecting too much from him. However, with a nade in the right place, could catch someone unawares, maybe pick up a point, slow Weibo down.
IHC cannot catch a break. Ziol, of course, didn't have to take that shot, but the other player was running in the open, and at this point, 1 player up, 16 teams alive, you're not getting placement points here. Look for the Elims if you can. He went for it, didn't catch the knock. Now he is caught in a 4v1. These buildings are tricky, though, and it's tough. It's a long shot, but Ziol could maybe convert a point here. Maybe even 2, as the circle goes into Stauber.
Oh, wow. Okay. IHC still going. DBS on the windowsill, just ducks it. For Weibo to stay alive up the stairs. Ziol half HP. They're lining up, but the nades are cooking. They're not going to push on through. They know moving in with a DBS is a death sentence. A nade to, I think that was a stunner actually, down the stairs to slow things down. There was a knock that went on through. It was a nade, or it was a bounce back there. And Ziol hops out the window, looks for Sook on the sidelines, and we'll be able to find another flush. Weibo lose a player. Ziol still in action, looking for the shots through the window with the DBS. One hops out. He's going to be able to handle it. No, jumps over the DBS, and Ming keeps them in. But they lose Sook in a really, really difficult position. That was a 4v1. You should not be losing players here. That is far from ideal for the team out on that western side. Ziol extracting a little bit more value as IHC put up 2 points this match. They've not been able to catch a break. Major Pride, they lost a player earlier on. They've looked to try and send in ahead this time around. And 3 players over on that northern side. They're going to have to figure out how to wheedle their way in on this edge because the top of Stauber heavily occupied now. BTR looking to move up towards the top of Stauber, but Ruka waiting in the wings, a little bit isolated here. Can he hold his nerve apart around the side of the tree? Ducking, diving, bobbing, weaving, but is going to be taken down. There's a trade across the way, and there's backup. BTR always have an off angle, seemingly, to be able to keep their team safe. Lapar, he needs backup, and he needs it now. Genfos rolls out. The Muerte have spotted this, but he turns the back of the buggy towards them, gives himself cover. Rook are going to be backed off this top line as well. The drop of the smoke here for BTR to keep them alive as the Muerte try and roll on through. Corker spraying over towards this location, but the smoke's already bloomed, and BTR have re-established control on this top side for Stauber. And they just keep it together. Miraculous off angles being found every single time, Zute.
It is wild how well BTR are playing right now. That was a mad dash. It got really hectic there, and like you mentioned, keeping all 4 up, picking up 2 elimination points. BTR still going strong, and in a great spot too that they're contesting for on top of this stalwart position. So we saw BTR play on the edge quite a lot in the previous game so far. This time around, you know, a bit more central, going for the power positions. So they're looking to do it all. And we are going to head into the next circle shift here. Influence condensed. That 2-2 split you were mentioning earlier, it was a great option play for Influence Rage. No matter where that circle shifted, they had a strong power position to fall back to, depending on the shift. And now, you know, with this circle, they are more condensed, and the circle goes toward the east, still keeping a lot of Stallbar in play. More importantly, the south side is a lot of low ground, so I don't think teams are going to look to fill in on the south, more so looking for options on the north.
Those rocky outcrops there as you descend the Stauber Hills going to be where a lot of these teams are looking to play around. It's really difficult terrain to try and move through. It is really, really tricky, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of casualties falling down those steps in due course. Vampire, they're being tapped away at. As we're on the top of Stauber Hill, Rook still trying to find some retribution. They found the knock onto Yuhai, but Genfos answers yet again. Yuhai has the safety of his team to fall back on. They're trying to play together, and it's working out well. Nades in, up and to the top floor. Lapar wants to put one over towards Punisher, who's on the stairs. A lovely bounce there. I don't know if it found the damage, though, because he is on that staircase. This time, he's going to put this through the door. Lapar, nade up through the door. Doesn't quite find the shot. It banked off the door frame there. The res has come through in the meantime, and Punisher has been taken low. Nades up higher, they just bomb him out of the building. BTR keep control.
And BTR just dismantling teams after team. Still 4 up. Great spot in the zone as well, off center. As Weibo Gaming down to a solo. And you mentioned it, Weibo Gaming, it was that 4v1. They shouldn't have lost anybody there. And with this Weibo Gaming, it does not look like the Weibo Gaming some people might be expecting. Call it day 1 jitters. We'll see if day 2 they turn things around, but they could be playing much better, that's for sure.
Yeah, there is a little bit left to be desired from this roster. They finished up in 3rd over in the PEL, the summer season. So it is a team that certainly people will be expecting to perform here, but it just hasn't come through in maybe as strong of terms as they would have liked. However, they're not doing terribly, right? They're in 8th place right now. They've got 15 points on the board, 3 eliminations extra this match as well. So they are still within that central pack, but it will start to slip away from them if they let it go too much further.
Yeah, they're in the central pack. Problem is, I'm looking, you know, on the leaderboards, all the people ahead of them. All the people ahead of them are still up in this game. So that 2 points, that kind of, you know, a little bit of a catch-up they did could easily just sink right back down as the vibes in a close fight right now. A little bit spread out. Tough, tricky terrain here to navigate. These angles, these sight lines, not too common because we don't see circles up here. So players will be forced to kind of improvise and figure things out on the go. And it looks like it's somewhat of a stalemate. Vibes with better positioning here as they will find the angle onto the first knock. The second knock as well. Great job out of the Vibes team.
Playing perfectly around the edge of that smoke into the haze. And finding 2 knocks, 1 confirmed flush as well. It allows them to look for the res up the top of the hill. Muerte not getting the third party just yet. Maybe looking to take control of the high ground a little bit more convincingly on that northern side. for the time being. But there's some shots across the way. I think that's Influence Rage spotting out the backlines for Vibes. The circle shift down to this southwest side, right on top of Team Queso's position.
Queso and Sem9 getting a very nice circle. Sem9 with 4 players too, playing very split. Team might crash them though, so they do have to prep for that. But holding that split is okay for now, as the Vibes, yeah, slowly just dismantling this team here. Brute Force looking like they are about to get brute forced out of this lobby. That nade landing awfully close, but they'll stay alive for now.
Just a little bit longer. Nade over the top. Oh, he's spotted. Behind it there. 2 players now for Brute Force and another knock, a third knock. But it's all drawn to a close for Brute Force on that flank. In the meantime, Muerte, Genesis on the northern side, vying for the top of the hill control. A knock over towards that tower is really, really isolated. You have to conclude this scrap. Malloy over the top with a nade. Furia looking to put more in as well, as Genesis falter a little bit on their push. Mernat and Smile both moving a little bit separately here. Malloy still has that nade in hand, and up to the fence they go with Furia, who hits the deck there. A bounce around the side, and Mernat's taken low. Milky Way still isolated up top, but a nade is placed perfectly by Furia. Now just Smile to deal with. A smoke over the edge to try and remain a little bit in control of that path to the tower. As Malloy navigating on the inside here, breaks wide. Smile knows though, and a nade to flush out Milky Way on the sideline. Smile, challenge with Malloy. Malloy still cooking the nade, launches it forwards, and it's perfect. You don't even need to see him. Muerte 2 alive at the top of the high ground, but in come Vibes.
Great fadeaway nade right there. He had it cooked, he had it pinned. Other player rushed him, and he just backed off and tossed it. Perfect finish. We have DRS here, holding down the south side. Vampire in the distance. Tony K going down here will not be able to get revived. Vampire now just down to a solo player, and that solo player is out there in the blue. And Delta is looking his way as well. Vampire is not going to be able to get a single point here in this match either, as Wildmouth. I mean, if you're really quiet and prone in a spot that no one thinks a player should be prone, he can sneak in just a little more, as Vampire goes out. 0 points once again.
Erangel not playing well for them. Was prone for a long time, but doesn't quite catch Killer on the slip and will be going down. That is Weibo out and eliminated. On the south side, DRS going to be looking to cross from the north edge of Yasnaya for the time being. Vibes moved up to the duo for Muerte, but they didn't fully third party it. I don't know if they realize that there are only 2 players there, but now they will go for this assault. They'll try and sweep on through. They've got actually an outpost from BTR to worry about. Bigatron Red Villains have moved on up, still playing quite split right now, about 100 meters between a lot of them. On that 4 position, Genfos has a lot of information against Muerte, who are looking to go down the hills near Stalba.
Yeah, Muerte cornered right now by BTR and Vibes, forced to just kind of go more central. And it's worked out for them before in the previous matches. Can they find another central location to stay safe in? They find a spot. Not a lot of cover, though. They're going to have to improvise. But these different elevations and terrain could work out. They might have just found the sweet spot as the west side, the battle rages on between Influence Rage opening up a nade onto the Vibes team. Nades are being answered back, but no knock. The 4-man advantage does go to the way of Influence. Are they going to commit to this? There's only 2 players here for now. They should look to pressure this a little bit more, in my opinion.
There's a high ground off angle to worry about on the side of Vibes. He seems to have been spotted from maybe somewhere else there. Kajowski back off onto the tree there. As Apex is looking to try and suppress that angle. A knock over to Influence Rage as well. DRS taking a couple of hits there from BTR as he hops into the buggy right in front of his face. And Divine careens on down the hillside, gets away. Genfos is taken out. They've already lost Satalis in the meantime as well. So 2 players now active for BTR. They've got 5 eliminations so far on this match, so they're still doing quite well, all things considered. Genfos further forwards than the rest of the other 2. But if they regroup, they might just be able to get this res. Or DRS. Sorry, this is Bino Storm going on through onto this engagement in the meantime. I thought it was DRS the whole time, but no, Nagon moving on up close to Lapar around the edge of the smoke. A buggy rolls on up and immediately taken down. Divine a little bit too big for the boot there. And Nagon now behind the headland, I think might be the last for Bino Storm. in this area will fall as well. Genfos now maybe resible, but there's a spray from Nanokuni on the sidelines. Will get one. Can he trade it off for the second?
Oh, the 1v1. A little bit distracted from the shots from his backside, and he will go down. There's one thing I learned is that do not get in range of DBS of BTR, because they are hitting all of those shots. Meanwhile, on the south side, do have two other teams facing off here. It is DRS and D+ here. D+ 0 eliminations so far, but looking to switch gears, get a bit aggressive, and right there it pops a quick 3 elims onto DRS. DRS is taken down, and on the low ground, D+ is in a decent position. They have these ridges to work with. That tree cover should be enough for him to get behind some sort of hard cover. The question is, will D+ risk the revive? Because he is not in zone, and that blue zone's closing fast.
Vibes trying to keep control of the top of this ridgeline. Apex, the most danger right now. Repositions down the rock. The Molotov burns him away from his buggy, from his vehicles. Doesn't have that option. Baron further up the hill. 3 players are alive, and they have got that off angle you can see on the minimap, just up and to the left of where Apex sits now. This ditch keeping him safe from Lil Boy right now, but that Molotov thrown forwards, I think should have been spotted by Lil Boy, so they'll know he's in that divot. They'll know where he is.
Next zone about to shift here. Will be a big one for many of these teams. And it does center up here, a little bit down to the south. That does leave Influence Rage. And the team of Vibes not in zone. Vibes down to 3. Want to see what Influence Rage decides to do here, because they do have priority. And they will give Vibes a little bit of space to work with now, as maybe Influence Rage has a spot in zone that they've already seen to just scooch in on. And question is, what will Vibes do now?
We're having a lot of scrappy mid games so far in Group Yellow. A lot of teams losing players, a lot of teams racking up a lot of elimination points early on as well. And value being extracted from a lot of these games. I mean, BTR, right, 9 eliminations, so they've still had a blinder of a game here to keep up the pace. Even though they went down in, I think it was somewhere around 9th or 8th maybe in this lobby. They're still going to get a whole heap of points and keep them nice and firmly ahead. Demuerte on that north side with 5 eliminations, 2 players alive, still looking to get a little bit deeper into this match.
Circle closing in. Vibes still looking for an entry here. They do touch the edge of the zone, but Demuerte with the high ground and low ground pinching them in. Can they do enough with only 2 players, however, as the high ground player does get spotted out? You can see the other Vibes player circling over the top of him. He is forced to come down, almost gets a run over, hops out, gets the quick 180 whip around, and he knows he's exposed. He knows other players are on that high ground and gets in the buggy just in time to stay alive, which is huge because as a duo, you cannot go down. Your teammate cannot afford to revive you, not until the fight's over, and the fight is still raging on in the north side.
Furia has some decent cover. Baron is exposed in the meantime, though. Doesn't really have a lot to do there. Being suppressed by Sem9. I don't know if he spotted Furia on the bottom right of his screen just there. Might be covered off, though. Will be able to retrain that angle and has to force Furia off the angle. The smokes are there for Furia to get back across, but he's very, very exposed and will be knocked, will be spotted. Demuerte down to 1.
Shot so close for Mikhail there onto the high ground. But Baron will make it out, gets the first aid off, and he will join his teammates. He got the revive too. So Vibes being very resilient here, still staying up at 3. Furia close by, but very risky for any movement from Malloy because the Vibes team has not yet been dealt with. And all 3 players looking their way. They confirm Furia. No, that's actually Sem9 confirming the player of Furia.
They knew as soon as that smoke bloomed that that angle was going to be crawled through. They had sightlines on it with Tam, and as soon as that smoke was popped, just a pre-fire through the smoke, that's all they needed, and they were able to get that flush. So now Malloy 1 versus 3 on the northern side against Vibes. For Demuerte to stay on in things, there's a flash forwards. Is he going to use that opportunity to get over the headland? I don't think there's anywhere for him to retreat to realistically. Yeah, you can see immediately as soon as he goes back behind that smoke, Sem9 just takes shots.
DBS in hand, the pushes are good. The buggy drive through, quick distraction, affords his teammate the peek, and they will take the north side, and they get the zone on the north side too. They don't have any hard cover, but that ridgeline just enough to keep them out of sight if they were to go prone. The only other team to really have to make somewhat of a play, which we haven't seen too much of, is D+. We saw them take out DRS, and then they've just been quiet and biding their time. Now, not in the circle. Same with Influence Rage. Both of these teams will need to find something.
Oh, immediate snap back onto Kenny. Only allowed to pop off a couple of shots before he is knocked on the backlines as well for Sem9 with the blue zone crushing in 10 seconds. You do not want to waste any time going for this res. Get him up almost immediately. So they're reading into that D+ know that they can just cross this open ground, get up to this wall line, but there's an off angle coming through for a third party. Sem9 still have the down shots onto Forest. He didn't get across fast enough, and Influence Rage are tailing them as well from that other side, from that western edge. They've crept around the headland, and now they can do some damage.
Yeah, Sem9's caught in a somewhat of a tough spot. We just saw for a brief second the high ground having angles, the mid ground out of Influence Rage pressuring them, and then the low ground out of D+, looking to take their position as well as Milo. He's been quiet this whole time. He's let players sneak by him, and he's going to start it off with the nade. He needs to get a knock. Wait, where did that nade go? Did it not connect on anything? Big Milo just really failing to deliver right there.
That is a big mistake being seen by Big Milo. Really, really bad to find that happening to you in this late stage. Could have basically taken down Influence Rage right here and now. Some lovely down shots with the Vector to be able to get some sprays onto D+. They are fully eliminated, and now it's Vibes to look for the backlines of Influence Rage. Law and Lil Boy, the last two to stand for them on the western edge. Sem9 still 4 players alive, the only team to have maintained that all the way through this match so far. Vibes on the northern side, though, playing with 3, have the high ground.
Yeah, Sem9 under a lot of pressure from multitudes of angles. But they managed to stay strong as 4, like you mentioned. And they're looking strong right now to close out the match, I think, because Queso, we saw them lose Lil Boy. So I think they have 3, but it does not look to be the case. They're down to just the 2 players, and they've had this center zone this whole time.
Reyes and Papi Potro on the inside of the east in the warehouse. The most covered off team for sure. I mean, nobody's really looking to push into it just yet. Sem9 might look to flow around to this eastern side if Vibes maintain their stalwart control on the west. So we'll see if that is a route of aggression for them. You can see them jumping into some vehicles. We'll see where they opt to push.
Yeah, they know with this being stage 8, if they don't make any moves now, they are just going to be forced to the middle, and that puts them in a lot of danger from many teams. So best to set up now, and it looks like they are going to work towards the west side. One of the players gets very close to the Vibes player, but the long distance angle from Doc, still good here, gets that knock. The other team's now taking advantage of that knock to pressure in a little bit closer, but they're going to need to win their close range engagements. Baron comes up close, goes for the thirst. The smoke's covering things off. Baron's still good for now.
Spots the player down the hill, gets a lot of damage, but doesn't find the knock. Ham pushes out to try and deal with it, but he's gone low himself, has to fall back to the rest of his team, knows that they need to commit to this, and they didn't find any damage onto Baron, which is absolutely crazy to be able to push through a smoke and not take any damage for it. Baron still manipulating, moving around fairly masterfully, I would say, over on that ridgeline, but those backlines being taken down. With Doc out of the picture, there's a little less security for Baron on that closer angle. He's hit the deck, he's retreated. Team Queso looking to strike now.
Yeah, Baron has lost that support, and he is slowly crawling back without that support line. Trying to bait the team of Sem9 into Apex, which is a great idea. Try and make as much use as he can as his last remaining support player on the top. I'm hoping Vibes should have just pushed with 2 close range, but that was not the case, and he goes down. Sem9 staying alive with 3. It is stage 9 too. Center zone in favor of Queso, honestly, because both teams have to cross over into the open first before Queso really has to make a play. The smokes will be crucial now.
Papi Potro will see Apex cresting that ridgeline, will have seen that smoke, so they'll know that he's making his play. But what openings does he have? Sure, you get the advantage of knowing that Sem9 are all from the single angle, but you're moving down the hill against Team Queso, who have complete open for season onto your position. Immediately, as soon as that high ground's gone, they break out. Team Queso looking for control.
Okay, so the quick nade, that will not connect. It seems like the hustle actually favors Sem9. Look at this 3-way angle. That nade bouncing very close, but does not connect. Instead, Queso will take nade damage instead.
Potro should have some first aids left. They've been out of the fight for quite a while, but 12 nades in hand for Sem9. They might just wait for this one to close a little bit more and just start to bombard out these angles. You see, they're already starting to put the pressure on. But nice and evasive for Team Queso. Smoke's still launching forwards, nades into them. Damage on the backlines. Reyes with that auto shotty. Wants to get closer, wants to close that range, but Mikiel on the backline, similarly armed. They're waiting for the moment. They're waiting for their opportunity.
There's still util left. Both teams trying to find some util advantage first before engaging with guns. The smoke's obscuring a lot of sight lines. Still no connections just yet. Oh, and there is one.
Oh.
And that should be it.
Immediately, they just surge on forwards. They find that knock. Papi Potro isolated position known. Blue zone's there. He's just got to wait for it to tick away. They give the point over as well. Sem9 take the chicken dinner of the final Erangel today.
Sem9 doing a great job, being so resilient. We saw so many teams kind of take shots at them, and it got close, very close. The Vibes team looked like they were about to finish them out, but just did not find the last bit of damage, and Sem9 got another reset. That was enough for them to close that game. But what a banger of a game, ending around the Stalbor area. It was no easy game for any of the teams, including the winner of the match. It looked like they went through a lot.
Yeah, it was really good to see some new names come into the mix as well, right? Sem9, we haven't really seen much from them so far either. Team Queso staying alive nice and deep into this match, although I feel like that was more due to the circle than due to their personal play. I was more impressed with Vibes over on that north side, doing so much to move on through. There was a lot of contestation for the high ground with teams like Demuerte and Bigatron Red Villains as well, so the fact that Vibes were able to get so late into that game from that position, really, really good stuff.
Yeah, and let's not forget about Influence Rage. They've been very consistent. They made it into the late game as well, and that's consistency in all the matches so far for Influence Rage. They need a banger of a match to catch up to BTR, though, because BTR has just been knocking things out and staying consistent. But like you mentioned, Sem9 puts their name in the ballot, too. They could end up near the top of the leaderboards by the end of the day.
We'll have to wait and see how it's going to fall, but I would be fairly confident at this point to say Red Villains are going to take this top spot moving into day 2 with the fact that they were able to get, I think, at least 9 points in that last match, if not more with placements added on. They just continue to impress, to dominate. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get that late, and they ruined their podium record of second, first, but either way they get points. However, Sem9 able to stay strong, push in from the south, and play for that chicken dinner themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that Sem9 was in 13th place before this match actually concluded with only 6 points. So for them, this was a much-needed game, but they obviously need to continue to improve here if they want to have a chance to make it a top 3 and to make it directly into the Grand Finals, or at least maybe in their eyes, make sure they're out of the bottom so they can get into the survival stage. But gentlemen, 7, cameras still join me once again. Interesting zone, but kind of a somewhat expected finish here for Team Queso and Sem9.
Yeah, for Team Queso, I think we gotta give them props in regards to their early rotations. That was the big question mark especially after Sandhawk, with how slow they were rotating. They were at least allowing themselves by that early rotation to get blessed by the later circles. So it's good to see that out of them. And for Sem9, I mean, for them to be able to actually finish up those fights, for them to be able to get those elements, you were mentioning they were in what, 13th place. That's gonna be a big jump up in boost too, not only in the overall but also in the morale.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not particularly impressed by Sem9 or Queso. They were in the center of the zone from like phase 2 on. They didn't really have to do all that much. Good on them to get the 10 elimination points for Sem9. Queso significantly less than that. But I'm still significantly impressed by BTR always being in the mix. Vibes get 10 eliminations of their own, always being in the mix, especially because they were in positions that on the south side of Stalbor, even surrounding, is very difficult to play around because it's not flat ground at all. So like all the rocks and trees, they only barely hide you. There's always going to be an angle that makes you vulnerable. Very, very chaotic fighting around. So for the teams that are continuing to get these elimination points round after round after round, those are the ones that I'm still paying attention to.
Yeah, and obviously, as we did see, like a couple of teams that were towards the bottom of the leaderboard able to have a decent game, you're still seeing Bigatron in there with their 9 eliminations and 1 placement point. This team is, I know we've been saying it for quite a few times, saying I know they finally did fall to top 3 eventually in this last match, but they have just been ultra dominating. I mean, they still almost have double the points over any other team beyond them, with still 42 elimination points for themselves. So Bigatron really proving to be the team to beat. Influence Rage, though, I think for me and for us here, it's interesting because they're not really doing bad because they're obviously in 3rd place, but they're not really dominating like we've seen them be able to do in the likes of America 7.
Yeah, and I think it has to be with the performance of BTR and some of the other teams as well. But for them to still be able to maintain themselves within the 3rd place, something you were mentioning too, Jason, they either dominate or they just pretty much fade away. Right now, they're not dominating, but they are finding a groove, which is good to see out of this team. 34 points, you can't be mad at that. But with Bigatron, we have to highlight their off angles they've been currently able to get. It's been really great, even in the fight that happened early on in Stalber. Great off angles by this team. Great setup that they've been able to get.
Yeah, I do want to follow up on the influence point just a little bit, though, because they won the very first round in Sanhok. Very good win there, right, for Kayowski to clutch that one out. But ever since then, all of their previous rounds were middle of the pack. And it's good that they are staying consistent in the middle of the pack. But if they want to really start to try and contest for these top spots, maintain themselves in the top 3, which they're currently sitting at, but if they want to continue there, we do still need to see, like, every 3 or 4 rounds have a really good one to follow up on. So on Miramar, I'm looking at them to try and really get at least another solid podium, if not a full-on chicken dinner, under their belt in order to sort of, like, stay in the mix for the heavy swingers in this lobby.
I think we might see them actually do that as we head over to Miramar with the last 2 matches. My eyes are still focused over towards like D+, able to get themselves to 7th place now so far at 20 points. And then for the last time today, Vampire, 16th place, 5 points. Obviously, it's so easy to kind of hammer away at them, but the fact is they came in as the most dominating team of the year, winning PMWI at both events for 2 years straight, but they have not been able to live to the hype. But even a team like Team Peso, what's up?
I think I know the problem with Vampire. No one formally invited them to this event.
Oh.
Yeah, or that. Or yeah, that too. God, that was weak. That was bad. I shouldn't have cut you off for that one. Go on.
Yeah, that was, I mean, I think they were invited because they qualify. I mean, I know what you're getting at. I don't know if 7 does.
I took it out of the oven a little too quickly. We should bake that one a bit more. Let's just go. Let's just move on, please.
you get it, right? So I gotta make sure. No. You don't get it? Vampires aren't allowed, according to the lore, to like.
They need to be invited in. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's my fault. It wasn't really well done.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on from that one. Obviously, we need to give a big shout out here to Infix, our official phone partner here at PMGC. You guys can pick one up the GT10 Pro, and you guys can dominate the lobbies. Maybe like we've seen Bigatron be able to do so. I mean, you see them doing exactly that. You guys can go grab one for yourselves. And of course, the Game Awards, which are still currently going on at the moment. You guys can vote for PUBG Mobile, which has been nominated as the best esports game of the year. So make sure you guys vote for us to be the #1. But I know all of you out there are already doing that. If you sent proof to my man to my right, I think he's on my right. For you guys on my right.
It's your left, right, but
you're right.
The guy in the middle, the short guy in the middle, he'll send you UC if you send proof of that. And not to mention, if you guys want to see anything behind the scenes and obviously everything going on about PMGC over on TikTok, just make sure you search for the tag PMGC 2023. I would actually love to see some like behind the scenes of Bigatron and their domination in the first couple of matches. Maybe Vampire, because we haven't seen them too often on camera now. I think bar like pre-match in one of these games, because it's got to be extremely quiet in their camp. And you know, Sertani's sitting there writing down notes, and he is gonna really hammer away.
I was hoping you'd say that. Sertani's just setting up truth bombs that he's gonna give him at the end of the day.
Well, you know what? We are gonna head to a short little break here where we get things ready to go for Miramar. Maybe some of these teams need that break. We'll find out if they can turn their fate around here as we back with Miramar in just a few. Well, you can see here Bigatron on your screen looking to dominate another match here momentarily. But all other teams need to catch up here. I mean, I don't want to say it's possible just yet, but with the performance they're having today, it is definitely put them one step forward to get themselves straight into the Grand Finals, which honestly would be a fantastic sight to see. Will that Bigatron legacy and domination happen once again? Well, let's find out with the commentators, John Allen and Zute.
On to a new arena as well, because we are going to be taking to Miramar. The dusty dunes await for these teams. I remember certainly we spoke about teams that have been dominant on Miramar in the past, Zute, and one of the names that came through was that old Bigatron roster. They have been giving that same sort of vibe, that power, that ability just to sweep through, that coherence, that synergy that we're seeing in this roster does hark back to that Bigatron roster of old. Obviously, a lot of changes since then, losing the twins, changing out Microboy, Ryzen as well, all going to different positions. But with this roster, it looks like that BTR win power has come back.
Oh yeah, if they could replicate what the old BTR did on this map, I mean, they will slam this week out of the park. They've already dominated on Erangel, and I think all they need to do is get within range of DBS usage. And every single time they whipped out the DBS and fired off shots, it was like a knock on the first, if not the second pump. And other players, like we see other players use the DBS, but they miss. BTR doesn't with those weapons.
They're just on point, seemingly. I mean, excellent control that they've been able to achieve so far. I wonder if other teams, if other players are going to be able to start to step up to that sort of level over the course of these next few days. Because if they don't, then Bigatron are just going to run away with this. There's no two ways about it. A hard south circle. Interesting. I don't think we've seen it go all the way south before. We've seen southeast, but no, it has Los Eagles in.
Yeah, and you can't even see the bottom of that white circle. That's how far south it is. This is going to be a tough one for all of these teams, especially it being the first Miramar match of the entire week. Rotation pathing, tendencies of certain teams to, maybe pick certain locations. None of that is really known for anybody involved here. The only info they have to work with is maybe, drop spots of all the respective teams, but that is pretty much it.
Down on that south side, it's really only influenced Rager on the coastal side right now. Waiting for teams to look to break on down there as well. Vibes coming off of their strong performance in that last Erangel, the control, the victory on that northern side against some pretty tough teams. Going to be hopefully able to ride that train forwards. Major Pride, they are a little bit further south as well. At the start of today, I talked about Major Pride like they were the main hope for EU, but right now that is on its head because De Muerte vastly outperforming them.
Yeah, De Muerte have been very consistent in various different fashions. I know it seems like they just end up, more towards the center, and they just keep their heads tucked down low. But I think in every match they've shown a little bit of resilience toward many different situations. So De Muerte, if they could keep this up, it'll keep them in a great spot. One player not in a great spot is the DRS player, Killer YT in the air. No bullets connecting though. That is a tough shot to make from that distance. DRS, where are they going for them to still be up in the sky?
I'm not sure.
Wait,
really
they're hovering over the city north of Power Grid. And with that plane path, they are dropping like 2,000 meters plus away, just parachuting over. And that's going to potentially cause some issues for them as, Genesis spots that out, and they are full sending in. They are already looted and in vehicles catching the DRS players off guard. You can't be drifting in the sky for that long.
And Sem9 are already ahead on this rotation. Doesn't win out the trade there. The M249 just laying down the lead, and it's a really bad, unfortunate start for DRS. They lose their players. Sem9 were already way ahead of them. They've already gotten to El Azahar, whilst DRS are floating over towards Hacienda del Patron. I mean, San Martin area just completely packed, and you're right. It's a weird decision for them to make.
Definitely so. It's something that the coach certainly has to take a look into. Luckily for them, they'll just only lose one. But that was a one player that could have easily been avoided. And given such a hard South Circle, I mean, this is you definitely want all 4 up. As Mind here, losing a wheel on that vehicle. So forced to change it back out. Bino Storm looting up here. They should make a quick rotation as Los Leones is pretty much very close to center. So I want to see them center right on up. Bino Storm not able to do much yet today so far, sitting in 13th place. Japan have a lot to prove. They've been to this stage multiple times, but I think they have yet to qualify into the Grand Finals. So we'll see if they could get that done here.
I think the other team from Japan that came through here, Reject, also was able to get to the survival stage back over in their group, right? They were very, very close. They were the bubble team in 4th place, 188 points to the 198 of Stalwart. So they were close to being able to jump up into that 3rd place bubble, but it was just a little bit short. So Japan, I mean, they definitely have some talented players. We've seen a little bit more from Reject over the years, I think, than any other team coming from Japan. But can Bino Storm pick up some pace here and maybe have a little bit more of an impact? Right now, I'm not really expecting too much from them, but I'm ready to be surprised.
Yeah, I will say Japan as a region, though, just steady improvement consistently. I don't think they've dropped an improvement over the course of multiple years, and particularly the Reject team, that is the premier team out of Japan. The very first team globally, if I'm not mistaken, out of Japan was Reject as well. I remember back when I was competing, that was the first team I met. They've kept, you know, the player Sara on the roster this entire time, and they've been doing really well in their own league, the PMJL. So it's great to see Japan does have, you know, at least one very consistent team that is improving. We'll see how they do in the survival stage. BNS, on the other hand, you know, they're a bit more new to this kind of global stage pressure compared to the Rejects team. So time will tell how well they do. 2 games left today. There's still a chance for them to pull back up. We saw Sem9 do it, right? Sem9, just after 1 game, goes from, I think the Dust mentioned, from 13th up to sitting 5th.
Team Queso taking shots out to Major Prize rotation, but a nice line of fire to respond to Team Queso's high ground area. And it will force them off. Oh dear, that was maybe not ideal, but doesn't take any full damage for it. Could have been worse. And Arturs rolls back to the rest of Team Queso. No knocks sent either way. This is right on the south coast as well, and in a prime central location in this next circle.
This is center, pretty much, for everyone watching. I know we're really far down south if you just tuned in, but that is just how far south the circle is. Once again, you can't even see the white line of the bottom half of the circle because it's cut off the map.
It's really far on down there. Keeps the bridge in play to Los Higos, which may open up rotational paths from that western edge to go for a cheeky little rotate through Minas del Sur, through Los Higos, and maybe try and push in from that south side. Would be very, very difficult, probably a last-ditch attempt, but I'll keep my eye out for it nonetheless. Brute Force swanning on down that south coast as well, just trying to take control on the western side of this circle.
Blue zone closing in really fast now. Next circle about to come out. Will we pull it further down south? We'll see very shortly. Vampire coming in from the east side. I think Vampire, I don't know. They've had such.
Oh.
Okay. This is nice. This is very nice for us. Okay. For us watching, this is very nice.
I think I've only seen a circle like this once in my coverage of PUBG Mobile. Underneath the bridge, surprisingly a good spot here. It does have some vulnerabilities to the sidelines, but you can cover off. There's some decent ridges. It looks like a lot of teams are trying to get onto the bridge. 2 of them going to try and do so right now. Try and mount up very, very quickly, but Team Queso just getting pulled apart by Major Pride, who were a team playing in that very circle that I mentioned before. But they were ahead of the game onto this bridge. And they're going to take down at least 3 of these players. There's no 2 ways about it. Weibo trying to move on in as well, but Reyes is the only victim to the scopes of Weibo from China. And Big Milo from Team Queso will be the last to fall. Not going to be able to find cover underneath that bridge himself.
Ooh. Queso just really not having any success here today. 13 points so far. You know, it's not the absolute terrible in the lobby, but they had such a good chance with that circle. Just cut short. Maybe if they kept rotating on the bridge, you see Influence Rage. They're trying to swim. They know that bridge is going to be heavily contested. Schwips going for a swim too. They got the 2 knocks. Maybe looking to pick up some loot. Or actually, maybe he's just looking to swim into zone. Because honestly, that's not a bad idea right now.
Absolutely. I mean, that west bridge rotation I was talking about earlier that I said was an outside chance, now looking a lot more healthy because the circle is centered on that island down to the south. However, it's not entirely unlikely that it goes back up to the mainland in the next shift, so we'll have to wait and see. I like Brute Force's decision. They swam across a little bit further west and actually stopped Rook from making that west bridge rotation that De Muerte are behind them in the queue to do as well. And they're going to be playing down towards Los Higos to try and take control down there. There are quite a few areas around Los Higos that you can hold up in, and it's not the easiest to hold, even as a 4. So we'll have to wait and see if they're able to do so. Knocks out in the water? Or have they just jumped off?
Oh, man. I could just imagine the panic. And
Oh, no. How have they done that?
Oh, I mean, you don't use a jet ski too often. You don't realize how easily it is to overturn that vehicle. And you saw when they first flipped it over, they swam away. Oh, you flipped it over. It's over. We're done for. And then the other player starts swimming back, and then they're like, wait a second. We literally have no other option. Swims back to the jet ski, realizes, yeah, no, it's over. And, oh, that jet ski. So easy to blow up as well. We are going to head into the next circle. Where is this going? Surely not down to Los Higos.
There it is.
It goes down south. There it is, indeed.
The last time I saw the circle around this bridge, it went back to the mainland, so I was denied the finish on the island down south, but it looks like it's good here. Major Pride getting it across that bridge early could be paying out massively now.
Oh, Major Pride. If they don't end up in the top 3, they did something wrong. So many teams on the outskirts can't even push into them because they first need to breach onto the land, and the second they do, there's another team following them behind or playing spoiler from distance. Oh boy, Weibo Gaming, can they fend off the Genesis team? They are good for the first one. DBS holds, Ming gets the quick flush. Weibo Gaming, if they win this fight, they still have more to go as the zone, you know, they're in it, but they should be looking to keep on going as Ming gets taken down. That vehicle parked right on the roof. They're sending it in.
A crash right onto the top of Weibo, trying to nade out the door, trying to get an answer. And actually, it's Major Pride to have an impact on this scrap. There's a outpost down south for Weibo, so they are going to leave their player on the inside, high and dry. Really not much to do. They're having to try and push down to where everybody else is also looking to move as well. I just remembered that there was, in fact, another match that I've seen end down this area. The ridgeline that Brute Force currently hold is going to be so important. If they can keep control of it away from Influence Rage and Vampire a little bit further out to the east, on the south side here, it has an excellent overlook. But if they have to go down that ridge, it will be brutal.
Yeah, just cutting it in half, pretty much. The circle will play in huge favor if it does shift that way for Brute Force. De Muerte, yeah, they're not able to cross. They're just going to try and stay alive and not take blue zone damage for as long as possible. Probably look for some fishes as, yeah, the whole team of BTR and the Vibes team swimming right now. That's 8 points in the water potentially. And hold on, some shots being fired back from some angle. I think that's actually from the side of D+ on the offside. They've already breached land across. And, oh, D+, they could pick up a lot of points here if they just watch the waters.
I mean, when BTR are doing it, you know it must be desperate here. To be honest, for most teams at this stage, I'm willing to sort of throw this performance out the window in terms of criticizing them for it, because it is so uncommon to see circles like this. However, you can also, on the other side of it, praise teams that have adapted fast, have adapted well. Like Major Pride, for instance, who went to that bridge almost immediately as soon as they saw that zone 2. So very, very well done from them. Teams like Brute Force, who made their way over onto that western island nice and early as well, making good rotations, making good choices.
Major Pride, they went for it early, and it wasn't free either. They had to fight Queso, and they came out on top of that strap, which awarded them the perfect position. As Buggy driving right by the BTR player, will make it to the other side of the ridge, and he slips off into the water. That does give BTR a lot of breathing room as, from the blue zone, back and forth. I think he just got knocked right there. IHC coming in from the blue zone. As a circle, we'll shift down. The main island, barely any of it in the zone now.
These rocks are so difficult to navigate around. The swimming, the sight lines you have from that area as well. Really, really tricky. And teams are just falling like flies. There's really no way to make this one work for the majority of these teams, and they're just trying their best to pick up a point or two if they can and try and get away with it. The question is who holds control of the center, because right now Brute Force still have so much positional advantage. If they can keep this south side under their control, the shots will be challenging for them, but if they can stay alive as 4, this is a team that we know has the potential to make it work.
Brute Force, they should keep together as 4. The only people challenging them are at most a 3-man here, but that's not going to go in their favor. They get no trades right back, and 2 of them actually goes down.
Big
Almost
nade.
a third. That nade should be good, and a double knock. That nade saves everything for Brute Force.
Might just keep them in this one. They're looking to try and get the rest of Rook, and there won't be anyone there. They need to pull the players back up, because now on the eastern side, the players over to that eastern side of the island, Influence Rage, are going to be looking to try and take control from them if they can get up onto the island. Mind, near that compound, looking for that oversight on the south edge. Is there foothold over on the east? Teams looking to cross now, continually being punished for this position.
Vibes surviving as 3, making that treacherous swim. They have more to go, though, as they don't have the zone on that side. And D+, we should be seeing D+ spring into action fairly soon, as the west side is condensing, and they are in the zone. On the bridge, Bino Storm looking to carve their way through. Bino Storm have played this very slow and patient, so I think, they will be having all 4 players available for this push across.
But it is a death run, certainly. It's so difficult to make your way through here. BTR eliminated in the meantime on the west side. No one having a good time right now. It is real tough stuff on this South Island crossing. Down towards Major Pride. They're waiting here. You can't even go underneath it. This Genesis will just pick you up as you come in, because you can't all go as 4, which would be needed to take down Genesis, and you can't really way to get past this Major Pride hold. It is just stranglesome over this bridge.
Yeah, Bino Storm needs to get close enough to maybe smoke sightlines off, and then they can make a mad dash, veer off to the left or right, and then circle around the side of Major Pride. That should be the play that they're considering. It is going to be tough, though, but they have no other option. And with 4 people up, depending on how many vehicles they have all 4 vehicles for each individual player, it is quite doable if they could get close. We'll see where the circle goes, though, because it could shift north and give them the next zone to work with.
If it goes down south, I think it's Brute Force's match to lose here, unless Sem9 can get on fast. We'll have to wait and see. It does, in fact, dip down south. Keeps Major Pride in on their compound at that bridge mouth. But Brute Force can move along east, and they need to do so fairly soon, because D+, if they can get across that open ground, past IHC potentially as well, they will have contest on that ridgeline that sits down the middle of this South Island.
Genesis, not much that they could do besides look for some points from swimmers. We do see D+ here losing that zone, so they have to move a little bit. They've been very quiet, but just playing it conservative, keeping all 4 players up. See how much that helps them out in the very end stages of the game. Influence still alive, and here's that smoke path I was talking about. 1 player gets cut down, the second makes it over, but they stopped short. They didn't keep going. Surely they must have known there were other players on that low ground ready to meet them. Bino Storm making a little bit of a mistake there, I think. And Nagon goes down to that nade, and I think Bino Storm, just down to the solo.
I just don't think there's any way you can make that push. It's just so difficult. It would need a miracle. You get 3 picks onto Major Pride, and it would need Major Pride to make mistakes in order for this to work properly. And they just haven't. They've stayed nice and disciplined. They're probably very aware of Genesis under the bridge. So they were allowing them to play as that side cover if the players look to drop out to the side. Demuerte moving up with 2 players as well. And everybody's just getting crunched here. Everybody trying to survive, and it's not going to go well. Ichi tries to move around the edge, and Killer breaking out. This is on the southeast point as we hop over to DRS with just Killer remaining against Influence Rage. Ooh. 5 eliminations found, and they'll add a 6th to that tally, but there's only 2 of them left standing. They've been 2 for a while, though. So on the southeast side, they've managed to find a foothold.
Yeah, Influence Rage up to 6 eliminations. So just playing very, very consistent every single match so far. And this is kind of how they did it in the Americas. They were so consistent through the entire tournament that, honestly, I recall the spotlight was on 8-7 loops just because they had to make huge plays. So the spotlight was on them, but at the end of the day, Influence Rage is just sheer consistency. Getting those podium finishes, not, you know, top 1, is going to be their playstyle still, and it is working out for them.
I'm still looking over to Brute Force and thinking how fast can they conclude this fight on the western edge, because D+ are going to start to get onto this ridgeline, start to take control away from Mind and Prepod on that northern edge, and IHC as well are threatening. They are investing a lot into clearing out this western side, and Major Pride can gather power here. As soon as they can take down enough players around them, they can make that break to the ridgeline, because if there is a team like Brute Force, like D+, moving along, as they get into position against Major Pride, there's no way Major Pride can make the crossing.
Definitely agree with that one. And you can see now Major Pride is starting to clear out their sides. They pick up a point here. Only 1 player left for Demuerte, and he will go down. Confirmed to the side of that Major Pride team with a nade. And now they're making their move, but still, Brute Force on the southwest, still looking strong with 4. They haven't lost anyone so far, and they picked up a player onto the side of D+. D+ had 4, so that was a major threat. Just cut down a little bit now.
IHC still taking shots. Yol onto the low ground position for Brute Force, who have only taken 1 knock, and they were able to get that one back up. Actually, no, it was 2 knocks, wasn't it, against Rook on that south side for a while. But they're able to keep it under control. And now Ado with angles over towards Influence Rage as well. Osal in the meantime for D+, trying to move on forwards, might be spotted here, but Rap's back. He's just getting some scouting, some information gathered as they try and make their path into this next circle.
We saw mine right there with the nade out, had it primed and ready, but doesn't throw it because the player's just baiting it out. They're getting a lot of info over the side of D+. And Mind doesn't give away his position just yet. He hears a car stop. Now that nade is going to come in handy. And he caught the footsteps as he ran away. So he's going to throw that in the right direction and gets very close. The Molly follow-up. No knock in. Oh, there's that thing you were mentioning. Major Pride now cresting over the ridgeline side. Brute Force, they didn't finish this fight, so they will not be able to secure that spot.
And now Major Pride have that central area with that little saddle that sits between the 2 peaks of this ridgeline. They have a really, really solid sightline out to this western edge. Brute Force are going to struggle. They're going to have to play the south coast. They're going to have to conclude these fights out on the western edge.
Nade coming in. No connection. Brute Force, Mind starting to get exposed to a lot of angles. Doesn't have much options to play with now. Brute Force finds one onto IHC. And as Major Pride getting sightlines onto D+ now. It's a grind of a game right now with the way the circles are closing in. Major Pride in a great spot, however.
I've liked today's Major Pride. I think their coordinated aggression has been really quite fiery, really, from this team, from this region as well. I'm really liking this push that they made across the bridge, and now they've made that bold push across the open ground to get up to this high ground that they now currently own. And I think it's characteristic of what we've seen from them today. They have fallen flat a couple of times so far, but they have managed to impress me in terms of what they've been able to pull out on day 1. We'll see if they can keep it going. As Naomi, in effect, over on the high ground with D+ right next to them. A nade to keep them alive, and Naomi has two players right close to him to deal with. There is backup sailing straight on through, and Forest is cut down. The Lumberjacks here, and they will look for more as well as Naomi swells over the hillside. And now they have control, but Brute Force can start to move in as well.
Yeah, Brute Force, hearing the commotion, tries to take advantage of it. They didn't go for a full third party, but they made good ground. And oh, Sem9! Major Pride committed too much over to that side. It allows Sem9 to sneak behind and confirm a point. And now Major Pride are sandwiched between two different teams. It's not looking good. Major Pride had everything within their control, even the zone, and now they gave up the zone as the circle shifts back towards where they were. So now Major Pride forced to make a decision. Go aggressive. They're going to go and try and take the fight to the side of Brute Force. Gets the opening. Naomi quickly ducks back down. A trade happens through, but a trade once again. Major Pride are holding this down, and third party Sem9 given an opportunity here to third party the two dominating four-man teams.
I mean, just as I sing Major Pride's praises, they pull something like this. They go over-aggressive, right? This is sure they are making good aggression for two of their shifts so far this match, but this third one is a little bit beyond the pale. You're right, shifting away from that high ground area where they knew there were teams scrapping. You could just third party exactly like Sem9 are doing right now, and they might have just lost the game for it. Influence Rage and Sem9 looking good to try and take this one. What are the two?
Yeah, it's crazy. The two four-man teams, Brute Force and Major Pride. We were certainly thinking it's either one of the two to take the win, but instead now, the duos that have been quiet all the time, looking in a great spot now. They do have a bike, by the way, Brute Force to rotate with. He popped that out of his inventory. Maybe it'll come into play as they do get that confirmation there. So they will be in the top three. They get the reset back up to 3. First, he has 3, so he can toss one over to his teammate in case Neds doesn't have a first aid. It looks like he want to get down the smoke first. They will first aid up. There is that bike. Will they use it? Well, they have the zone, so no need for it just yet.
Now they can start to use this western hillside, though, a little bit more effectively. Without the threat of players on D+, of Major Pride who rolled on in, they can maneuver a little bit more strongly, take shots back towards Sem9 without the fear of it being a third party. I'm wondering what Influence Rage can do here, because they have got those sightlines down the coast.
Influence Rage. If Federal swam across that whole way, he would have had the perfect timing onto the backside. But being a duo and getting the zone, it's a tough call to make, to be over-ambitious like that. We'll see where Circle 8 goes before we close into nothingness. And it favors everybody, more or less. So I don't think we'll see too much movement. Brute Force having to make the most of it. And they get closer. They'll get a nade distance Federal. I don't know if Federal has any nades to work with, though. But Wido does have 3.
I think they're all going to be looking to make this swim, just one after the other, biding their time. Potatoes made that central area. In-law, I think, is going to hear these steps from Kenny, who's hit the deck now, crawling forwards. Federal very split from the rest of it. Influence Rage playing far apart from one another, and that's got to be such a heavy burden on Kenny to not go for the peaks down towards the coastline. He's waiting so patiently, but Law is right there. They are waiting. He's not in the next circle, I don't think, Law, so he's going to have to move as well.
Oh, the swim maneuver coming out for Mine. Just getting the info. Somewhat safe in the water. Just as I say that, almost gets taken down, so he's going to think better of that. One last nade for Federal. He's got to make this one count. He tosses it, he launches it. Can it get a knock?
Oh,
he does! Mine even got the first aid off, but it was right on the money. And Federal going very aggressive here. Maybe to look for the flush, but definitely to apply pressure. He wants that middle ground area going into stage 9, and I think he just got it. He isn't going to press any further. Catches a player out, drops into the water. Federal has the ammo to use. Law, meanwhile, focused on the north side.
sees Kenny completely. He sees them around the edge of the tree, but he's hit the deck and Kenny evades the damage. He's going to just fall off. I don't think he knows, but is again, Law is going to see the player hit the deck, and Kenny should go down to the nade from Law. Influence Rage just marching in, and this is the consistency that you highlighted from the roster. Another nade over the top, and they will continue to keep up the pace. A lot of damage inflicted from this eastern side, and Influence Rage look to keep it on going. Brute Force, though, they're back up to 3. Federal has his work cut out around the headland here. Needs to hold off. EBS is there. He's spotted. Doesn't even go for a shot. He was waiting for more to pass, but the Trigger Discipline comes back to bite him. It's all up to Law. One player to handle it. He can't do that. It's 7-9 up top, and it might be Brute Force to roll on through. As third place Influence Rage will fall. Just the one player up top to deal with. Brute Force, 10 eliminations. Want to make it. The double twigs up to 11 on the chicken dinner. They just need this last player to go down. Depp hiding in the grass.
Might just deny it too. As yet shifts into the blue and denied, but still a massive win out of Brute Force. You called it. If they could control that west side and come in, they could take the win. Of course, it was Major Pride's game to win, but they made that dastardly mistake where they gave up that high ground and got sandwiched between everything. Brute Force definitely, praising, I believe that's Ido there, the player that got the 6 of the limbs. You will see that MVP coming up shortly, but a huge game out of Brute Force.
Really, really solid stuff coming through from Brute Force. I felt like they could have left that engagement on the west and played to that position that Major Pride left to try and third party a little bit earlier. I think that on the western side, they did get value for it and obviously ended up winning, but only because of Major Pride's mistake in that situation. There's Ado with that MVP, 6 eliminations, really, really on the warpath. Celebrations for the Brute Force team. And again, really starting to show up here and show us what this team is made of.
Yeah. One thing that I'm noticing, right, other teams chiming in. It's not just the BTR show, but one thing is consistent. Influence Rage. They're not getting those spectacular finishes, but this is exactly how they did it in previous tournament stages. They're just so consistent. So Influence Rage gets a lot of points once again. BTR, the big thing here, not getting, I think they only got 1 point, and then they were taken out.
They were. Only the 1 point found for tournament leaders, BTR, but it was a crazy dash for the South Island Circle. A lot of missteps, a lot of misplays, and a lot of shining examples of positional control. Brute Force able to move in from the west and take it home for chicken dinner.
They take it home indeed, but I think, as you kind of alluded to there, John, this is a match that we kind of have to write off a little bit for a lot of other teams out there just because of the zones shifting south and south all the way to this lonely little island. And eventually, like you mentioned, Brute Force able to come out on top. But I will say this, Seven and Cameron, I was pleasantly impressed with Brute Force holding that western side of that island because a majority of those teams we saw came from that direction, Cameron, and Brute Force easily could have been overrun.
Yeah, but they held their ground very, very well. And actually looking at Brute Force's entire run today so far, their eliminations have always been up there. It's been placements that have kind of been lagging behind, keeping them in like 5th, 6th place. But now with 10 placement points from the win, 10 more eliminations on top of that, like this team, they've kind of been silent killers. It's really hard to get noticed when we were having the Red Villains just take the spotlight every single round up until now. But they're definitely here to play, along with other teams like Influence Rage, who still 4th place finish for them.
I'm just curious wait, hold on, Seven. I'm just curious what kind of jujitsu they're trying to do here, like ninjutsu or something with their hands, man. I don't know if you guys are anime watchers, but I'm thinking like some Naruto Shippuden vibes in here.
They probably are. I mean, the one that I'm thinking of is Ado. That dude has been performing so well today, not only on this match, has he been able to save them, being able to recover the team, especially we saw there towards the end, even though he did end up getting a little bit of help there from 7-9. But even in the previous matches, it's always been Ado that's the last player. I remember when he was just the one player standing, I think it was the first Enrigal, if I'm not mistaken, he was also able to get a lot of elims there, actually back to Sandhawk. That's the one I'm thinking about. He was also able to get a lot of elims, even though he was just by himself. So good performances, good single performances too out of some players there from Brute Force. And I'm with you, Cam. I'm glad that they are able to get those elims, and I'm glad here that they're able to get those placement points by getting that chicken dinner. Hopefully they can follow it up with some here on the last Miramar coming up.
Yeah, not to mention, like Ado, he had a double nade onto Rook as they were being pushed. I think most of his teammates were already knocked in that situation. It kind of keeps him in the running. Not to mention, she gets him all the way up to 3rd place now, as we can see. Brute Force able to crest this bubble at the moment for getting themselves into the Grand Finals at 44 points. Influence Rage as well. You know, Cameron, we kind of talked about before coming to this match that, you know, one good match a day isn't going to be enough to maintain a top 3 position.
Yeah.
And it looks like you predicted it perfectly.
Yeah, if there is one thing to be worried about for Influence is that often, like, it's very hard that rare that we see them with a full 4-man squad going into these late games. That being said, it's a good sign that they're able to get so many points off of what are essentially salvage rounds. So I'm not trying to say this is like, oh, they're going to fall behind or anything. What I actually mean is that there's still an extra level that we could see them go to. I think that they're trying to put a lot of emphasis on holding the edge positions, which sometimes can be really successful, might be getting a little overrun nowadays. So, you know, hopefully at the end of today, we have one more Miramar. We'll see how they perform there, but they're going to review all of their games today and really try and clean up those edge holds just a little bit better, as well as, of course, those sends that we saw that were a little chaotic, shall we say, earlier on.
Yeah, I feel like some teams have just been a little bit more unhinged in their play style, like thinking about Bigatron, where they're just kind of like, we're going to throw our weight around, we're going to see how many of you can take out these close quarter combat fights. Whereas tomorrow, I think there's going to be a much more methodical play style out of a lot of these teams, considering they've been able to see the drop locations that they're assuming teams are going to commit to, and obviously the rotations, which can be extremely important. And Seven, you know, if there's any teams out there you're kind of looking at who could bounce back in a massive way tomorrow, is there any in particular you're thinking of?
I think there's one.
Well, I mean,
I'm thinking of Vampire.
I wasn't
Esports.
trying to get
Come
you to say
on.
them. I was trying to get you to look at a different team potentially.
Different team. I mean, it would actually have to be Team Queso. I feel like even though they have had a good performance there in Erangel, there's still some things that just haven't been working out. And as we were mentioning too during the Erangel, where they're able to get some good points, it was kind of gifted to them. Yes, they made that early rotation, but besides that, they got super gifted with the zone. I want to see a little bit more of this team, considering that they are the champions in regards to PMGC points out of LATAM. Maybe they'll be able to turn the face here, but for me, it has to be Vampire Esports. The biggest disappointment so far of day one. I expect, as I was alluding to earlier, their coaches going in, giving them some truth bumps, hopefully a different playing style out of them, hopefully being able to adapt to. And I'm interested to see too how some of the other teams are going to be adapting to Bigatron, because Bigatron has been just so consistent when they take fights.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it is time to head into our final match of the day. It's going to be a Miramar once again. We're going to find out which team's going to end things off on a high note, and hopefully it's Vampire.
I'm not holding out my hope, to be honest. I will invite them into this tournament, though. I will allow them to enter into the spirit of it. I don't know if anyone gave their permission already, but yeah, definitely you're allowed in. Come on, Satani and the boys will put you up, hopefully, on those tables, because right now, 7 points, dead last place. This is not the Vampire we want to see.
It's also just every time we've seen them on screen, it doesn't look like it's a team that knows what they're doing whatsoever. Just caught in really bad positions, not putting up a fight. They made a rotation circle 2 and lost to everybody. It's not like a, you know, Hail Mary circle 5. If you can make it, you're in a great spot. Circle 2, there's still so much options, and they go out on a rotation. That was on Erangel, of all maps. We didn't see the full rotation, so I may be a little wrong. Caught the tail end of it. But still, this is Vampire Esports. Day one is basically about to conclude. They could go out today, you know, in last place, and with how well they have done, there's still a chance, right? They could really bring it back. If they could come into PMWI, you know, stage performance, they could, you know, bring it back, make it into top 3 even. But I just have not seen anything out of Vampire.
Yeah, they've just been very unimpressive so far today. That last match, again, like I said during it, I'm willing to write off bad performances for that first Miramar just because of the insanity of this circle, but they weren't able to perform there either. 7 points over the first few games just is not enough. Tony K, where are you? They need you right now. They certainly are not seeing that performance they're able to achieve in the middle of the year over in Riyadh for the PMWI. They want to make their bid towards the top spots to be able to book their ticket to Turkey as well. At the end of this, of course, the top 3 spots going through, and our first day has been BTR all over.
Yeah, BTR have just been knocking it out of the park. But you can see after, a drop game here and there, the gap is closing as, it should when a team drops a match. But still, it's BTR is still looking very strong. And that last Miramar match, like you said, with the zone being that far south, even experienced teams like BTR didn't really stand a chance. We saw so many teams, big teams, go out with very little points. The only team, though, that was consistent throughout the entire day, plus that match, was Influence Rage. But that could be, given the fact of where they dropped. They do drop in that southeast, so they had a somewhat easy time to rotate in. We'll see what this match brings to us, as we will get a hot drop with Demorte and another team.
Major Pride and Vibes, I think. Oh, as well. There was more hot drops going on.
Oh,
I was looking at the one on screen.
Oh, okay. I was looking at the mini-map. So, Eastern Circle, though, that might break up this hot drop, right? That far of an East Circle, both teams, I imagine, want to get a move on if possible. We'll see if IHC or Demorte can find the first knock, and there is that other hot drop going on, too, like you mentioned.
Yeah, shots from, I think it was Major Pride over towards Vibes on that south side, closer to Shumacera. Also, De Muerte, like you highlighted, close to IHC over in Monte Nuevo. So 4 teams getting in and amongst it. And an Eastern Circle to maybe turn them away from that. There's a lot of mixed up teams around this middle area of the map as well. So whilst we're focusing over on that side of the map, there are a lot of mixed up teams. BTR, one of them, obviously Brute Force as well, around that sort of area. But I think you've also got teams like Weibo kind of in the mix with Team Queso right now. Genesis as well, we're a little bit further away, but Sem9 are also amongst the teams near DRS on this northern side. There is a lot of mixed up drops going on right now.
Yeah, the playing path very skewed to the west, and it is day one, so not many teams know exactly how teams are going to act on certain plane paths. So we didn't see any teams stretch out for vehicles to go east besides Vampire. Vampire is the only team to drop for a vehicle and then go to their loot spot. Everyone else just dropping off plane path, which is why we see so many teams very close to each other and these scrappy fights going on.
I'm glad Vampire have been able to extricate themselves from the melee for the time being. The question, as it has been for the whole of today, is can they do anything with it? Can they actually show up and start playing the game?
Milky Way
have an appearance.
Getting close here, laying prone, doesn't want to give away any audio cues. So it looks like Demorte are going to commit to this fight because Milky Way, he gets spotted, but the DBS misses every single shot, finally hits 2, but Zayol definitely got jump scared there because Zayol missed a lot of shots as well, only connecting 1 bullet, I think, onto Milky Way. That was messy on both sides. So DBS, I mean, in the hands of BTR, it seems like an unstoppable gun. You can't miss with it, but you saw right there, the crosshair was pretty close onto target, but still missed the first 5 to 6 shots.
I think the BTR DBSs actually have a 350-meter range as well, which obviously really helps out on how that works. Everybody else's are only about 2 meters, 3 meters, something like that.
Demorte get the upper hand here. The rest of this fight still going to be difficult to close out. You see how spread IHC is. They can isolate these players if they know exactly where they are, but I don't think IHC has made too much noise. I wouldn't be surprised if Demorte just, loot and start rotating in, given how eastern the circle is.
Certainly going to have to get a move on fairly soon, because spots will start to get taken up. That western edge will become an impenetrable wall. I'm imagining we're going to see teams like Major Pride and maybe Rook as well start to move in around the edges. Major Pride on the south, Rook over on the north, so opposing side. Sem9, they've got it out in the open, and Genesis are not going to allow them to get through at all. Look at the devastation they've been able to wreak. Who's going to get the points, though? Because there's DRS picking up 1. Only going to be able to steal away that first one, and Genesis do claim 2 of those points for their work. DRS also responsible a little bit for forcing Sem9 out into the open.
Not a very good rotation out of Sem9 there. Cutting right in between 2 major high point grounds. That's always almost a recipe for disaster as far as it comes to rotations. And it looks like Demorte are not going to back off here. They have found Demo, and they are isolating him. Doing a 3-1 push, of course. Milky Way made it onto the high ground. Can pass off all the info needed. And actually dropping down here. So he's just going to commit to the fight with the rest of his team. Demo with the UMP in hand. Alex also as well. And oh, it's actually because IHC lost another member. So Demorte has found 2. Milky Way on that high ground found the second one.
I mean, it is halfway through stage 1, so IHC are absolutely due to have lost at least 2 players, right? They need to donate those to the rest of the lobby, seemingly every match. At this point, I think we've seen it at least 50% of today. IHC losing players off the rip in less than glorious fashion. This time around, they haven't even been able to get anything in response for it, which is really unfortunate. And that's why we're seeing them down in 12th place. They're just severely limiting their point scoring potential. And with Demo under the cosh here, he might be the next to add a point to the tallies of the rest of the lobby. Penned in with that Molotov as well. I don't think you can get through those windows. So Demo kind of trapped for now.
Yeah. Demo trying to, play towards the support lines of Alex, but not much he could do. Milky Way surrounding them. Alex making noise too, so his position's definitely given away. So Milky Way will know where the last 2 players are. It's not looking good here as they do push in, and yep. Oh, actually, that was Milky Way getting knocked. Milky Way's fine, though. They finish out the fight. Quick 1-2, pick up the points, get the revive. That's worth for 4 points. Sure, you don't have any zone priority, but it is Circle 1. You keep all 4 players up. That's the important thing.
IHC going down, 16th place. If they can fix their drops, then maybe we'll actually pay attention to them into the later games, because they may well have excellent late game play, but they're losing too much early at the moment. So they need to figure out where these drop spots are. But that does bode well, I think, for their future, because I feel like drop spots are probably one of the easiest things to actually fix and to actually address very, very materially, right? Because it's difficult to say, oh, we need more control. How do you adjust that? That's a lot harder to get in, but you just change your drop spot, right? Or you just change the formation in which you drop, or you put more pressure on one specific location. I think there's some very clear progression that IHC can make into tomorrow and the rest of this week's games.
Yeah, a lot of quick fixes that could be done. And certainly going into day 2, they're not going to lose 2 players off bat. Maybe just 1 game. It might happen one more time, but we'll see.
Just
we'll see
for old time's sake. For old time's sake.
We'll see how
We love the coast today. Goodness me.
Who angered the Circle Gods today? I wonder. It's, you know what? It's Jason.
It must be. You're right,
because Jason is with us. Yeah.
Do you think we're going for another island finish, though? That's the big question.
Oh, yeah, that could happen.
It's possible.
There is 2 islands, actually 3 in play. Wow. Is anyone going to commit to... I would love to see, like, at least one team send 1 player out there just in case, right? That would be so heads up. Maybe Influence Rage might do that. The amount of power control you can have if the zone does shift that way and you already have a player there. Oh, man, what is going to... I've never been more excited to see the next zone when this zone just popped up. Like, I don't even care about this zone. Show me the next one.
To be fair, another major feature, if we ignore the islands for just a second, I know, we'll go back to them, don't worry, Azute, we'll go back.
Okay.
But Impala, right, is a massive, massive feature in this zone. The hills out to the east of it as well, also incredibly difficult to navigate if you're a team that's coming in late to this area. So you need priority from the north side or the south side to get into those hills, and you need priority from Impala to be able to survive through there as well, because getting up to the hills from Impala is really difficult when there's contest in that area.
Yeah, it's going to create that huge buffer zone on the west side, right? And given this zone, the north and south side on the coastline have major stop points too. So it kind of keeps everybody out from entering the center of the zone. It's going to be tough for so many of these teams. BTR loses 2 players right there to the side of Vampire. So Vampire only picked up 1 of them. Vampire getting a little bit of a better game. And I say that very slowly because it is only 1 point and they're still last, but...
It's one of their best games today.
Yeah, it's statistically true. It's just not very good when you say it out loud and realize this is Vampire. The back-to-back winners of the Invitational where they won tremendous amounts of money.
Yeah, they are. I think one of the top earning organizations in PUBG Mobile as well, just because of their incredible earnings over in that PMWI. Because, I mean, to be fair, they did so incredibly well there, but it seems like they can only do it there. As last year at PMGC, they didn't manage to make the mark, and this time around, it's been lackluster at the start. But, as I said before, I've invited them in now, so they're allowed to play at this point. We'll see if they're able to turn up the gas as time goes on.
Maybe it's a joke, of course, but maybe it's the
Invitational. Sem9.
Oh, Sem9 did it. But is that a solo player? I think that's because they're a solo and they're just praying right now. We'll see if the Circle Gods will bless Sem9. And this is still a great zone. Like, this is going to be exciting nonetheless. And heading back real quick to Vampire Esports, maybe they need the invite and the title, right? What if we change this to the PUBG Mobile Grand Championship Invitationals?
If we just send them an invite. That's what they need. It's right.
Yeah, they're vampires. They need to be invited.
I think that's what.
That's the joke.
Yeah, I think that's what they were going for earlier on the desk. We're going to keep running this joke into the ground as time goes on, as long as Vampire are alive. So we'll see if we can tune back in with that later on, as DRS trying to hold out the western edge, but Demuerte have other ideas. They get across to the silos. And fairly safely as well. They can regroup a little bit, but the vehicles have taken a battering as they try and make their way closer to Impala, where we shifted back over towards.
Try and thread those shots through the vehicle windows. Not able to do that as Demuerte posts up on the edge side. Definitely hoping the circle goes towards them. It did shift away from the east, kind of. Maybe they'll get blessed some more. So many teams just in difficult spots where they can't do much given the layout of the land now. The team with the high ground definitely, in the most comfortable spots, as Vibes coming in, wrapping down from the south side, running into Major Pride. Major Pride sending some players back now. It's 4v4 openings for Major Pride. That's a great nade. Can they find more?
Good start. Major Pride still wanting to hold out. Nomi slips down the hill, but Doc looking to put nades down the back. Knows there's a player down low. Nomi takes a little bit of damage, but Doc's in the air. Can he keep that accuracy going? Hits the deck and has to reposition. Ooh. Weapon swap not fast enough. And Major Pride will be able to capitalize. Get that flush almost immediately down as well. And now they've only got the two players there to deal with close by. There's one player further on out, and another long nade bobbles over. Looks good, but just rolls a little bit far. If it had exploded just a little bit further, might have been there. Oh, hang on a minute. No, that was a smoke that actually bloomed for Major Pride to stop them pushing down low as the nades continue to roll on through.
So much util still for the side of Major Pride. And they have zone advantage too. Vibes not in the zone, so they just have to sit here and wait if they really wanted to. But I think with a 4v2 situation, 4v3, sorry, there's still one more player. Vibes up. No wonder they're taking it slow here. There's still a huge threat, and they will find another opening. East pushes in. East has been doing a lot for this team. Can he pull something off here? Quick moves up to the rooftop, catches one.
Naomi just sails on in with a buggy. Goodness me. Everybody caught without a weapon in their hands, vaulting, dropping out the sky into a buggy, rolling on through. And Naomi closes it down by penning him onto that pillar, that wooden pillar outside of the door. What a way to close it out. A little bit mad, but Major Pride stay up as 4.
Good job. Major Pride's really showing a lot. This team has been doing really well. And the Vibes team's a strong team too as a 4v4. Major Pride not losing a single player. That does show a lot of prowess.
I said I liked how they were playing today. I liked what they were bringing to the table. Even if they hadn't had the best results, I feel like it was well-intentioned and well thought through a lot of the time. Obviously, except for that final push on the previous Miramar across over towards that brute force position. I think that was a little bit of a misstep. But other than that, I think they've made correct decisions far more often than not today.
Yep. Now forced to swim back. They will not be going to the islands that he ever so hoped for. Coastline on the east side still very populated as Rook driving in straight into Demuerte, right on top of them, and they're gonna keep driving as one Crest Ridge may as well send the others, and I don't think that was the play. The number advantage though might help Rook out just enough to clutch this out, and it does. 2 players go down, 3 go down now as they are being third party from distance.
Team Queso taking shots out this way, and Influence Rage start to move in on this east coast. With Impala out to the west, it is control of these hills that would be a major boon moving forwards. Weibo currently in charge up the top of that high ground there on the east side. We'll see if they can play that 3-1 split effectively, keep Sook nice and safe up on that high ground.
Influence Rage still trying to confirm some points here, and luckily for them, many of the players are still knocked, so they could steal the points away from the previous team that knocked them. They might even want them to get revived, just so they can make sure they get the last finishes. But as a 3-man, they get that 1 point. They're happy enough with it, and they'll let Rook survive. Rook will reset back up to 3.
Just removing a little bit of that pressure with that one player going down. As Major Pride continue their move up towards the north, Team Queso, who are third-partying onto Rook, will be the team to look to hold out Major Pride, though. That fight up the coast has been going well so far. Dino, a lot closer to Team Queso than any of his teammates, so doesn't really have the backup to go for these shots. As Team Queso takes shots over to Rook, and I think there was an answer there as well. Their attention certainly diverted up to the north, but they have got that backstop, that player behind you can see on the minimap, who's now being spotted across the way. Big Milo.
Oh, it's Big Milo again. That's the second time we've seen Big Milo in the huge off angle, hugely separated from his team, and that's twice now it's failed. Last time it was on Erangel on the low ground of those ridges, right, where he had the nade pulled, could have taken out a whole team by himself, but didn't. And that might have cost him a chicken dinner too, because they ended up in second place. If he was grouped with a team, might be a different story. And we are being critical, but Team Queso has not really done much today, and this is a clear mistake out of Milo's positioning. It may be a good position if played correctly, but it is very dangerous, and Milo has yet to really make that a worthwhile risk to take as we head into the next circle here. And it kind of just centers right up onto the land. Teams on the south will have to move up. That is Major Pride and D+.
Try and move through Team Queso's position. D+ a lot more spread out. 2 of them playing around that compound just to the south of Impala. Those warehouses, that area, really, really easy to hold down, but getting out of there a little bit harder, a little bit tougher. So if they can get that foothold that Fabian's looking for right now for D+, that should be a lot easier to find that regroup on the south side. Still, though, the hills to the east of Impala dominate the landscape right now, and Brute Force have a very central position with all 4 players alive.
This circle not really changing much for everyone else involved. There is also DRS that needs to move in a little bit, but besides those 3 teams mentioned, everyone's going to just continue to hold their position and take shots at the unfortunate few that have to move. DRS, one of them right there on the screen, trying to rotate somewhere, instantly getting blown up, and D+ playing spoiler here with one of their players, catching that vehicle explosion. Realizes he's still got a couple seconds left to work with before the blue zone touches some. So you'll see if he can confirm a point, find an angle, maybe get another knock.
Genesis on the western side of Impala, looking to control the open ground and doing so quite effectively. But this is the power of these hills that I've been talking about for a while over to the east of Impala. Just having such incredible high ground sight lines, having that plateau to your favor, it funnels players into single routes of attack onto your positions, and they're a lot easier to control in that scenario. Not a big fan of Major Pride all going in one vehicle, but we'll see if they can make it pay off.
Oh, if it's a full-on crash, one vehicle will do it, and they breach in, taking no damage. That's good for them, but they got to keep up the pace and not run into the nades, though. Queso with only 3. Like I said, Big Milo separated from the team could be a major deciding factor in this fight. Dino getting some shots in, trying to time that pre-fire. The Queso player does back off just in time, though, before rounding that corner, but they will find the opening. Major Pride down to 3.
Effect now out of the fight. He slipped down the headland there, so there's only 2 players on the inside for Major Pride. Dino wants to look for the charge and a good spray to start things off, and will strafe back for the second shot. Will land it when he needs to. Nomi is still down, and they are looking for that res. All 4 on the inside now, and Major Pride have looked to regroup. They're holding off, and in comes a third party. What a time for Major Pride to have been able to take control of the inside of a building, because Team Koso now have bigger fish to fry. D+ rolling on down the hill. The third party's there. Another player falls, and now Major Pride, who have regrouped, who have healed up, can look to try and third party themselves. Favian, Forest, establishing a crossfire. They know the player's gone into the sidelines. How many players can get knocked on the inside here? Reyes takes a lot of damage over towards Osal, towards Favian, and Forest was knocked in the meantime. Major Pride want to put a pin in this one as well.
Oh, they are continuing the aggression, and they're succeeding. D+ down to 2. And they are down to 1 now. A nade coming out from the side of Major Pride. Major Pride showing a lot of pride in their aggression right now. Up to 6 eliminations, and they pretty much have this fight finished, surely. Only 1 player up for the side of D+. Not going for the revive either. Major Pride will reset to 4. Zone shifts away from them just slightly, but this is a good enough spot to give them control, as Rook looming in the background, looking for their third-party chance as well.
They haven't flexed out just yet, which I'm sort of surprised about, but then again, it is a big risk to take. The final player falls, and Major Pride stay alive with 3 in a 3-way full 4-team fight. A massive pickup for Major Pride. 8 eliminations so far, all of them alive. A massive resupply from the south, but they are not in the circle. They'll have to move further forwards, and that will be tricky.
It will be tricky. The big question is, does the team of Bino Storm on the high ground have sightlines onto what Major Pride's going to be edging into? I feel like Major Pride, actually, Weibo Gaming as well. I don't know how playable that terrain is, but first they're going to have to deal with Rook, as they are the opposing team very close by. Meanwhile, teams in Impala forced to rotate out, and we see Genesis wrapping down south right into DRS. DRS actually made it out of that ditch alive, so they are alive with 4 here, and it's going to help out in this fight. Trades back and forth. They catch the second one. They do have the advantage. Does Bino Storm have a sightline? I don't think so. The rocks are too much in the way.
They're just up on that high ground. That lip doesn't give them down shots onto here just yet. They might try and reposition for it, but they'll have to wait. Giante down for DRS. Killer trying to reposition near it. Delta as well with the shots down towards Murnat, but he's not going to be able to land it with the UMP spray there, unfortunately. Not going to be able to make that work. Up into the rock, spots a player. West carry will fall, will be flushed as well. Now, Rules and Delta trying to establish control out on this western side. Get rid of Genesis if you can. That would be ideal. Murnat still trying to move out in the open, gets across, but not quite to the door frame, unfortunately. The final blow is struck, and that is DRS taking down Genesis on the western front.
This is DRS's best game yet, and it's probably their most difficult game here, too. So they are showing us they have the skill, they have what it takes. It wasn't easy to rotate to that spot, and then a 4v4 for them to win it out. Keeping all 4 up is big. Major Pride did make some headway into the zone, and Rook, meanwhile, pushed up north towards Influence Rage and took out Influence Rage. It was a 3v3, but Influence Rage, I thought, would be on top of that one. Rook doing a good job there.
Yeah, taking down Little Boy Last as he tried to flee. Major Pride moving up the hillsides now, trying to take a little bit of pressure over towards Weibo, who are a little bit more central into the circle. BTR, 2 players left on their front. You got Satalis and Apar still in action here against the Japanese team of Bino Storm. Razzie has the top of the church, has got that rooftop. BTR just praying he doesn't drop down onto them with the backup of the rest of his team. Next stage just about to close. I've avoided talking about them for a while, but Vampire, they're fairly isolated on the north.
I was just about to mention Vampire. I mean, we kind of have to. This is the furthest they made it with all 4 players up. They are on that north side, too. The circle closes. Rook, Major Pride, DRS. Got to condense just a little more. And I think DRS won't be able to really find a way in. Those rock paths don't allow for much more other than passing through BNS. And BNS should have an easy reign over them on the high ground.
I'm interested to see how this Weibo versus Major Pride conflict concludes as well. Out on the east side, because Weibo having to go a little bit further up the hill. They're going to have to regroup to their top spot. Major Pride going to be given an opportunity to potentially move past this. So we'll have to see the route they want to take. Naomi going to start to scout out. You can see Beano Storm have a couple of sightlines down this hillside, but it is right at the edge of their back position. And we'll see if they are going to be able to leverage that, because Weibo are covered off from it.
Weibo Gaming about to mount their defense now, as Major Pride looking towards their position. Weibo Gaming still have 4 up, though. They've been pretty quiet at that compound. Not a lot of sightlines, so they couldn't do much. But with 4 towards the end game, this could be Weibo Gaming's game to turn things around. Sitting in the 11th place, not where they want to be. Sook finds 1. Great position for Sook, passing a lot of info to the rest of his team as well. He needs to make sure not to be too greedy, though, because he could get knocked still. And he's the only one up there for the team.
Definitely need to assuage that greed somehow. Dino down, Major Pride. With 3 effectors being pushed in now by the blue zone, you don't really have too much choice about this. Sook, sure, he has that sightline, but effectors made it to the wall. Naomi very, very low in the meantime. And Effect wants a challenge here. This is 3 players on the inside for Weibo. 2 players are going to break out to the left, and the shotguns, the UMPs, the close range power, just too strong. I don't think Major Pride make it much further than this. They've had a good campaign from this east side, rolling on up, and now the 2 players are going to try and get ahead of Weibo on the remaining 2 for Major Pride. I think they were up to 8 or 9 eliminations there on their total. So a good game found for Major Pride on the east edge. They're taking some very convincing fights as well. How much further can they go as a duo, though? It's going to be tricky terrain for them.
If they could deal with DRS, because DRS is going to swing into them most likely, they'll find themselves into the final zone pretty much. This is Circle 8, Sean.
7 teams.
There's going to be a lot of players left alive in Circle 8. Given the way the circle is around the crevices of the rocks. And that means Circle 9.
Oh!
See a lot of people pushing from the blue, but what a nade, a double out of Sook from the high ground.
I think he'd already got a knock. He baited 1 on top of them, and both of the 2 Vampires players go down. Sook is going to go for even more shots. He has single-handedly brutalized Vampire on the northern side. Sook is such a dominating force for Weibo right now, and immediately they flow on up and over. He doesn't want to give it up, but he gives his team that go signal. They're still playing with pump actions, and UMP's trying to roll on over the top here. And it's going to work. Vampire get taken down. I mean, Sook is just insane from that top spot.
That arm really doing all the work there. That nade raining in. That was his last nade too. He does not have any more. Here comes Beano Storm. Now finally dealing with DRS. DRS have been staying in this for so long. Oh, Delta goes down to fall damage. Nagon trying to find the shots in. He doesn't want to peek out too hard because he could get knocked as well. He gets it, but his teammate gets knocked. Is this a 1v1? It is. DRS on the low ground. Nagon goes for that first aid. Actually decides to go for that revive. Changes his mind once again as the pressure of the blue zone forcing him to make decisions.
He went for the player who was down. He went for the flush instead of Gianti, who he did have a clear line of sight on for that challenge. Weibo in the meantime, finally taking a knock here. Naomi, close by, low HP. I think he's looking for a first aid. A nade into the crack, into the crevice. It's going to force him off, but it's only the Molotovs there, and he does not go boom. Naomi flowing around the other side now. They're trying to commit for the res, but if they don't get it off in time, he has that side swipe. A good start, but he's low on ammo. Has to swap to the M4 and the shotgun around the edge. Still, pump action for Gap has just been on a warpath as well as the rest of this roster. Weibo standing up tall in the last game today. Now 1 player left for Major Pride. They've had 9 eliminations. They're up into the top 4. This is a good match, and they'll take that home with them. Bank that and send it to the totals for them. Weibo, though, with 4 players alive.
Brute Force, can they flank around, though? If they can, BNS and Brute Force can cut down Weibo Gaming. I see Brute Force on the north side. There is an option, there is a way, but Ming already has sniffed it out. He's watching this way. Mind if he can connect this nade, it will open everything up for Weibo Gaming to potentially lose this game. This is their game for now, but they still have to cross the finish line.
Have to get there in the end. 2 players on either side of them from separate teams. It's a little bit of a crunch. but they got the more central area. Don't think you can make it up any further now. Now going looking for a cheeky little peek over the top, but Sook should be spotting this rotation, this movement up top. I think that's a knocked player on the back, so Brute Force down to 1. Mind steps into the blue zone, he goes down. So only 2 players now to deal with. Weibo need to realize this and handle it, turn around their attention to this western side. As both the BNS players huddled in the corner, the nades are starting to come on through. They take the shots, they take the first knock, but they will not go any further than that. It is Weibo to dominate from the hills to the east of Impala. They had it under control pretty much from beginning to end. Sook was a menace with those nades up the top. Those shots were brutal. Nobody stepped forwards. All 4 of them survived to the end. Even with that pump action shotgun, the close range fights just always went their way.
Sook on fire that game. You can tell with his hair too. Everything is red, and he looked happy. He looked like he was saying all in a day's work. Big game for Weibo Gaming too, to jump up a little bit, because I think them as a team, their caliber, they were probably expecting a better performance in day 1, and with that one, I think the confidence is reignited. I think they're feeling good. They know it wasn't the best of days, but it happens, and it's a solid finish for Weibo Gaming.
Be happy with that one. 6 eliminations there for Sook. Proud of his team as well. 1,118 damage coming through from this guy. He was brutal there. Although, remember, Weibo hadn't had the most illustrious day up until this point, but with that game, they will certainly be up and amongst the competition now for those top 3 spots with a really high elimination chicken dinner to close out day 1.
BTR drops the ball on the last 2 matches as well, but you could say it was a circle. We had very difficult, peculiar circles on Miramar for the last 2 games. He can maybe even write off the last 2 Miramar games. So we'll see if BTR can bounce. Well, I guess they don't really need to bounce back tomorrow. BTR, that indomitable lead, definitely has closed quite a bit.
I really liked Major Pride's performance this match as well. I really enjoyed their fights on the inside. This specific fight on the compound where there was a third party that came through. I think it was against Team Queso. They found the inside of a building and D+ rolled in, and a full 3-way fight. They just came out on top with all 4 of their players alive. They got a lot of eliminations for it, and I'm really happy with Major Pride's performance in that last match. Obviously falling down to Weibo, but so did everybody else, and I forgive them for that crime. I doubted them during the middle of the day. I was backing Duarte a little bit more, but both of these 2 European teams have managed to put up a performance towards the first day. We'll see if they can keep it going though, because there was only one winner in that last match. It was Weibo, and they dominated from the hillsides.
Well, Sook's first victory, first chicken dinner in 1,000+ days since he last participated in PMGC. He's going to be extremely happy about this one, and not to mention a nice little bump up in the rankings for them as well. But as we heard John talking about, Major Pride, Brute Force, 2 teams, at least to me, and I think we all agree about this, that have actually performed probably better than expected, and very happy to see such a performance out of these teams.
Yeah, and for Major Pride, I mean, the defense that they had against 4 Miracle as well, the push that they were able to do on Team Queso, and then being able to defend the third party there from D+. Great gameplay out of them. By the way, Weibo, what a performance too. We got to give them some props. Not only were they fed by the circle, but they were also able to take advantage. We always talk about some of these teams being able to take advantage whenever the circle does end up going their way. I feel like they did just that, being able to take a lot of fights, being able to put up 12 eliminations, 22 points whenever they were coming into this match with just 20 points after 5 matches. Good to see out of them.
Yeah, definitely an impressive round by Weibo. They were given the opportunity by the circle, but they were the ones that were able to get all 12 eliminations through it, keeping all 4 up until the very end, and put themselves in a much better position now, jumping up to 5th place. And not too far from actually being able to break into the top 3 because of Influence Rage, unable once again to follow up 2 like really good matches in a row.
Interesting, by the way, that there's an exact tie between Weibo and Demorte, and I'm not sure about how teams, what's the tiebreaker past chicken dinners, placements, and eliminations, but I guess there's something going on there, and that might potentially actually matter, considering you can see Major Pride and Influence Rage currently separated by 0 points as well. But you know, all in all, today we've seen an I think that for me throughout the entire day was just Bigatron. I'm so used to just talking smack about this team, and obviously it's a different team now with the Twins gone, but I'm so used to beating them down year after year. I'm so happy to see them finally have a resurgence here. And obviously with like Genfos and Yuhai and the team to be able to perform like they've been doing, it has been a fantastic day out of this team from Indonesia.
Yeah, and the best part is that it's a full team effort. Yeah, there were some really good individual moments by a couple of the players. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say Lapar specifically has come up really, really hot for this team. But just as a general crew, as a general squad, they just look so dangerous. At least until Miramar.
You know, I want to say 7. To be perfectly honest with you, I feel like they were the only really dangerous team in my eyes. Like they were kind of like Vampire back at PMWI, just chasing after eliminations, looking like no one could contest against them. I didn't see that kind of confidence out of any other team really so far today.
Yeah, I didn't either. It came down to their fights too, the way they were able to set themselves up with those fights. Genfos is the main one that kind of pops to mind because he was able to get just off angles in multiple fights. It wasn't just a one-time thing. It was multiple fights that they were able to do that. And I mean, I hate doing this, but we do have to give him a break for Miramar because it was just such a crazy, bunch of crazy circles that it was kind of hard for them to push in and actually set themselves up. But overall, with their performances, what they were able to do in Erangel and then what they were able to do in Sandhawk too, kind of makes up for how horrible Miramar was for them.
That being said, I don't think that their success that they saw on the first couple of rounds is going to continue in quite the same way. I think part of the reason why they were so successful is that while other teams were still sort of getting used to this lobby, getting used to this group, BTR just went full steam ahead to start a fight. I think teams are going to be more ready for it. Other teams are going to be more ready and have sped up themselves. In fact, you saw that from teams already at the end of today, looking at BF and MP specifically, of like getting more active, getting more into it. I think D+ started to get better. The Storm team started to get better. A lot of teams are really gearing up.
Well, we'll actually head down to the stage here really quickly as you do have an interview with Bigatron.
Unusual circles and high octane and competitiveness. This is exactly what expected here on day 1 of Group Yellow of the 2023 PMGC. Honestly, this is to be expected. This is a group of death, and a team that has really set the bar high today is none other than BTR, who not only managed themselves to get a chicken dinner, but also placed themselves so far ahead of the rest of the teams. And with me, I have Lapar, one of the superstars of the team. First of all, how are you feeling?
Apa kabar, Lapar?
Baik.
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, so let's get into business. Nice job on your incredible day 1. So can you share with me your team's mentality heading into this week, given the fact that this is the group of death?
Oke, jadi pertanyaannya adalah gimanakah mental anak-anak buat masukin ke minggu ini, karena minggu ini kan bisa dibilang grupnya grup neraka gitu. Jadi apakah ada pressure lebih karena grup ini grup neraka dari anak-anak?
Kalau dari anak-anak sih sama gue juga paling nggak ada pressure, paling hantam aja sih semuanya.
So basically from my team and myself, of course we don't felt any pressure. We don't care about other team. We're just gonna focus on ourselves and we're just gonna keep scram everything and we're just gonna fight with everyone.
That exactly shows that. So let's talk a little bit about performance today. Your team is incredibly aggressive. Even on rounds where you guys are knocked out early, you guys still manage to get 9 elimination points before you guys are knocked out. So let's talk a little bit about how aggressive you are on day 1. So usually, from what I heard, in day 1, if you are super aggressive, on day 2, you guys are a little bit more passive. So are we going to be seeing this trend from you guys?
Oke, jadi di 2 minggu sebelumnya ini kita bisa lihatlah pattern dari tim-tim yang perform di hari pertama. Kebiasaannya itu di hari kedua mereka bakal lebih pasif. Apakah pattern yang sama bakal ditunjukkan? Apakah gameplay yang sama bakal ditunjukkan oleh BTR sendiri?
Kalau dari kita ya paling kita bakal konsisten sih, insya Allah.
So from us BTR, of course we're gonna still stick with our performance. We're still gonna stick with our gameplay. We're just gonna fight and we're just gonna be aggressive as we can.
As aggressive as they can, and honestly, that's been one of BTR's signature style gameplay. And speaking of signature style gameplay for prep, now Coach Kent was loaned to you guys from Boom Esports for this tournament. Were there a lot of changes to your playstyle given the fact that he has joined BTR for PMGC?
Jadi apakah dengan kemasukan Coach Ken yang di-loan dari Boom Esports itu merubah sedikit sebanyak gameplay daripada pasukan BTR, ataupun gameplaynya masih sama aja kayak biasa?
Kalau tentang Coach Ken sih ada perubahan sih dari segi makro mungkin.
Of course, from Coach Ken itself, we have a bit change for our playstyle. Maybe it's because of, maybe it's part of macro thingy. So yeah, that's all.
Okay, so without revealing too much to other teams and other players, can you share a little bit more about what it is like super different with Coach Ken?
Bisa nggak cerita dikit aja tentang Coach Ken itu, apa yang membedakan Coach Ken dari coach-coach yang lain?
Coach Ken tuh membedakannya ya tegas dan disiplin sih.
He is a disciplined person and of course he is a fierce person.
Fierce person, it definitely shows in that gameplay. So let's talk a little bit more about the other teams, your group of death. So is there any team that you guys are keeping your eyes on in case they might upset your team?
Ada nggak tim-tim yang kamu harus waspadai, yang kamu ngerasa ini bisa nge-backstep kita, bisa ngebalap kita nih?
Kalau untuk tim-tim yang diwaspadai sih nggak ada sih. Paling semua tim ya hantam.
Okay, so basically, if we need to put our eyes on a team, I think we don't have any. It's because of we just gonna whack everyone.
We are just going to whack everyone. Typical BTR gameplay. Thank you so much for spending time on stage with me for this interview. And now, this marks the end of the day one of Group Yellow. And it's going to be very interesting as we step into today. Another 3 days to go for this tournament. And the heat is getting hotter and hotter. Now, I'm going to toss it back to our panel to end the day. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more 2023 PMGC.
Well, speaking of getting hotter and hotter here, let me just, oh, I'm not even on camera. I was going to unbutton my shirt a little bit. Let's take a look at our leaders so far in our first day. Slapar, you know what, 15 limbs? That makes sense. The part that surprises me is Nomi at 3,200, the damage leader at the moment.
That's makes me wonder how much damage the rest of the team has, because at the end of the day, Pride only is like, they're in 4th place, it's a good 4th place. But we saw how active ETR was throughout the first 3 or 4 rounds, so that you know, it's good for Nomi. He's definitely been one of the best players so far today for sure. I just wonder what the damage looks like across the board now.
I mean, the damage seems to be in their hands. I mean, they're both holding their hand like, I heard it, carpal tunnel. They didn't get, you know, those hand exercises going on. But yeah, I mean, the fact is, like Lapar, we saw have 1,200 damage. I think it was in one of our earlier matches. Ooh, look at that little movement. Yep. And he was able to have more damage himself than his entire team combined. But again, you said before, Seven, this is a team effort. This isn't just one player, even though we are talking about Lapar here. He obviously has to have a supporting crew to be able to perform like this.
And he has. I mean, with Superboy, aka Yuhai, he was able to still put up Ilims. Then you saw Starless, and then you saw Janfos with the soft angles that I keep raving about. Overall, it is a team effort. And for tomorrow, if for some reason we continue to see some crazy circles, I want to see how this team's going to be able to adapt to that. Because, right, we can only give them a break for so long. Their performances from earlier in the day has been able to carry them and maintain them there in the first place. And I also want to continue to see if they're going to be aggressive, because that's the main thing, right, out of this team. Continue to be aggressive, continue to have those great plans. And like Cam was saying, it could be completely different tomorrow, because a lot of these teams are going to be watching those VODs and are going to be seeing how that team was setting themselves up, and they're going to try to counter there. So tomorrow's going to be exciting.
Oh, yeah, they're going to add in on that, Cameron, because he's talking about how you're right. I thought you'd be like, well, yeah, you know.
I was just enjoying the moment, you know?
It's not very often Seven talks nicely about people, and you gotta really savor those moments. But as Seven was saying, right? I mean, like, I think for me, Bigatron, they didn't play Edge the whole day. They didn't play Center the whole day. They were just playing on the hunt the whole day, and that makes him such a deadly team. But he's also very right. Tomorrow, I couldn't tell you what team's gonna be on top.
Yeah, it's going to be hard. They definitely still have a big gap here, but even for the teams at the very bottom, if they start off really hot, get a couple of wins under their belt early on, we could see things completely change. The big concern, though, is that, especially for the teams at the bottom, like Queso and Vampire, how far behind they are, they need to just focus on trying to get out of the bottom 5, because the past 2 weeks, there's been teams that have started there and just really struggled to get out. And once you're in too big of a hole, even trying to climb out of the bottom 5 can be really, really difficult. At this point, teams need to sort of weigh up, like, where should the focus be? Aiming for top 3, or just, like, trying to get to that middle of the pack first?
That's a very good point. That's a very good point, Seven. We're going to find out, obviously, what will happen tomorrow. But I got to remind you guys once again about the Infinix GT10 Pro. You guys can pick up for yourself. If you want to play like these guys, you want to play like Lapar, you got to get one of these bad boys, because it's going to up your game guaranteed. But gentlemen, that will end off our first day of play. Thank you guys so much for joining me. It's been great to be working with you two again. John and Zute, not so much. Whatever. Obviously, a big shout out to them as well, and of course our production crew for making this show possible. But that's going to end it for the day. We'll be back tomorrow at the exact same time, though, for the continuation of Group Yellow at the PMGC 2023.